Nudged, A Sweet Small Town, Brother's Best Friend Romantic Comedy, Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 2, written by Kristeen Groth, narrated by male and female simulated voices. Chapter 1, Raven's Point of View. Present day, Moonlit Lake, Minnesota. I stumbled out of my room in my favorite Oscar the Grouch slippers, barely opening my eyes before finding the coffee machine. Hallelujah. The pot was full and waiting for me. Cass, you're a goddess. I could kiss you. My best friend and roommate, Cassidy, gave me an amused side-eye as she poured herself a bowl of cereal.
Glad I could be of service, but save the kiss. Do I even need to ask how your date went last night?
The humiliation I felt after my worst date ever hadn't dulled overnight like I'd hoped. And neither had the pounding in my head after trying to ease my post-date misery with a few glasses of red. I leaned back into the couch cushions, closed my eyes against a headache in the too bright morning sun, and swallowed a hefty gulp of coffee. I cast Cass a forlorn look. I've discovered yet another lower level within the depths of the dating pool. She snorted.
Was it located inside that almost empty glass?
She pointed her spoon at last night's wine glass, still on the living room coffee table next to the half-empty bottle of wine. I shook my head, holding up my index finger between us. First off, this guy ogled me from the moment I walked in, never once raising his eyes to look at my face. I don't even know what color his eyes are. And I'm telling you, I tried to find out. Cassidy laughed and rolled her eyes to the heavens. She knew the type. We ordered drinks and made the typical first date small talk. No red flags there. But then he asked if I ever wore nylons. He said this while practically drooling on my miniskirt and bare legs. When I told him no, only my grandmother still wears pantyhose, he said he had a bag of them from his mom. I had no idea where he was going with this, right? So I just said, okay. His face lit up. Then he leans over and whispers that he has a fetish for nylons. His brows waggled and he leered at me again, making my skin crawl. He said, next time I'll bring the bag and we can have some fun with them. I almost gagged just telling the story.
Ew, what did you do?
What do you think? I told him he should date his pantyhose-wearing mom, cooled him off by pouring my drink in his lap, and left.
What a weirdo. You have the worst luck with dates. Other people go on blind dates or meet someone online and they turn out great. Not Raven Rhodes. If there's a pig or scumbag within a 50-mile radius, you've either been set up with or hit on by him.
Truth. I don't know why I keep putting myself through this torture, Cass.
Because you're defiantly avoiding the inevitable.
She mumbled with her mouth full of Cheerios. I ignored her and continued. Oh, and you want to know what's even worse?
What could possibly be worse?
She asked. Nash was there at the bar, and that Kardashian wannabe Daphne was all over him like a coat of paint. I probably stayed on this date longer than I normally would have, because I didn't want him to witness yet another of my dates go down in flames. I dropped my head into my hands and groaned. There must be something inherently wrong with me, that I keep attracting all these losers. Maybe I'm one of those artists who needs things to be bad to be inspired, like Van Gogh, Degas, or Munch. Maybe I'm bringing this all on myself as a way of helping my creativity.
Oh, come on, Raven. You know that's not true.
She pointed her spoon at me to emphasize her point.
Those artists were neurotic and mentally unstable, and needed art as a therapeutic outlet. You're nothing like that.
Fine. If I don't need it for my work, then I'm giving up on men altogether. No more blind dates, no more setups, nothing. I brought my left hand to my heart and held my right hand up in an oath. I hereby swear I'm done dating and commit wholeheartedly to single life. I don't need a man to make me happy. I'm fine, all on my own. Cassidy tilted her head and twisted her mouth to the side, not buying a word of it. I took a sip of my coffee before setting the cup on the coffee table. Hey, I've heard there's a new trend of people dating themselves. Maybe I'll do that. I bounced on the couch facing Cassidy, folding my legs beneath me, and patted the cushion excitedly. Yes, that's it. I'll take myself out on the most amazing dates. Treat myself to flowers and walks on the beach. All the things I wish a date would do for me, I'll do them for myself.
That's not a bad idea, but I don't think it will necessarily solve your problem.
Sure it will. I won't be going on any more bad dates. Cass's brow lifted.
Those bad dates are an annoyance, for sure, but not the real problem.
Stop trying to psychoanalyze me, Cass. I'm not one of your patients. I tossed a throw pillow and it hit her in the shoulder.
Hey.
She raised a hand in surrender.
All right, I'll let it go. For now. What's on your agenda for today?
I need to stop at Tilly's to drop off these new logo designs I created for her shop. Then I have to load up all these pieces and bring them to the gallery in Minneapolis. Hopefully they'll accept them all. I've put so much time into this series, I really need them to sell.
I think this is your best work so far. They're going to love it and beg you for more.
Let's hope you're right. I could use a big fat commission on this to keep my poor car alive. I looked up at the clock. Well, I'd better get going if I'm going to get all this done today. See you later, Cass. A few minutes later, my car sputtered and chugged as I pulled into the parking lot of Tilly's shop, Divine Blessings. I patted my dashboard and thanked Clive for getting me there. Clive was my ancient, rusted-out VW van. I loved it, not only for its character but also for the cargo space, which made transporting my art supplies and large canvases easy. And, as old as it was, it didn't matter if I got paint in it. I grew up next door to Tilly's place, and it had always felt like home. She was like a grandma to me. Even as a little girl, the eccentric Tilly helped me to be my own weird self and embrace the fact that I wasn't like everyone else. I think this was why I felt such a close connection to Tilly. She seemed to understand me better than anyone else in my life. Stepping into the shop, I breathed in the heavenly scents of lemon balm, lavender, and cedar. Just like that, my body relaxed and my tension drained away. Tilly's part-time sales clerk was straightening shelves when I walked in. Hey, Lissa, is Tilly in back?
Yep, I think she's making some new soaps today.
She smiled and waved me through to the workshop area in the back of the store.
Go on back, Raven. She'll be happy to see you.
Tilly stood at the counter with a huge knife in her hand. The knife was almost as big as she was. It made me nervous to see her trying to wield such a thing. But Tilly did a lot of things that exceeded the abilities of most humans her age. Any age, really. Hey, Tilly, I brought you printouts of the label designs we talked about last week, and Mom sent over some of her fresh honey for you. I set the honey in the envelope on the table, where it wouldn't be in the way of whatever she was creating on the counter.
Wonderful. Let me finish cutting these and I'll have a look-see.
She drew a line along the slab of soap to mark her next cut.
I'm glad you came today, Raven. I was just thinking about you.
Oh boy, I don't think I like the sound of that. I joined her on the other side of the counter. Can I help you cut those? I'm pretty handy with a knife. Tilly set the knife down and stepped aside.
By all means, be my guest. I never turn down free help.
Oh, and don't let me forget to grab more of my signature line before I go. I'm running low on everything.
I have some right over here. Let me get that out for you while we're thinking of it.
She set the bottles of my special oil, shampoo, soap, and lotion on the counter and then loaded them into a paper bag for me. Tilly created this special scent for me a few years ago when I felt like my creativity had deserted me. Inspiraven. She told me it was a blend that was good for inspiration and being true to yourself, but she didn't say exactly what was in it. From the moment I smelled the unique minty floral scent, I felt something light up within me, like it was attuned perfectly to who I was deep down inside. More of Tilly's magic at work. I'd been using it ever since. Thanks, Tilly. You're the best. Tilly leaned back against the counter while I started cutting the slab of soap into bars.
Have you heard how Rowan and Elle are doing in New York?
I haven't talked to them, but Mom did, and she said they sound blissfully in love. Her words, not mine. Back in high school, I admired Rowan and Ella's relationship and dreamed of having something like that for myself, until it blew up. After spending over a decade apart, nobody ever expected Rowan and Elle to get back together, including me. But they finally got their fairy tale ending, and I couldn't be happier for them.
I'm so tickled to hear that. They certainly deserve it after all they've been through.
Tilly picked up the bars I'd cut and stacked them to the side.
Raven, as I mentioned, you popped into my mind when I woke this morning. So I felt guided to pull some oracle cards for you. Would you like to see them?
I finished cutting the last of the bars and brushed my hands together over the sink. Tilting my head, I studied Tilly, trying to decide if I really wanted to hear this. Maybe her cards would affirm my decision to give up on dating. A little validation wouldn't hurt. Not that I needed it. I knew I was on the right track. But curiosity got the best of me, and my shoulders twitched upward. Why not? Let's see what the wise old oracle has to say. On the other side of the workshop was a table adorned with colorful scarves, candles, and crystals. In the center of it all, 3 cards lay face up in a row.
I think they're quite interesting.
She pointed to the one on the left.
This is the first one. Hidden Secrets.
She paused for a moment before sliding her finger to the next one in the row.
The next is Resolve Misunderstandings.
Then she tapped her finger on the last one.
And the final card, Finding Home.
I studied each card, trying to figure out what they were saying. I have no idea what these mean. Can you help me out here, Tilly? What do you suppose they're saying? Her finger tapped on the first card.
Well, this one is pretty self-explanatory. Some secrets will be revealed. Whether those are your secrets or someone else's that you uncover. Sounds pretty intriguing to me.
She raised a brow and winked. I snorted. I hope you're not referring to the pole dancing lessons I've heard you've been asking about. Tilly, some things are best kept hidden, if you know what I mean.
I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tilly shifted her attention to the next one.
The second card seems to indicate something that has been misconstrued. Maybe some crossed wires or incorrect assumptions. Or it could also mean settling an argument or dispute.
Okay. What about the last one? That one makes no sense to me. I have a home. I know where I belong, and I love my apartment. I'm definitely not looking to move. So what could finding home refer to?
There are many definitions of home, my dear. I can't tell you exactly what it means, but I have a sense your heart will guide you toward it.
I let out a frustrated sigh. The cards didn't show anything to affirm my new vow the way I'd hoped. They honestly meant nothing to me at all. Guess I'm on my own. Tilly placed a hand on my shoulder and looked into my eyes, peering right into my soul. I was sure of it.
Don't fight the calling of your heart, Raven. It's a pointless battle and will not bring you happiness or love.
I pulled away. Tilly's insightfulness had a way of disarming a person, and I worked hard to keep my defenses in place. Art is my love and my joy. I don't need anything else. Set your matchmaking sights on someone else, Tilly. I'm a hopeless case.
No such thing as a hopeless case, my dear, especially when it comes to love. Besides...
Tilly held her palms out in front of the cards, like Vanna White.
Who said anything about matchmaking? I'm merely showing you the cards I pulled.
Right, but I know you, Tilly, and I'm telling you, whatever you're imagining or hoping for, it's not going to work with me. I've given up on men and decided to date myself. I'm positive I can show myself a good time. I winked and gave her a quick hug before moving toward the door. Oh, and don't forget to look over the designs I left for you. I pointed to the envelope on the table. I can modify any of them to get the vibe you're looking for. I picked up the bag Tilly had set out for me and whisked out the door before she could impart any more wisdom. I sat in my car for a moment to collect myself. Tilly. If I didn't love her so much, I'd be annoyed by her constant attempts to meddle in my life. Her intentions were good, but I meant it when I said my love life and any ideas she had about matchmaking me were a waste of energy. And even if Tilly believed she could find a match for me, my heart knew what it wanted. It also knew it couldn't take another rejection. Dating myself was a much safer option. Plus, I'd grown weary of that whole scene. Enough sitting through grueling first date questions or small talk. No more meeting the family or trying to live up to someone else's expectations. And I'd always get to pick the restaurant or what movie to watch. This might have been my best idea yet.
Chapter 2. Nash's Point of View. After nailing up the last piece of trim around the window of the Moonlit Reflections Cafe, I stepped back to survey our work. Gabe, my right-hand man, and I had been swamped with work after a tornado came through town, including repairs on this cafe where a tree crashed through the roof and front window. This was the last of our storm projects. Looks even better than it did before the storm. Gabe rested his hands on his hips and grinned.
I would hope so, after all the time we spent on it. But I think it turned out well.
Tilly's voice chimed in from down the sidewalk as she approached us.
Of course it did. You two are the best carpenters around.
Thanks, Tilly. We should hire you for our PR. Who needs advertising when we have Tilly Devine? Tilly's jingling laugh tickled me.
No need to hire me, boys. I'm happy to help in any way I can.
A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she turned to face me.
Speaking of which, I was just talking to my friend Gladys. You remember her, don't you? Anyway, she recently got an unexpected tax bill for her family cabin on the other side of the lake. Sadly, the only way to pay the bill is to sell the property, so she needs someone to do some repairs and get it ready to put on the market as soon as possible. I told her you'd be perfect for the job, Nash. Do you think you can fit it in?
Yeah, it just so happens I don't have anything scheduled for the next week. Gabe is going to California for his sister's wedding. I didn't want to start any big projects without him, but something like this I could easily do on my own.
I've been trying to talk him into taking a vacation too, but he won't listen to me.
Gabe chided, pointing his thumb at me, then crossing his arms. Working on a cabin by the lake will be all the vacation I need. You know I need to be doing something, or I go stir crazy. I grabbed the broom and started sweeping the sidewalk, making sure no stray nails were left behind.
Yeah, but you also need a break,
Gabe said, putting tools back in the toolbox. I couldn't deny it. I didn't mind the workload the storm brought us. That didn't bother me at all. My stress came when the 2 high school boys I hired to help us were arrested for arson and vandalism of a property we were working on. How could I have hired someone capable of that? I should have realized they weren't trustworthy, and at least kept a better eye on them. The guilt and responsibility I felt for the damage done to my friend's boutique ate away at me. Tilly scrutinized me, her penetrating gaze making me squirm.
You know it wasn't your fault, don't you?
I don't know what... She cut me off with a stern look, her hands on her hips.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Nash Porter. Don't give me that. Becky and those boys are responsible for all the damage to Elle's shop. They took advantage of your good heart and trusting nature. But they would have found other ways to hurt Elle if you hadn't hired them.
I should have noticed they were up to something. I should have stopped them.
That's enough shooting on yourself, Nash, and
Tilly chastised.
even though what they did was awful, I still believe everything happens for a reason. Maybe it was to get Rowan and Elle to take the step to go to New York together, to finally make a commitment to each other. Who knows?
She threw her hands in the air and then brushed her palms together.
It's done now, and we all have to accept what happened and move on.
I sighed. That's easier said than done. Tilly patted me on the arm.
Maybe sometime at Gladys's cabin will be just what you need. I remember it being a very relaxing place. Take some time to rest while you're there.
If she hires me, I'll be there to work, Tilly, not sit around on the beach. She flicked her hand away.
Yes, I know. But you could always pack a bag and stay for a few days. Watch the sun set over the lake and enjoy the peace and quiet at night. Think about it.
All right, I'll consider it. I continued cleaning up and reloading the truck, turning my back on Tilly in hopes she would give it a rest. Not taking the hint, she continued.
And call Lainey, she's the agent listing the property. The 2 of you should go out and figure out what needs to be done.
Shouldn't I call Gladys if it's her property?
Oh, sure, call her too. She'd love to talk to you, but be sure you have plenty of time or an excuse to get off the phone. That woman's always had the gift of gab.
I chuckled to myself. Pot meat kettle. Got it. Thanks, Tilly.
Sometimes a person needs to be shaken up a little to get out of the usual routines. Love has a way of unsettling us, like nothing else, and often when we least expect it. The opportunities you've been praying for are coming your way, Nash. Don't let them pass you by.
Her words sent a tingle down my spine. I was about to object when she patted me on the cheek.
This retreat will be good for you in more ways than one.
Tilly winked and flitted on down the sidewalk, taking my peace of mind with her. For such a bitty thing, she sure was a force of nature. Hurricane Tilly was one you didn't want to mess with. Gabe and I finished cleaning up the area and stowed our tools and extra supplies in the back of my truck. You might as well head out, I said to him. I'm sure you've got things to get done before you leave in the morning.
Thanks. That'd be great. It frustrates Mia that I'm such a last-minute packer.
I bet your wife filled her suitcase a week ago.
You're absolutely right about that. Talk about opposites.
His brow pinched and face scrunched.
I haven't even gotten them a wedding gift yet. Mia said since it was for my sister, it was my responsibility.
Can't go wrong with a card and cash, right?
Normally, but this is my baby sister. I'm sure she's expecting more from me.
You're flying all the way to California and spending the week. Isn't that enough?
You'd think.
Well, enjoy the time off, Gabe. You deserve it.
You deserve it too, amigo. And a life outside of work.
Hey, I go out. I was just at the bar last night. He cuffed my shoulder with his hand.
You know what I mean. Think about it.
I had been thinking about it. My best friend, Rowan, had been telling me the same thing. But I had my reasons for not dating, and neither of them could know what that was. Especially not Rowan. A shudder moved through me as I recalled the sleazeball Raven was at the bar with last night. Watching that guy so blatantly drool over her like she was grade A prime rib was almost more than I could stand. It took every ounce of my control to keep from yanking him out of his seat and rearranging his face. Then there was this woman who kept trying to get my attention and wouldn't leave me alone, which didn't help matters. Thankfully, Raven put an end to it and doused the guy with her drink. I kept an eye out to make sure he didn't follow her. I knew my best friend would be grateful I watched out for his sister. You keep telling yourself that. I slid behind the wheel of my truck and called Tilly's friend as I drove. Good afternoon, Gladys. This is Nash Porter. Tilly told me to call you.
Yes, I'm so glad you called. Do you have time to take on this project now? I'd like to get going on it immediately. All these years I trusted Herb had everything taken care of, but now I find out he didn't, and he had the gall to die before this all came to light, so I can't even yell at him. All I can do is clean up the mess he made. Story of our lives, let me tell you.
She paused just long enough to inhale, then continued.
Anywho, I'm not sure how long I can hold off the IRS. Honestly, you'd think, when it's been underpaid for all these years, they could be a little more patient. But I don't want to have to pay any more penalties. We need to get this cabin sold as soon as possible.
I understand.
Call Lainey Noble. She knows all about it and can also help figure out what needs to be done for this place to sell quickly and how to get the best price for it. I'll trust the two of you to figure out what needs to be done. If you and Lainey can go out there this afternoon or evening, then you can pick up your materials tomorrow and get started on it Friday. I'm firm on that start date. We need to get this going right away.
I'll do my best.
After you look the place over, send me your estimate and I'll pay you half now and the other half when it's done. It breaks my heart to let the place go, but what can I do? I'm too old to care for it, and nobody's been there in years. I would have liked to leave it to my children and grandchildren, but none of us have the money to pay these taxes without selling. I have no choice. So let's get this done as fast as possible before I change my mind. And you know...
Got it. Gladys, I'm driving and don't want to crash. I'll send you the estimate later this evening, okay?
All right, dear, drive carefully.
Phew. Tilly was right. That woman would have had me on the phone all day if I'd let her. Luckily, I'll be the only one at this cabin during the renovation. Purposeful solitude. Working on an old lakeside cabin and making it shine was exactly what I needed. Low stress, no distractions, just peaceful work.
Chapter 3, Raven. The most prominent art gallery in the area offered to feature my art this month. I worked my butt off to create enough pieces to fill the space they were allotting me. I set the pieces against the wall, lined up like soldiers on guard.
This is the one we want to highlight, so it needs to go here.
Francesca Benoit, the curator, pointed to my biggest and favorite piece. It was a huge painting of a wave crashing into rocks, but it was filled with a myriad of colors and held a powerful energy. I moved it to the center of the wall she indicated and shuffled the others around it. Standing back, I took it all in. Yes, that's perfect. You certainly have a gift, Francesca.
You are the gifted one, my dear. I predict they will sell quickly.
Francesca continued to direct the placement of the pieces. There were only a couple that I suggested she place together in a certain order, to not only bring out the best in them, but so that the flow and progression of the display made sense. My artist statement explained what I was going for with these pieces, and explained the deeper meaning behind them. The way they were exhibited needed to be consistent with that. The theme was about the power and importance of water, and my pieces expressed the simplicity, complexity, softness, and unlimited power of water, and how essential it was to life. My appreciation for the environment and the beauty of nature were evident in each piece, and I hoped the viewers would recognize that. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I excused myself to step outside and take the call. Hello?
Hi, Raven. It's Gladys Renshaw.
Oh no, I steeled myself for a lengthy conversation. Hello, Gladys. Nice to...
I was talking to Tilly yesterday about a massive and unexpected tax bill I just received. I have no choice but to sell the cabin that's been in my family for over 100 years. It breaks my heart, and I'm just sick about it. I always thought it would be the family legacy, handed down from generation to generation.
She sniffled into the phone and her voice broke.
But things don't always work out the way we plan.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Gladys. That must be hard.
Yes, I called Tilly in tears, unsure of what I should do.
She sniffled again, and then her voice perked up.
Tilly suggested that I commission you to do a painting of the place before it sells, so I have something to remember it by, and also to pass down to my children. Do you have time now to do that for me?
It just so happens I'm installing my latest work in a gallery today, and I don't have any other pressing projects. Not to mention that I desperately needed the money to get Clive fixed. My beloved car was pretty much on life support. This commission could either pay for the repairs or a different car.
Great. I'd like you to start on Friday. Bring anything you need. I'd like you to stay and work on it right there to capture the feeling of the place. The cabin is open. Make yourself at home while you're there. Lainey will be putting it on the market soon, so this needs to be done ASAP.
Don't worry, I'll get it done. And hopefully having a piece of it on your wall will make it easier to let it go.
I hope so, too. Thank you so much, Raven. Tilly was right about commissioning you. She showed me your website, and it's stunning. I can't wait to have a Raven Roads original in my home.
Gladys's tone was now hopeful and excited.
So you'll be there Friday morning to get started. It really is important.
I'll be there. Sorry to cut you off, Gladys, but I've got to go. The curator needs my help.
Okay, dear, I'll text you the directions to the cabin. Good luck with your exhibit.
Thanks, Gladys. I pocketed my phone and headed back inside to continue the installation. Tilly was one of my biggest supporters, and she referred people to me all the time for commissions and to visit my site and exhibits. I chuckled. A couple of Tilly's friends had made interesting requests. At least this one didn't include any nudes. Not that I had a problem with the beauty of the human form, but when that form was in its 80s, well, everyone has their limits. Spending a few days alone at Gladys's cabin to work on this commission will be the perfect way to kick off my self-dating initiative. Opening the door to my apartment at the end of the day, I was greeted by my rescue dog, Munch. No matter what mood I was in, seeing his entire body wag with excitement at my return home always made me smile. Hey, big guy, did you miss me? Munch answered with a juicy slurp across my face and almost knocked me over. He was a German Shepherd mix and had the characteristics of the breed, except for ears that flopped forward like they were broken in half. The bent ears rotated around like antennae when listening, which made him even more comical. He also had a perpetual goofy grin and was the most lovable and fiercely protective dog I'd ever met. Yeah, who needs a man when I have you? Isn't that right, Munch? I ruffled his ears and he rolled over onto his back for belly scratches.
That you, Raven?
My roommate called out from her bedroom. A silly question, as if my dog would let anyone else in the door without a single bark. And Cassidy knew Munch always watched out the window for me to come home. Yep, just walked in. Cassidy emerged and plopped onto the couch with her legs curled under her.
How did the installation go?
Great. It's amazing how much better the pieces look when displayed in a gallery. Francesca really knows what she's doing. Hopefully, she gets us a lot of sales with it.
She has a pretty wide reach, right? Just being associated with her should help your visibility, don't you think?
Cass understood how important this exhibit could be for my career, and how hard I'd work to get a break like this. Yeah, and now that she's featured me, hopefully others will do the same. This could open a lot of doors for me and be the boost my career needs.
I'm so excited for you. Your work is amazing. It's about time word gets out.
I sat on the other end of the couch, and Munch climbed right up onto my lap, as if a 60-pounder qualifies as a lapdog. Speaking of word getting out, Tilly recommended me to her friend Gladys to commission a piece for her. She wants me to start on Friday and stay through the weekend to get it done. Want to come with me to enjoy a little weekend getaway? She shook her head.
Wish I could, but my parents are having a hard time with Grandma and asked me to come home for the weekend. I took Monday and Tuesday off to make it a long weekend, so we can get more done. It's getting close to the time she'll need to move into a place where she can get more help, but she's as stubborn as they come and refuses to even talk about it.
Oof, that's gotta be hard. I wasn't close to my grandparents like she was, but my heart went out to Cass and her parents. It would be awful to watch a loved one struggle like that when there was so little you could do to help. I feel so bad for her. It can't be easy getting to that point, not easy for any of you. I got up and poured myself a glass of lemonade. Well, since you'll be gone, Munch and I will have a nice quiet weekend away then.
You said you were going to date yourself? Maybe you could make a romantic getaway out of it.
As Cass took a sip of coffee, an impish sparkle lit in her eyes.
Actually, since you haven't even had a first date, taking yourself on a weekend away would be taking this new relationship to the next level already. Moving kind of fast, don't you think?
Well, we have known each other for a really long time. No need to tell old stories or waste time with small talk. I returned to the couch and had to wiggle my butt to wedge myself in next to Munch, who didn't budge.
All kidding aside, are you sure you want to give up on love altogether?
Cass asked, blowing over the rim of her steaming cup.
Maybe you need to give it one more try and actually tell Nash how you feel.
My hand resting on Munch's back became too heavy and dropped to the floor. Tell Nash? I shivered. No way. I'll not let myself be humiliated by that arrogant oaf one more time. It was bad enough the first time I threw myself at him. He responded like I was a maggoty corpse and ran off to get as far away from me as possible.
Gross. I really didn't need that visual to understand your point. Good thing I wasn't planning to eat anytime soon.
She set her cup on the coffee table.
So you've been at each other's throats ever since. I'm telling you, sparks fly anytime you're in the same zip code. Imagine if you put all that heat in another direction. It would be nuclear.
It would be a blow-up, all right. I think we'd kill each other if left unsupervised for more than a few minutes.
Neither of you fights like that with anyone else. You and Rowan have always pushed each other's buttons, but never like this.
That's what I mean. I gestured with my hand extended to accentuate my point. Anyone who brings out this much hostility in me would not be a good match. You, of all people, should know that. Cass paused for a second with her finger to her mouth, and then moved her head slowly from side to side.
Under normal circumstances, I would agree. But I think this hostility comes from something else. Something you need to figure out.
I think he just brings out the worst in me, and it's about time I accepted that and moved on. Cassidy pulled a notebook out of a bag that had been sitting on the floor next to her. She handed it to me.
Here, take this with you and use it to journal about your thoughts, feelings, whatever garbage you're carrying around. You'll be surprised how much lighter you'll feel when you get it all out there.
Nah, I'm not a writer, so I don't think... She slammed the book into my hands.
Take it. Don't argue. I've watched you struggle with this for years. If you really want to move on, you need a way to let all that stuff from the past go, or it'll keep you anchored. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about.
I slumped in my chair, unable to come up with a valid argument. She was right. I needed to do something to get over Nash. But Lord knew, nothing I'd tried had worked. If this could help, maybe I should give it a try. I sighed loudly and accepted the book. Fine, I'll take it. but no promises that I'll actually use it. Writing in a journal wouldn't help. I could fill every page and the men in the dating pool would still be creeps, and Nash Porter would still be the bane of my existence.
Chapter 4. Nash. My truck bounced along the bumpy dirt road, over a rickety bridge, and up a hill through the woods, until I finally ended up at Gladys's cabin. It was a cozy old log cabin, with 2 bedrooms, and overlooked the lake. The property had quite a bit of land. You could reach the lake by walking down the hill and through the woods, but the views from the cabin on the top of the hill were spectacular. Even though most people would have built the cabin closer to the lake, I believed they knew what they were doing and picked the perfect spot, which was probably why it was still standing over 100 years later. I found the key hidden in a rock in front of the cabin, right where Lainey said it would be. After unlocking the door, I unloaded my truck, bringing in my power tools, toolbox, and materials I'd need for the morning projects. With my duffel bag slung over my shoulder, I checked out the bedrooms. One contained some miscellaneous junk left by the owners, mostly boxes stacked along the back wall. This would be a good place to store my tools and supplies. The other room was in better shape and still had a bed set up. Guess this is where I'll be sleeping. I tossed my bag onto the bed, and a cloud of dust rose around it. Oof! I hope I can find some clean sheets. I opened the windows to get some air and let the dust clear. The main part of the cabin was fairly empty. Lainey helped me carry some of the remaining furniture out to the garage when we were here the other day. The first thing on my list was to tear out all the flooring. Part of it was disgusting low-pile carpet that had seen better days. The kitchen had beat-up linoleum. Who knows how long those had been there. Probably wouldn't be easy to remove. And with just me working on it, the removal alone could take all day. I plugged in my old paint-splattered boombox and cranked up some of my favorites that I didn't normally get to hear. Metallica, AC/DC, Pearl Jam, Jay-Z, and one of my all-time favorites, Bob Marley. Even though I had pretty eclectic taste in music, Gabe and I were about as different as 2 men could be. I tolerated his classic country, but there was only so much twang and fiddle a guy could take. The best part about Gabe going on vacation was that I got a break from his playlist. Starting at one corner of the carpet, I pried it loose with the claw of my hammer and then yanked it loose. The carpet came up pretty easy, but the pad was firmly adhered to the subfloor. After prying all the edges loose from the tacks, I pulled a section of the carpet back, cut it loose, rolled it up, and hoisted it onto my shoulder. I unlatched the door and picked up the roll to push through the door. The top corner of the door stuck, and I had to ram the carpet against the door to get it to open. When it finally gave way, I heard a yell outside.
Ah! Watch where you're going, why don't you?
I dropped the carpet and found Raven on the ground beneath the steps. Anger radiated from her like a blast furnace. Even at 6 feet away, it felt more intense and potent than usual, if that was possible. Her short jet-black hair was chin-length in the front and shorter in back, and hung in her face, barely hiding her expression. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. She blew her hair from her face and looked at me with darts shooting out her blue eyes.
That's all you can say? Thanks for the concern, you careless cad. Yes, I'm fine. Just bruised my butt and probably sprained my wrist. But no worries.
She rolled onto her knees and then pushed to stand, brushing off her well-worn cut-off jean shorts. She winced as her hand moved over her backside. I shouldn't be watching so intently. Should just continue what I was doing. She obviously didn't want my attention. I looked her up and down, from her pale, slender legs to her ruffled head, just to make sure she wasn't injured. She was such a tiny thing. My gaze returned to her face, flushed with anger. She might be small, but she was fierce. "Sorry, Tweet. Are you okay? I honestly didn't expect anyone else to be here. Gladys told me I'd have the place to myself."
Oh, really? She told me the same thing.
Well, obviously I'm here to fix the place up to sell. I've already started tearing things out. What are you doing here?
Gladys commissioned me to do a painting of the cabin, so she has something to remember it by. She told me I had to start today.
Same.
I smell a setup.
Raven's mouth twisted to one side and her nose twitched. What I smelled was Raven's signature minty scent, different from any mint I'd ever come across, but I couldn't tell you how. Even the smallest whiff of it got me going. But now was not the time to indulge my attraction to her. In fact, it couldn't be worse. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, turned away from me, and surveyed the yard, clearly avoiding looking my direction. Not that I wanted her to look at me. No, that wouldn't help either of us. It would be easier if she just left. You're probably right. Why don't you come back when I'm done with the renovation? She shook her head, her lips pressed in a hard line.
No can do, Captain Clueless. Gladys was firm on it being these dates. I can't afford to lose this commission by not following her specifications.
She paced in front of the steps, mulling over how to handle this. Then she stopped and faced me with her hands clenched at her sides.
I'll start outside with preliminary sketches. I'm sure you have plenty to do inside. If we stay out of each other's way, we should both be able to do what we were hired to do. That's if you can keep from knocking me over again.
If you stay out of my way, I won't have to. She jammed her hands to her hips and flinched. Gingerly, she moved her wrist back and forth and opened and closed her hand. Are you sure you're okay?
I'll be fine.
Raven turned away from me, yanked her bag off the ground using her other hand. The bag must have fallen there in the kerfuffle. Under her breath, she mumbled,
As if you care, cold-hearted cactus.
She whistled for her dog.
Come on, Munch. We've got work to do.
She stomped back to her car to unload her supplies, with her goofy mutt trotting happily alongside of her. I picked up the roll of carpet and heaved it into the rollaway dumpster I'd had delivered yesterday. Returning to the cabin, I slammed the door behind me. Ugh! Why did she always affect me this way? And why couldn't I be nice to her and show her I care? That woman brought out the absolute worst in me, another reason to stay away. Her arrival changed everything. So much for my peaceful working getaway. Raven was the antithesis of peace. I was a pretty laid-back guy, but whenever she's around, I turned into an absolute ogre. I did my best to be a good guy. I had a squeaky clean reputation and a solid business. Everyone liked and respected me. Everyone but Raven. Best case scenario, she works on her picture all day and then goes home. Everyone's happy. Okay, that's a stretch, but at least we both walk out of here alive. Worst case scenario, let's not even go there.
Chapter 5, Raven. Back at my car, I danced back and forth on my feet. Man, I really need to pee. Now. The grande latte that got me moving this morning and kept me awake on the drive had apparently gone right through me, which was why I'd been running through the cabin door without looking where I was going, and got knocked on my butt by that overgrown man-child. Eesh. Now what am I going to do? I'll wet my pants if I have to wait any longer. I looked around. The property was wooded, and there weren't any close neighbors. Maybe I could just go behind a tree. That way I wouldn't have to deal with that tool belt wearing troglodyte. But I hated going without toilet paper, especially when there was a cabin right there. My kidneys started to ache, and my bladder screamed at me. I didn't know how much longer I could hold it. Simple solution. Go inside and use the bathroom. Fine, I yelled to my nagging inner self. But if he says anything to me, I can't be responsible for my actions. I grabbed the bouquet of flowers from the front seat and ran inside the cabin. Munch ran right along with me, like we were going for a daily jog. The moment I burst through the door, I froze in my tracks. Nash stood on the other side of the room, removing his button-down shirt and revealing a tight t-shirt that clung to his muscles as he moved. And holy guacamole, was he ripped. Every drop of moisture in my mouth dried up. His short, dark hair was dusty from carrying the dirty carpet, making me want to reach up and brush the dirt off him. He looked up at me, and the corner of his mouth curved into a teasing half-smile.
Oh, you didn't have to bring me flowers.
That snapped me out of my stare, and back to my sarcastic attitude of defense. They're not for you, Dr. Delusional. They're for me. I held a hand up to stop him from saying another word. I just need the bathroom. Please tell me the plumbing in this place works. He gestured toward an open door down the hall.
To be honest, I haven't even checked the plumbing yet. Let me know if you see anything that needs to be fixed.
Wasting no time, I rushed past him and slammed the door of the bathroom. I sighed out loud with exquisite relief for my organs and my dignity. Wetting myself in front of Nash, of all people, would have been mortifying. He'd never let me hear the end of it. Rather than spend another moment out there searching for a vase to put the flowers in, I filled the sink with cold water and left them in the bathroom.
Glad you made it. I was worried I'd have to get out the mop. Actually, this place probably doesn't even have one.
Nash smirked.
Everything work all right, Tweet?
Bite me, I sniped and stomped back out the door with my dog on my heels. I retrieved my art supplies and a folding chair from my car, fuming all the while. Ugh, that man. And he had the nerve to call me by that nickname he gave me when we were kids. Like I'm still that annoying little 9-year-old in braids and cut-off jeans, following him and Rowan around, trying to be one of the guys. They teased me mercilessly, and I just kept going back for more. Pathetic. Of all the people in all the world, why does he have to be the one to interrupt my solitude here? I was looking forward to spending this time away to clear my head and realign my priorities. Now I can't even enjoy the flowers I got for myself. If they wouldn't have wilted in 5 minutes out here in the heat, I'd have brought them outside with me. How can I concentrate on giving up men and focusing on myself when the man I'm trying to forget is right here? I walked around the property trying to find the viewpoint and angle to best showcase this place for Gladys. Yet, no matter where I looked, there was Nash. My heart seized in my chest along with that usual pang. Gazing at him with his deeply tanned skin glistening in the sun, and dark soulful eyes with sable undertones and sienna inflections like embers glowing in the heart of a smoldering fire. I could watch him all day without any notice of time passing. But my heart couldn't handle that. Too bad I can't just position myself facing the lake and pretend the cabin and its infuriating contractor don't exist. I can't pack up and go home either. Not only did I not want to let Gladys down, but I needed this commission to pay for my car repairs. I'm sure Tilly was aware of that too. She seemed to know everything. Tilly. Ugh! I tipped my head back and groaned at the sky. I'd always liked Tilly and thought of her as an ally, but a friend wouldn't do something like this. I looked over at Munch, his head tipped to the side, trying to figure me out or determine if I'd lost it. Tilly's gonna get a piece of my mind the next time I see her, Munch. I can promise you that. How could she do this to me? Munch stretched and curled up on a shady patch of grass. Right. I need to do what I came here to do. The sooner I finish this commission, the sooner I can go home. I set up my easel and chair, got out my sketchbook, and started drawing the preliminary composition. Gladys didn't specify exactly what she wanted, but I understood it needed to be a realistic rendition, one that would inspire fond memories for her and her family. Okay, I'm a professional. I've worked in less than desirable conditions before. I can do this. You gotta admit the view isn't too bad. Nash was carrying another roll of carpet out the door. His biceps bulged and his back flexed through his t-shirt. His tool belt hung from the waist of his well-worn jeans. Oh, those jeans. Sigh. That's the problem. The view was too good. As an artist, I appreciated beauty wherever I found it, and Nash was a beautiful man. Simple as that. Warning. Warning. Keep your distance, Raven. A volcano is mesmerizing too from a distance. True. I learned that lesson the hard way. Burned me good. Never again. A memory flashed through my mind. The exhilarating high of kissing Nash, followed immediately by the crushing blow of him pushing me away, wiping it from his lips, and disappearing through the woods. Then the pain searing through me as I sink to the ground, sobbing. When the tears had finally stopped, I vowed to never let him hurt me again. Never let myself be that vulnerable. That day, an impenetrable armor formed around my heart to keep me safe. And yet he still got to me. Every time. All you need to do is keep your feelings under wraps, and you're mad going strong until you get back home. You'll be okay. Right. That's what I always did. Rolling my shoulders and shaking out my arms, I took a deep breath and steeled my spine, ready to get to work. That cretinous cockroach would not get the best of me. Not this time.
Chapter 6, Nash. Oof. Why does it have to be so blasted hot in here? I grabbed a bottle of water out of my cooler, my second of the day. It seemed like overkill when I put 3 cases of it in my truck this morning, but it actually might not be enough to get me through a few days in this heat. Lifting the bottom of my shirt, I wiped the sweat off my brow to keep it from dripping down my face. The humidity had to be close to 90%. Even with the windows open, it felt like a sauna. I rolled the cold bottle across my forehead and looked up to see Raven staring at me from outside. A secret thrill moved through me. My ego had me lifting my shirt one more time and flexing my abs to give her a better show. Shameless, I know. She immediately turned back to her work, hiding behind her canvas. I laughed, imagining her seething about getting caught. Nothing brought me more joy than getting Raven riled up. Most of the time, she was hostile toward me. She obviously hated me, but catching her looking told me she wasn't completely repulsed. I took that as a win. Not that I could do anything about it. I swore to myself and to Rowan that I'd stay away from his sisters. My best friend had no idea that the only woman I'd ever wanted, and couldn't get out of my head, no matter how hard I tried, was his sister, Raven. As difficult as it was to stay away from Raven, it was even more challenging to keep my feelings from Rowan, especially now that he was back with Elle, the love of his life and disgustingly happy. Like all happy couples, they wanted me to join the same club. It hadn't been so bad when neither of us wanted to date anyone. Yeah, he frequently nudged me to ask someone out. Most of the time, I told him I was too busy, or wasn't interested. Both were true, but not the real reason. And sometimes I did date just to get him off my back and keep him from suspecting anything. It was a good thing Raven was perpetually mad at me. That kept us both safe. If she'd been the least bit nice to me in the last decade, I wouldn't have been able to resist. Thank God she can work outside while she's here. I scooped up a pile of crumbled carpet pad and dumped it into the bin. The carpet came up easily, but the pad had to be scraped away, bit by grueling bit. It took me all morning to complete the task. The subfloor was now clear and ready for the new flooring, but the old kitchen linoleum still had to come out before I could work on the next phase of the renovation. A rumble of thunder sounded in the distance. I looked out the window and saw the sky clouding up. The weather reports gave a 20% chance of rain today. It'll most likely miss us. With my music blaring, I focused on the next area of the tear-out. The linoleum was so old it wouldn't peel back. I had to chisel it off the subfloor with a long-handled scraper. Putting all of my energy and frustration into my work, I didn't notice the rain until the door flew open and Raven and her mutt barged in. She set her canvas and bin of supplies onto the floor and then pulled a sketchbook out from under her shirt.
Munch, stay here. I have to run out to get my chair and easel.
I watched as she darted back outside. She got about halfway back to the cabin when the skies opened up. Raven, being Raven, set the chair and easel on the porch and stepped back out into the rain. She opened her arms wide and tipped her head back, letting the cool rain wash over her. She pushed her hair away from her eyes and allowed the rain to slick it back. Her tank top and shorts were soaked in an instant, along with her black combat boots. But she didn't care in the least and so free, so spontaneous. I'd always envied the way she did what she wanted, without worrying what others thought. She seemed to know who she was at an early age, and remained true to that, no matter what. It's part of what drew me to her, even back when we were kids. Opposite of her, in pretty much every way, I did my best to blend in, to belong, and to avoid attracting attention to myself. It was safer that way, but I always wished I were more like Raven. God, how I longed to join her out in the rain, even to simply rinse the dirt and sweat off my overheated body. Watching her out the window, I felt like a voyeur, but the beauty of her in that moment, I was unable to pull myself away. This was as close as I could get to sharing it with her. Rain splashed onto her face and into her mouth. She danced with her body twirling in slow motion, her eyes closed in ecstatic reverie, a peaceful smile adorning her face. She was an angel. I'd never say it to her face or to anyone else. But beneath her attitude and bravado was something more, something that stole the breath right out of my lungs. But then, she opened her eyes and caught me gawking. Sure, I tried to play it off. Pretended to wipe something off the window pane. Didn't fool her, though. Her face transformed back into the tempestuous tigress I was used to seeing. The door flung open, and she stood dripping onto the wood subfloor. She shook her head wildly, not unlike Munch would do, flinging water droplets all around her. Hey, you're messing up my clean floor. I tried to sound grumpy, but probably confirmed the dork that I was. She looked down at the bare plywood subfloor, riddled with patches of glue and pad that wouldn't come off.
I love what you've done with the place. They say distressed flooring is in style, but I don't think they meant it literally. Gladys wouldn't happen to have some towels stashed in here somewhere, would she?
I pointed to a room down the hall. Check the guest room. She told me there was a box labeled linen closet with sheets for the bed. Maybe there'll be towels in there too. A few minutes later, she came back rubbing her hair with a towel. When she'd got it as dry as she could, she patted her soaked clothes. Even soaking wet, she still gave off the fresh minty scent that was uniquely Raven. I hope you have other clothes, I grumbled.
I do, but they're in the car. I'll just wait it out, and when the rain slows down, I'll head home.
You're going home in this?
Not right now, but I'm sure it'll die down in a bit, and then I'll make a break for it.
I peered out the window. Dark clouds enshrouded the sky, making it look hours later than it was. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed. It was a deluge out there. Good luck with that. Her posture stiffened to match her resolve.
I said that's what I'm going to do, so I'll do it. You'll see.
No sense drying off then. You might as well make a break for it now, before it gets worse. The indignant expression on her face gave me a burst of satisfaction.
Come on, Munch. Race you to the car.
She and her dog sprinted out the door to her car. I watched, waiting for her car to come to life and back out of the driveway. But it didn't happen. What was she doing? Agitated, I mumbled, "It isn't going to lighten up, Raven, if that's what you're waiting for." A few minutes later, Raven and Munch plunged into the room, soaking wet again. This time she carried bags with her that she had retrieved from her car. In an attempt to cover up my awkwardness, I had to give her a hard time. "Hey, you two are making puddles all over this fancy floor." She bent over at the waist and looked over at Munch.
Ready, Munch?
They both started shaking their heads and bodies. Water splattered all over the room. Much better, I couldn't help but smile. Decide I was right and it's too treacherous for driving?
No, I could drive in this, no problem. But apparently Clive disagrees.
Clive?
My car. Of all times, he chooses now to protest starting.
A chuckle erupted from me. Protest starting? You mean that rusted bucket of bolts finally gave up the ghost?
Clive is not dead. He's just resting.
You mean like your fish rested on his back on the bottom of your fishbowl back in grade school?
He woke up the next day, just needed a good nap.
I smiled at the memory. You still believe that?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
I shook my head and walked back to the kitchen to get back to work. Rowan and I had scooped out her dead fish and replaced it with a new identical one. It hadn't taken much to convince Rowan to help me make the swap. He thought it would be a good prank on his sister, but my motives were different.
You tricked me, didn't you? Did Felix die and you lied, letting me believe he woke up?
I picked up my scraper and went back to scraping the linoleum, trying hard to keep a lid on my feelings. I was a pro at that, normally. Still standing on the other side of the room, she stomped her wet boot to get my attention.
How could you do that to me? What an insensitive brute. You were mean to me even back then.
I've never been mean to you, Tweet. I kept my voice steady and my eyes on what I was doing.
Look me in the eye and tell me you had nothing to do with Felix's resurrection.
I kept chipping away at the floor, unable to look at her.
I knew it.
She moved closer and glared at me with her hands on her hips.
So you thought it'd be funny to pull a fast one on me, huh? Bet you had a good laugh over that. The only thing you'd have liked better would have been if I'd have caught on. Then you would have rubbed it in and teased me about it forever.
My fingers tightened around the scraper to keep from reaching out and touching her. Let it go, Tweet. You've got it all wrong.
I don't think I do. You live to torment me, Senor Spite. Always have.
Whatever. I chipped away at the flooring. Munch pounced on a scrap of carpet pad I had missed and ran around shaking it in his mouth, proud of his conquest. He dropped it at my feet. I recognized this game and tossed it across the room for him to fetch. Raven, however, was not distracted by this or ready to let go of her argument.
What about the time you and Rowan stole the cookies from the kitchen, just when I was about to take one? Brought them up into your treehouse and pulled up the ladder. Then you two stood at the window stuffing your mouths full and moaning about how good they were.
She had me there. We did do that. Just to rile her up, it didn't take much to get her going. Still doesn't. I tossed you one to get you to stop your whining.
You threw it into the dirt on purpose.
I was 10. What do you expect?
What about when you held me down so Rowan could dangle spit from his mouth right over my face and then suck it back in just before it hit me?
That was all Rowan.
You were a willing accomplice, and thus just as guilty.
So you judge me by the idiotic things I did in my youth. Is that fair?
I don't see much has changed.
Of course you don't, but I haven't done anything like that to you since middle school.
I knew you were a despicable fiend, but I didn't realize you were such a liar.
I may be a lot of things, Tweet, but I'm not a liar. We give each other a hard time and banter back and forth. That's what we do. But I've never been mean to you, and I turned away. The memory of my worst and biggest lie popped into my head. She was right. I was a liar. Especially when it came to what mattered most.
Come on, Lord lies a lot. You couldn't even say it out loud. The lie dried up on your tongue, didn't it?
That's exactly what happened, but I couldn't admit that to her. We're both here to work. Why don't you let me get back to mine?
I'll gladly leave you to your work after you give my car a jump so I can get out of here.
Sorry, Tweet, not gonna happen.
What? Are you kidding me? You won't even help me when I need it. Unbelievable.
You really think it's safe to be standing outside in a thunderstorm, holding a pair of metal jumper cables, hooking them up in the pouring rain, and running electricity through them? If you want to electrocute yourself, be my guest, but I won't help you do it.
Humph.
Her shoulders sank. She looked out the window with a dejected expression on her face.
Well, as soon as it stops raining, I'm out of here.
I looked up to the heavens. If there is anyone up there, please do something about this storm, so we both make it out of here unscathed. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed, rattling the entire place. Rain poured down in sheets. All I could see was gray. I returned my gaze to the sky. Thanks for nothing.
Chapter 7. Raven. Infuriating man. The room seemed to shrink and I couldn't keep still. Every muscle knotted because of that man. I needed some space and time alone. It didn't even matter where. I just had to get away. From Nash. A homicide scene would not add to the charm of the property. I stomped out of the room and into the guest bedroom, only to find it filled with boxes, tools, and materials for the renovation. The next room was the bedroom, with Nash's duffel bag and jacket on the bed. I ended up in the bathroom with the sink full of flowers. I lowered the lid on the toilet and sank down, my elbows on my knees and heat in my hands. Gah! I hated how I turned into a loathsome shrew whenever he was near. Yeah, my personality wasn't everyone's cup of tea. But my parents instilled manners and decency in me from an early age, so I knew how to get along with people. Everyone but Nash. I lied when I said he was always mean to me. He was actually nice to me when Rowan wasn't around. But when they were together, they made it their mission to find new ways to torture me. That duplicity always confused me, and I never knew what to expect from Nash. And now I was trapped with him in this tiny cabin, which seemed to be getting smaller by the second. The storm continued to rage outside, rattling the windows and pounding on the rooftop. No matter how much I prayed for it to blow over, it didn't seem like it would be letting up anytime soon. Not that it mattered, since my car refused to start, and it was already getting dark outside. I'd have to find a way out of here tomorrow. My phone showed 1 bar, so I sent a message in the family group chat. Me. Just in case you were wondering, I'm stuck at Gladys's cabin until the storm blows over. Dad. Are you okay? Do you have everything you need? Me. I'm fine. I brought stuff along in case I wanted to stay a couple of days. Mom. But you're alone in this big storm. Rowan. I thought Nash was renovating Gladys's cabin this week. Me. Yeah, he's here too. Junie. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Me. We're both still alive, but the night is young. No promises. Jasper. My money's on you, Rave. Mom. Tilly always says everything happens for a reason. Maybe things are finally coming together. Me. Don't talk to me about Tilly. She and I are gonna have words. Junie. Stranded together during a storm. How romantic. Sky. Finally. Go Rave. Rowan. What are you two talking about? All they do is fight. Jasper. This could be the bloodbath of the century. Storm. I'm here for you, sis. Let me know if you need defense counsel. Me. Thanks, Stormy. Just might need it. Sky. Men are so dense. Junie. I second that. Mom. Keep us posted on how you're doing, Raven. Me. As long as I have a phone signal, I will. Dad. Charge your phone now in case you lose power. Me. Yeah. I closed the chat and went to find my charger, grateful for the reminder. I'm notorious for letting my phone die under normal conditions. What was I thinking putting that message in the family chat? I should have just sent it to Mom. Of course, my siblings would give me a hard time. It's what they do. Rookie mistake. Nash really had me off my game. As I was plugging my phone in, it buzzed with a new message. Cass. How's your getaway with yourself going? Are you head over heels yet? Me. Not exactly. You won't believe what happened. Cass. Don't tease me, just spill. Me. Gladys hired someone to renovate the cabin at the same time. Cass. Same time as what? Me. As I'm doing the painting. Cass. So you're not alone? Me. Nope. Cass. Who? Wait a minute. It's your favorite tool belt wearer, isn't it? Please tell me I'm right. I didn't respond. Cass. OMG. I can't believe this. Me. I can't either. Cass. This could be perfect. Me. So much for my solo retreat. Cass. No. Remember I said you should tell Nash how you feel. Now is your chance. Me. No way. I can't take another rejection from him, especially not when I have no way to escape afterward. Cass. Good point. You never know what might happen in such close quarters, though. Me. Yeah. One of us might die. Cass. Or you might finally act on your feelings instead of running from them. Or maybe he will. Me. Don't hold your breath. Cass. Stranger things have happened. Me. Gotta go, Cass. Give your grandma a hug for me. Cass. Will do, and don't forget the journal I gave you. I want every detail. Me. I thought that was for self-reflection. Cass. Dual purpose. Besides, that was before I knew you'd have something interesting to report. Every detail. No way was I sharing the contents of my journal with anyone, not even Cass. My private thoughts were just that, private. I set my phone on a windowsill so it could continue to charge while I worked on my sketch. The bedroom wasn't big enough for my easel and was a little too dark. I had no choice but to set up out in the main living area. Since Nash was working in the kitchen, I chose a corner of the living room that did not have a view of the kitchen. It didn't have the best lighting, but I'd sacrifice that for decreased distraction, especially this kind of distraction. As I worked, I couldn't stop thinking about what Cass said. We were in really close quarters. What if something happened between us? Did I want it to? No, absolutely not. Like I told Cass, I wasn't about to let him break my heart again. Like you'd say no if he wanted to kiss you. And just like that, I imagined Nash kissing me, my hands roving over his muscular chest and then squeezing his biceps. His dark eyes like a starless night and just as alluring. One of my hands slides up over his shoulder to the back of his head, feeling the softness of his closely shorn hair. A soft moan escaped from my lips.
What was that tweet?
A deep voice ripped me back to the present. Oh man. How could I have gotten so sucked into a daydream about the man, I completely forgot he was here? Get it together, Raven. Yeah, what do you want? I barked. My mom's voice sounded in my head, chastising me for my rudeness. I shook my head to clear it of the daydream and my mom. What is wrong with me? Sorry, you caught me deep in thought. What were you asking me?
I brought some bottled water in a cooler and wondered if you wanted one.
That'd be great, thanks. He handed me a cold bottle, wet with condensation. I opened it up and took a drink. Ah, water never tasted so good. As it slid down my throat, I moved the bottle to my cheek and forehead, both flushed with heat. It really wasn't that hot inside. The room had cooled from the light breeze coming through the window. The temperature had dropped significantly with the storm. But my warmth had nothing to do with the air temperature. No, I was giving up men, no matter how hot they made me. I was going to date myself, bring myself flowers, take myself to dinner at fancy restaurants, or have a simple picnic on a hilltop with a picturesque view. I could bring a sketchbook along on all of my dates, and I wouldn't even complain if I forget to engage in conversation or got so consumed by what I was drawing that I neglected my date. No, I'd be the most accepting and understanding date I'd ever had. Most importantly, I wouldn't ever break my own heart or say kissing myself was a mistake and can't ever happen again. No kissing whatsoever when dating oneself. That's the downside, I admit, but I'll just have to live with that. You're okay with never being kissed? A rogue voice inside me asked. Better than having my heart ripped out and crushed. Nope, not doing that again. No matter how close Nash was, or how good he looked, all hot and sweaty, and muscles rippling. Nope, not interested.
Chapter 8. Nash. Chipping the last bits of the linoleum off the floor, my phone pinged with a message. Rowan. Sorry to hear you're stuck with Raven. Hope she doesn't drive you insane. Glad you're there to watch out for her, though. How do I respond to that? Guilt had been gnawing away at me for years, not only for the feelings I had for my best friend's little sister, but for lying and keeping it from him. He trusted me, which made me feel horrible. My gut spasmed. I'm surprised I don't have an ulcer. Me, no problem. Just tell him it's really not that complicated. No way. I couldn't risk losing my best friend, the closest thing I have to a brother, over a woman, no matter how much I wanted her. It was just not worth it. I'll never forget watching Rowan beat the crap out of a couple of our teammates in high school for commenting about how hot his sisters were. Rowan made us all swear to never even think about dating his sisters. He's not a violent guy, but he's extremely protective of his sisters, and I can't blame him. I can protect Raven and be loyal to my friend by keeping my distance. Easier said than done in a 500-square-foot cabin. After picking up the pile of flooring and dumping it into the trash, I got out the broom to sweep and see if I missed any spots. The stove and refrigerator had already been removed, which made my job a lot easier than having to work around them. The storm continued to rage outside. Trees swayed violently in the wind. Thunder and lightning rumbled and flashed as the rain came down almost sideways. Even though the sun hadn't set yet, the skies were dark as night. It was the worst storm I'd experienced in years, maybe ever. Despite the darkness and raging storm, Raven sat in the far corner of the living room, intensely focused on her work. Her dog curled up at her feet, snoring loudly. He'd been nervous with the loud booms of thunder earlier, but he seemed to have been lulled to sleep by the steady rain. All of a sudden, Raven started waving her right hand around, holding her nose with the other. Her face twisted in a disgusted expression.
Munch, oh my gosh, what did you eat? It smells like something died. And I'll be next if I don't get some air.
She rushed over to the window, lifted it open all the way, and put her face right up to the screen and inhaled deeply a few times.
Okay. I think I'll live. Did Gladys leave a fan in here by any chance?
I plugged my nose. I wish. It's wafted over to me now. I wouldn't be surprised if the paint begins to peel off the cabinets. If only we could use his superpower for good.
He's got some powerful mojo, all right, but I don't know if I'd call it a superpower.
He can clear a room without making a move. Very stealthy, if you ask me. Munch lifted his head and gave us an innocent look. Raven fanned the air with her hand.
Yeah, don't give me that, Munch. You know what you did. I bet deep down you're proud of it, too.
We laughed. That was the first interaction we'd had that day that didn't end in her getting angry at me. Progress. Munch laid back down and resumed his nap. Raven returned her attention back to her picture. I forced myself to look away. The expression on her face an hour ago when I'd offered her water was about the sexiest thing I'd ever seen. Her face all flushed and her red lips forming a dreamy smile. I'd kill to know what she'd been thinking about. I looked around to see what I could do next that wouldn't disturb her, and to keep myself from staring at her. Maybe if I moved to the bedroom, I could concentrate. The paneling needed to go, along with all the trim. The trim had to come off to get to the paneling, so that was where I'd start. I grabbed my hammer from my tool belt and began tearing away the baseboard trim along the bottom of the walls. My mind flashed to the day I met Rowan. I had just moved to town from the city. Didn't know a soul. A scrawny, timid kid who was different from everyone else. Not only was I new, an outsider, but I was an only child of a single mom. The town looked down upon that sort of thing, whispered behind our backs as they speculated about our story. And in this tiny, predominantly Scandinavian town, my dark hair and complexion stood out, making me an easy target. That old queasiness I'd felt for so long returned, and my stomach roiled. Best to lock those memories away, like I usually did. We'd left the city to get out of our gang and drug-infested neighborhood. Mom didn't want me to get sucked into that kind of life. Little did she know, or maybe she did, that I'd already been singled out, taunted, threatened, and beaten up, right on our block. I'd kept that to myself because she had enough to worry about, but I'd been more than happy to leave and start over in a new town, at least until I'd started school. The bullying began the very first day. Like sharks, they smelled the fear and new blood in the water. The biggest kid in school, sneering, a push to the chest, my butt in the dirt stinging, taunts ringing in my ears. I was tough, but alone. Until another kid slammed his fist into the bigger kid's face, sent him running, and held out a hand to pull me up from the dirt. Rowan and I had been best buds and nearly inseparable ever since. Once we became friends, the bullying stopped, but I still felt like the one square on Sesame Street. Which one of these just doesn't belong here? Me. Rowan's been the most constant person in my life besides my mom. Always there for me, and his whole family has always treated me like one of their own. I practically grew up on that farm. I owed them far more than I could ever repay. I couldn't disrespect them or break their trust by getting involved with Raven, no matter how badly I wanted to. Besides, I'd never be good enough for her anyway. But that didn't stop me from enjoying the view. Peeking through the doorway, I caught a glimpse of her biting her lip in thought as she studied her paper. And then, leaning in toward the canvas, the tip of her tongue poked out the side of her mouth in rapt concentration. I'd been admiring her from afar for years, but never in seclusion like this. Never without the possibility of someone walking in and ruining the moment. Maybe it's time to make your move. Tell her how you feel. My chest tightened, and my body quivered inside. The moment I'd been dreaming about for so long was right in front of me. The racing of my heart made me pull back and lean against the wall, out of sight, to catch my breath. No matter how powerful my feelings were for Raven, I owed it to Rowan. My scrawny, bullied self owed it to Rowan, to stay away from her. I sighed and took another quick peek at the object of my affection before forcing myself to get back to work. Being with her would be a dream, but that's all it could ever be.
Chapter 9, Raven. My preliminary sketch was complete. I'd started painting the background, but the lighting was terrible with only one weak ceiling light and dark rain clouds completely blocking out the sun. I couldn't do any more to this painting until I had more light. I rinsed out my brushes and put away my supplies, setting my palette of oils on top so they wouldn't get smeared. The surface of the paint would dry, but I'd still be able to use the paint underneath. I left the canvas on the easel, ready to paint more tomorrow. Hopefully the sun would be out by then, and I could go back outside. Munch hadn't been out all afternoon, so I walked with him out to the porch. Rain was still coming down hard, so Munch didn't go far. He left the steps, did his business, and came right back. I looked around the cabin. There wasn't a TV, books, or anything to do, not even a deck of cards. It wasn't in my nature to sit and do nothing. I always had to be busy. Going from window to window, I watched puddles forming outside. The lawn was turning into a pond. It's a good thing the cabin is on top of the hill, I said, and not down by the lake, or we'd be flooded. Nash peered out the window where he was removing trim.
Yeah, makes me wonder how the dirt road and bridge leading up to this place are faring.
I sucked in a gasp. I hadn't thought of that. We might be trapped here longer than I thought. Do you really think they could get flooded? He raised his brows and shrugged his shoulders.
I got an alert on my phone a little while ago for a flash flood warning in this area. So who knows?
As much as I wanted to keep my distance from Nash, watching the weather would only make me anxious. I needed something to distract me. Do you have something I can do? It's too dark for me to paint, and I'll go steer crazy with nothing to occupy myself with. If he was surprised by my offer, he didn't show it. He handed me a hammer.
I assume you know how to use this.
I pointed the hammer at him, not about to let him patronize me. I'll have you know, you chauvinistic chicken nugget, I make all my own stretcher frames and even some of my display frames. I know how to use all kinds of tools and am quite handy in the woodshop.
Fair enough, we need to remove all the trim.
He pointed to the wood around the windows, doors, and along the top and bottom of the walls.
Once that's all off, we can tear off the paneling.
Will you be using the trim again?
Nope, it'll all go in the dumpster, so it doesn't matter if it cracks when you take it off. For right now, just pile it along that wall. I'll take it outside when the rain stops.
I was actually wondering if I could have some of it to make frames later.
Take whatever you want. I have no use for it.
I took the hammer and started prying away the pieces around the window on the opposite side of the room from Nash, careful not to damage the wood so I could use it later. It wasn't hard work, so in a half hour we'd removed all the trim from the living room and bedroom. We skipped the bathroom, kitchen, and guest room for the moment. "What's next, boss?" I asked. A crooked half smile appeared on Nash's face.
How would you like to take your aggression out on the paneling?
"Can I Hulk smash it?" I asked, holding my hammer like a weapon.
If you want to, but it'll be more effective to loosen it up with the claw and rip it with your hands. I have an extra pair of gloves you can wear.
Effective schmective. I've been cooped up in this shoebox with you all day. I might have a little extra aggression to spare, and smashing seems like it would be more fun.
Smash away then, and don't forget to grunt out loud as you do it. Makes you stronger.
I looked at the hammer in my hand. All right, Mjolnir, let's show him what we can do. With both hands on the hammer, I swung at the middle of the wall with all my might and let out a loud guttural groan. The hammer barely dented the wood but sent a reverberation through my body. I shook my hand out. My injured wrist did not appreciate that move. A chuckle spurted from Nash's lips.
Are you okay?
Of course, that was a practice swing, just getting a feel for it.
Well, you might want to move over about 6 inches because I'm pretty sure you hit the stud.
With that, he disappeared into the bedroom, and I heard the creak of wood and nails through the wall. I did as he suggested and took another swing. This time, the head of my hammer went right through, leaving a hole in the panel. I smiled with pride and continued to widen the hole with each hit. To maximize the effect, I grunted loudly with each blow, listing every reason I had for wanting to slam the hammer into Nash instead of the wall. This is for rejecting me. Whack. This is for all the times you teased me. Whack. This is for all the times you confused me with kindness. Whack. This is for getting all gorgeous and muscle-bound. Whack. And for making my brain go all haywire so I can't think straight. Whack. For turning me into a dreadful harpy anytime you're around. Whack. This is for ruining me for dating anyone else. Whack. And this is for making it impossible for me to get over you. Whack.
Tweet? We don't need to take out the entire wall. You go any further and you'll make a new window.
I looked up, blinking. The paneling was gone, and I was pounding on the outer wall. Oops, guess I was in the zone. Boy, had I been. Better than years of talk therapy, and much cheaper. I felt calmer than I'd felt since I arrived. Maybe I needed to find ways to release aggression like this every day, or at least every time I was around Nash.
Why don't you take the claw and loosen the edges, then you can get your Hulk on by ripping the rest of it off.
I tore off the rest of the panel. It wasn't nearly as therapeutic, but it was still satisfying to clear such a big section. Since these pieces were being trashed, it didn't matter if they got wet. We tossed them out the door into a pile on the ground.
Hey, Tweet, can you help me in here?
I walked into the bedroom to find Nash standing next to the bed. I swallowed a lump in my throat. My brain short-circuited again, and I stared at him like an idiot.
We need to move this bed out of the room so I have room to work. Can you grab the other side of this mattress? We'll set it in the middle of the living room for now.
My brain still hadn't come online, but I grabbed the edge of the mattress and followed his lead. The mattress got stuck in the door.
Drop your side and we'll stand it up and carry it through.
Duh. What's wrong with me? Maybe the aggression I released took my sense with it or rattled a screw loose. Come on, Raven. Pull yourself together. This is no time to lose your mind. With the mattress standing on its side, we stood in the middle and tried to lift it. The energy crackled between us. Nash looked at me, only 6 inches between us. Our eyes locked, and we seemed to be stuck in the moment. Much like the mattress, Nash was the first to break the spell. He moved to the end of the mattress.
I'll take this end, you take that one. We just need to lift it a little off the floor to keep it from dragging.
I followed his direction, but as I watched him, looking even better after a full day's work, all sweaty and dirty, my resistance weakened. Apparently, my walls had come down with the paneling. How was I going to handle being alone with him until tomorrow? There should be a flash flood alert for my heart. Warning, proceed with caution. No, scratch that. Danger, do not cross. Safety hazard ahead. Like you'd listen. I'm one of those people who, if you say, don't look in there, that's the first thing I'm going to do. I can't help myself. And here I go again, worshipping Nash, the patron saint of sculpted muscles, power tools, and pecs, and apparently, the resurrector of floating fish. Dang rebellious spirit.
Chapter 10. Nash. Knowing Raven, I predicted being cooped up in this small space would have her bouncing off the walls in no time, so I wasn't surprised when she offered to help. But I had to admit, I enjoyed watching her attack that wall. The sight of this pint-sized woman wielding a hammer with such zeal shouldn't have been so alluring, but it was. And if watching her from across the cabin wasn't hard enough, working next to her, side by side, was even worse. She seemed a little calmer after taking all her frustrations out on the wall, and she hadn't turned her weapon onto me. Maybe we would survive this confinement after all. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten all day. I retrieved my cooler and bag of groceries from the guest room. Hey, Tweet, are you hungry?
Starved, actually, but my food is still in my car.
Take whatever you want of mine. I brought stuff for sandwiches, granola bars, chips, a bag of apples. You know, the basics.
What kind of sandwiches?
Ham and cheese and PB&J.
I'll make a PB&J if that's all right.
Help yourself.
Thanks. The next meal is on me.
She promised. I carried everything to the kitchen and unloaded what we needed onto the counter.
Well, Macho Muppet, color me impressed. You thought of everything, even a knife and paper plates.
I soaked up her veiled compliment like a drop of water in the desert, but then shrugged it off like it was no big deal. This isn't my first rodeo. I work in places like this all the time. Best to be prepared for anything.
Even a flash flood?
Pretty much. The only thing I didn't bring that I wish I had is a generator. I have one for times when the site doesn't have power, but I knew Gladys left the power on here, so I left mine at home.
Let's pray we don't need it.
We each made our sandwiches and loaded our plates. Need another bottle of water? I asked.
That'd be great. Thanks. Mine is long gone.
I pulled 2 bottles from the cooler and handed her one. Her goofy dog placed his head on my knee and gave me big, sad eyes. Then he shifted his gaze to my food and back to me again. Don't even think about it. This is my supper, big guy. Go ask your mom what she brought you to eat.
Shoot. His food's in the car too. I need to run out and get it.
She set her plate on the mattress and called Munch to go with her.
Come on, Munch. Let's go get you some food.
Do you need any help?
Nah, I got it. No sense both of us getting wet.
She darted out into the rain, Munch running alongside her. I forced myself to resist watching them out the window and kept eating instead. A few minutes later, the door burst open and Munch ran inside. Raven dragged her cooler with a couple of bags on top inside. She was loaded up like an overburdened pack mule with a backpack hanging on one shoulder and a duffel bag on the other. I said I'd help. You didn't have to carry all this yourself. She took off her jacket and rubbed her hands through her hair.
I'm used to managing on my own, and I take it as a personal challenge to be able to get it all in one load. We caught a little break in the rain, so it wasn't that bad. Didn't even get soaked this time.
You must have timed it just right. It's pouring again. Raven pulled a bucket of dog food out of a bag, along with 2 bowls. She filled one bowl with food, and the other with water, and set them on the floor for Munch. He wasted no time in scarfing it all down. He must have been famished, poor thing. I reached over and scratched Munch behind the ears.
Don't let him fool you. He always eats like that, and he's always hungry. It's part of the reason why I named him Munch. He eats everything in sight, whether he's hungry or not. You know, I have to keep him on a short leash when we go for walks, because whenever he sneaks behind a bush or something, he comes back with food. Once last winter we were on a walk, and he stuck his head in a snowbank and came up with a piece of pizza in his mouth. He's got a gift, I swear.
And here I thought you named him after me.
What?
I haven't forgotten the not-so-nice name you always called me when we were younger. Munch was the second half of that name, as I recall. Raven's mouth dropped open and she stuttered, trying to come up with a response, confirming my suspicion.
That's not true. He's named after the artist Edvard Munch.
You can sell that story to others, but I know the real reason, and I have to say I'm flattered. From the moment she got that dog, it tore at my heart to hear her call him that name, and seeing how much she adored him made it sting even more.
Of all the conceited...
Her face scrunched and flushed with anger once again.
Only you would take that as a compliment, ego boy.
Easy, Tweet. You're gonna run out of walls to smash if you're not careful.
If I do, it'll be your face that I smash next.
She slammed her fist into her palm to make her point. I tipped my head and laughed out loud. Never a dull moment with you around, that's for sure.
Nash, I have to commend you on your remarkable ability to find humor in the most mundane and unfunny situations. It's almost impressive, like watching a clown juggling socks in the rain, both baffling and utterly pointless.
Or watching you juggling stacks of bags through a storm. I pressed my lips together to keep myself from blurting that comment out loud. No need to poke the bear. After we both finished our meal and tossed our garbage into the trash, we got back to work removing the paneling. I pried away the edges of the next sheet, and a pile of letters fell onto the floor. Hey, Tweet, come look at this. She peeked her head around the door frame.
What?
Someone must have hidden letters inside the wall here. When I pried the panel away, they all fell out. She scurried over and picked them up.
They're really old. Look how yellowed the paper is.
She carefully held the edges and studied it like it was a fragile, historic artifact. I don't think you need to be so careful with them. They were stuffed in a wall for Pete's sake.
You never know. They could be important documents or letters from some famous person. We might need to turn this over to a museum or sell it at an auction for $1 million.
Slow down there. I doubt anyone famous would hide letters in the wall of a little cabin like this. They're probably just something a kid didn't want her parents or siblings to see.
We should read them to find out.
How about this? Let's work for an hour, then take a break and read one letter. That'll be our reward.
Are you always such a taskmaster?
I tipped my head and looked at her out of the corner of my eye.
All right, but I'm going to set them on the bed, so I know you're not sneaking a peek at them when I'm not looking.
How will I know you're not peeking?
You won't.
She took the letters and sauntered out of the room, waving them in the air as she went. Was it my imagination, or did that interaction seem almost flirty? No, just because she's not yelling at you doesn't mean she's flirting. Don't forget, Raven's off limits. Nothing can happen there. Good thing she's working in the other room. I ripped the panel away with more force than necessary. She might have been onto something with the smashing.
Chapter 11. Raven. It was just a stack of folded papers, probably completely insignificant, yet those letters called to me like a siren, begging to be read. My attention was now torn between Nash and the letters. How would I ever get anything done? Wedging the claw of my hammer under the edge, I loosened the section, then slid my glove fingers underneath and pulled. Rip. Demolition work was much more satisfying than I expected. I was on my third section, almost to the fireplace, when the lights went out, cloaking the cabin in darkness. I froze, unsure what to do next. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, and the entire cabin was littered with tools and debris. At least I couldn't see Nash's muscles anymore.
Power must have gone out.
Nash called out through the gloom.
I wondered when that would happen.
He emerged from the bedroom, holding a flashlight. Where'd you find that so fast?
I had one in my toolbox, and when the storm hit, I clipped it to my tool belt just in case.
You really are a Boy Scout. You prepare for everything, don't you?
I try, doesn't always work.
Nash flashed his light around the room.
If you could hold the light for me, I'll carry these pieces of paneling outside so we don't trip over them.
Okay, but I can carry some too.
You think you can hold the flashlight for both of us while carrying one of those big sheets?
Good point. I took the flashlight and shined it in front of him as he picked up each plank and carried it outside to toss onto the stack. I can't believe it's still raining.
Good thing we have plenty of food and water.
I could read between the lines. What he was really saying was that we might be here a while. How would we handle that? I stood awkwardly, shining the light on the floor between us, not knowing what to do. The only furniture was my folding chair and the bed. So, what do we do now? Nash looked around.
Let's push the bed against that wall. Then we can sit and use the wall as a backrest.
I hesitated, not wanting to be that close to Nash, especially not in the dark. I wasn't afraid of him. Not at all. I'd trust him with my life. It was myself and my traitorous heart I couldn't trust. We pushed the bed against a wall we had yet to tear apart. I sat on the edge of the mattress with Munch at my feet. We haven't eaten supper. I could get us some food if you want. I did say I'd cook the next meal.
Go for it. I can always eat.
With the flashlight in hand, I found my cooler and grocery bag, then grabbed 2 paper plates from Nash's stack. I only brought 1 set of silverware since I thought I'd be alone. Would you prefer a fork or spoon?
I'm not picky.
Careful, or I'll let you eat with the knife, in the dark.
Fine, I'll take the fork. What are we having?
Patience. Let me dish it up first. I set the flashlight on the top of the cooler, shining on the plates so I could see what I was doing. I loaded up both plates and carried them to Nash. Tabbouleh salad, hummus, and neon bread. Then I have fresh strawberry pie for dessert.
Wow, this sure beats my PB&J sandwiches.
I shrugged and sat down with my plate on my lap. What can I say? I thought I'd be here by myself, so I brought all of my favorite things.
Did you cook all this?
Everything but the pie. That's compliments of Auntie Emma's bakery.
Of course, I don't understand why anyone would go through the trouble of baking when we have Auntie Emma in town.
I know, right? He took a bite of the salad and moaned.
This is delicious. I had no idea you were such a good cook.
I have many hidden talents. You might think you know everything about me, but you don't. His gaze sent a rush of warmth through me. Unsure what to make of his attention, I scooted to the furthest corner of the mattress. Munch sat right in front of me, his big, sad eyes begging me to share a morsel. The softy that I am, I tossed him a corner of my bread.
Now that we can't work, do you still want to read one of those letters?
Of course. Aren't you curious to find out what was so important it had to be hidden in a wall? I'm guessing it's something juicy.
It might not be anything at all.
Do you always have to ruin my fun, Baron von Buzzkill?
What do you mean? I suggested we read one, didn't I? And that's for your entertainment, not mine.
Are you telling me if you were here by yourself, you wouldn't read them? He leaned his back against the wall and laced his hands behind his head, wafting a scent all his own my way.
I don't know. If I were just working, I wouldn't take the time. But if I was stranded like this with nothing else to do, I might. Just out of boredom.
Just out of boredom, huh? Well, if that's the case, I'll read them myself since you're clearly not interested. I reached for the stack of letters, but he slapped a hand on top of them. My skin tingled where we touched. I should pull away, but the magnetic draw was hard to resist. I looked up, and Nash's gaze met mine. His wide eyes told me he felt the zing too. He removed his hand.
I never said I wasn't interested.
His soft voice rumbled through me, touching me with an unexpected tenderness. My treacherous heart hoped he was talking about more than the letters. He sat with his back against the wall.
And now I have nothing else to do. Why don't you read it to me?
He patted the spot next to him on the bed. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Could I really sit next to him on a bed and still keep my cool? No choice, really. I took a deep breath and fortified my guard. Boy, did I need it. I plopped myself onto the bed and fanned the letters out in front of me. Fine. Shine a light here, Sparky. I need to see if there's a sequence. We wouldn't want to read them out of order. I unfolded each one and laid it out on the mattress. Nash spotlighted them so I could read the date scrawled across the top of each page. "They're from 1945, I said, my eyes glued to the pages. "To G from T." I gasped and looked up at Nash. "Do you think these could be from Tilly to Gladys? Wouldn't that be something?"
Possible, I suppose. I have no idea how old Tilly is, but she's probably in that ballpark.
Now we have to read them. I arranged all the letters in chronological order.
Since we don't know how long we'll be stuck here, how about if we just read one letter now and save the rest for later?
Oh, all right, Practical Pete, we'll do it your way. I scooted my back to the wall, and Nash sidled up next to me with the flashlight so I could see what I was reading. Even though we weren't actually touching, my skin felt the scorch of his closeness. Like sitting too close to a fire, you don't have to touch it to get burned. A part of me wanted to put a little more space between us, and the rest of me yearned to move closer. So I stayed glued where I was. I cleared my throat and began reading. "Dearest G, the time we spent together this summer gave me a much-needed respite. I wish I could have stayed longer, and I wish we didn't live so far apart. I never realized how boring my life was until I spent time with you. What do you do now that I'm not there to entertain you? Are your siblings driving you crazy yet? I bet you can't wait for the school year to start. I'm looking forward to it, but also dreading it. Remember I told you about the crush I've had on my brother's friend?" I almost dropped the letter. My throat spasmed and I started to cough. Nash stood and brought me a water bottle. I took a swig.
You okay?
I coughed again and cleared my throat. "I'll live, just swallowed wrong." Unable to think up a reason to shove aside the letters I'd been so eager to dive into, and not knowing what else to do, I rested my hands on my lap to keep them from shaking as I held the paper and continued reading with my voice trembling. Back to the letter. After not seeing him all summer, I thought maybe I'd be able to forget about him. But I saw him last night when he came to see Arnie. Oh my word. He looks even better than when I last saw him 3 months ago. He teased me and rubbed his knuckles on my head. Clearly he only sees me as his friend's annoying kid sister. "Gee, what am I going to do? You have to help me. Give me some advice. I can't take another year of this. Please write back. I'll be impatiently awaiting your reply. Your desperate friend, T." I lowered the page and tried to tamp down my emotions to hide how deeply it affected me. That doesn't sound like Tilly. Not the Tilly we know, anyway.
It was a long time ago. Nobody's wise as a teenager, not even Tilly.
I don't know. Somehow I can't imagine Tilly being a normal angsty girl. I think it'd be the other way around and her friends would be coming to her for advice.
You only think that because that's how she's been since you've known her.
He rubbed his fingers along his stubbly chin.
I wonder if she was more of an annoying little shadow or an aggressive stalker type. I bet she was a handful when she was younger. She still is.
His flippant comment hit a little too close to home. Did he think of me in those ways? Was I an annoying shadow or an aggressive stalker? I abruptly shuffled the letters together and set them aside where they wouldn't get wrecked. The blood in my veins simmered with unvented anger and frustration. At least this time, he wouldn't be able to watch my face turn red. Needing to get some space, I retreated to the other side of the cabin to look out the window. It was pitch black out, and I couldn't see a thing.
What did I do now?
Seriously? For such a smart guy, he really was clueless. Munch pawed at the door, needing to go out. Thank goodness I had a dog as a diversion. I got up and moved toward the door, but tripped over something, and tumbled in some kind of flailing somersault, landing on my hip and shoulder. Nash was at my side in an instant.
Are you all right? Sounded like you took quite a spill.
I'm fine. Be glad you couldn't see what happened. I think I actually hit myself in the head with my own elbow in that crazy display of acrobatics. Is that even possible? I'm sure I'll be sporting pretty colors in some interesting places by morning, but you know me, I'm all about the colors. He grasped my hand and pulled me to my feet, then gently patted my arms and shoulders to determine if I was hurt.
Are you sure you're okay?
Energy zinged between us again. If I thought I needed to get out of here before, that need was now DEFCON 5. All right, Munch, let's go out. I grabbed my jacket and escaped into the dark night with my dog. My heart was still in my throat as I leaned against the railing to catch my breath. What in the world was wrong with me? I was never going to survive the night alone with Nash. If my clumsiness didn't kill me, humiliation would do me in for sure. It was going to be a long night.
Chapter 12. Nash. The door slammed shut, leaving me alone in the dark, empty cabin. I rested my head against the wall and closed my eyes. Raven had always been emotional and unpredictable. Her feelings seemed to change like the wind. I doubted I'd ever figure her out. For some reason, she seemed to get upset by what I said about Tilly. Why would that bother her? I don't think I said anything offensive, just wondered what Tilly was like as a teenager. Maybe Raven picked up on my discomfort. The topic of the letter hit a little too close to home for me, being the guy pining for his buddy's sister, desperately wanting the one I couldn't have. She had no idea how hard it was for me to constantly keep those feelings in check. There was only one time I'd let go of control, and I still regretted it. The scene played through my mind like it had thousands of times over the years, permanently etched in my brain. The salty wind and balmy air, music, laughter, and campfire smoke. Raven had looked hotter than ever. She'd attended the beach party with her boy of the week. His slimy hands had been all over her. The beer can had crushed in my hand at the sight. Talking with the guys had been the only thing that had kept me from staring at her. When the party had died down, I headed down the beach to walk off my buzz and think. My favorite thinking spot hadn't been vacant, though. She'd been there, and the heartbreak I'd seen on her face had been my undoing. I'd have done anything to see her smile. Next thing I knew, my lips had been on hers, a kiss 1,000 times better than all of my fantasies put together. I could have spent the rest of my life in that kiss and been perfectly happy, until I'd heard Rowan calling my name. A sudden rush of guilt had knocked me away from her so fast, I'd almost fallen off the ledge. I'd blurted a quick apology before running to intercept Rowan. If he'd caught us, we'd both have been dead. I hated myself for giving in to that moment of weakness, betraying my friend's trust and taking advantage of Raven like that. She'd just been dumped and we'd both been drinking. But that was no excuse. I shouldn't have lost control like that. I also wished I'd have handled it differently. I should have talked to her and not run off like that. But I panicked. She never forgave me either. She'd been hostile toward me ever since. This time, sequestered together in this cabin was the closest we'd come to a ceasefire since that fateful night, and that was making it even harder for me to maintain my tightly held control. Reading that letter highlighted the impossibility of wanting my best friend's sister. Even back when those letters were written, it was forbidden. It was also part of the universal bro code. There were 2 lines you never crossed. You never went after your buddy's ex, and you sure stayed away from his little sister. Any violation of the code would be the end of the friendship. All guys understood that. After all these years, I'm still stuck in the same spot, wanting the one woman I can't have. And now she's right here with me, so close and yet so far.
Chapter 13. Raven. It was still lightly raining outside when Munch and I fled the cabin. I stood on the step, waiting for Munch to explore the yard and do his business. It was pitch dark out, so I could barely see Munch walking around. Munch stopped and stood at attention for a moment and then darted off into the woods. "Munch!" I yelled. "Get back here, Munch!" I paused, listening, hoping to hear him coming back. "Munch!" The door opened behind me, and Nash joined me on the step.
What's going on? Where's Munch?
He took off running into the woods, must have seen an animal and chased it.
Show me where he went in. I'll go search for him.
Right over there. I pointed to a space between the trees. But I'm going with you. No way I'm standing here in the dark by myself, just waiting.
All right, let's go.
Nash turned on a flashlight, and I followed close behind him. Both of us shouted Munch's name. He couldn't have gone far. Could he? My voice squeaked with worry.
Hard to say. He's a fast runner.
He looked over his shoulder at me.
But I'm sure he would have ended his chase, turned around, and started coming back by now. We should find him soon.
I could tell Nash was just trying to make me feel better. Honestly, Munch could be a mile away by now. He was a really fast runner and didn't tire easily. It's possible that if his prey kept running, he would too. That's what scared me.
Has he ever run off before?
Not really. He likes to run on the farm, and he does chase the animals sometimes, but he always comes right back, especially if I call him. I hollered for him again. Nothing. We searched for what seemed like hours, but was probably about 30 minutes. Nash stopped and scanned the area with his flashlight.
Maybe he circled back to the cabin already. Let's head back that way to check.
But what if he kept going? He could be miles away by the time we go to the cabin and come back. Nash put his hands on my shoulders and tried to calm my fears.
Listen, our best bet is to stay close to the cabin. He's never gone far from you before, and he's a smart dog. He'll most likely come back the way he came. You need to be there when he does, so he doesn't go looking for you.
As much as I wanted to argue, he was right. I wanted to be there when he came back. I appreciated Nash's optimism. Munch would return. I just felt so helpless waiting.
The more you walk around these woods, the more your scent will be everywhere, and that could confuse him.
I didn't think of that. Okay, let's go back. Nash surprised me by taking my hand and leading me back toward the cabin, retracing our steps as we continued calling Munch's name. The zing I felt when he first touched my hand in the cabin shot back through me, but it was coupled with support and reassurance. His hand in mine was the lifeline that kept me from freaking out and losing it altogether. The cover of trees shielded us from the rain, but the path was slick with water flowing down the hill like a river. Nash's flashlight provided enough light to look for paw prints in the mud, but the flow of water surely would have washed them away. It was impossible to tell if we were even on the right path. If I hadn't been following Nash, I would have gotten lost myself. I prayed Munch had an easier time finding his way back than we did. "Hey, Nash," I said, "you really think he'll be able to track my scent, even in the rain? Or will the rain wash away the scent?"
Good question. I don't really know. I'm sure it makes it more difficult, but I believe he'll find his way. It just might take him a little longer in this weather.
I wonder what it was that he wanted so badly that he would go so far in these conditions. He never does this.
There's a lot of wildlife out here, so it could be anything.
A new thought jolted me. I grabbed Nash's shirt to get his attention. He stopped walking but continued to scan the woods with the flashlight. What if he chased something dangerous, like a wolf or a bear? He could be hurt and unable to make it back.
A wolf would have fought him right away and wouldn't have just run. It would have been a dogfight, and you'd have heard it. I don't think we have to worry about bears. It was probably something small, like a raccoon or a fox.
He put his hand on my shoulder and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
He'll be fine. Put those thoughts out of your mind and envision him being on the step, waiting for us.
I'll try. It took us about a half hour to reach the cabin. I hadn't realized we'd gone so far. "Munch, we're back. Where are you, bud?" My heart sank when I saw the vacant step. My dog wasn't there. Nash, still holding my hand, led me to a chair under the eave.
Sit here. It's mostly out of the rain. I'll go inside to get a few things and be right back, okay?
I nodded, my gaze scanning the area for any sign of my dog. Where could he be? Munch, please come back to me. Alone in the darkness, a tear streaked down my face. I couldn't lose Munch. He was all I had. We had bonded the moment we met and had been pretty much inseparable ever since. He followed me everywhere, glued to my side, my protector, my confidant, my shoulder to cry on. Munch, please come back. I need you. The door opened and Nash returned. In his arms, he had blankets, snacks, and 2 steaming mugs.
Here, take one of these,
he said, looking at the mugs. I took both of them so he wouldn't spill them. What's this?
I found some hot chocolate packets in the cupboard. Hopefully they're still good. Who knows how long they've been in there?
Thanks, that sounds great. He wrapped one of the blankets around me, then found another chair and set it next to mine. When he was ready, bundled in the remaining blanket, I handed him his mug.
I've always been impressed with how well-trained your dog is. Did it take you long to do that?
Not really. I got him as a rescue, and he was a few years old already. I don't know if his previous owners trained him, or if he was just a quick learner, but it didn't take long at all.
You're lucky you found such a great one. Some rescues can really be a handful. One of my clients had a rescue dog who had been abused, and that dog was afraid of every noise, didn't like people or other animals. The owner couldn't take it anywhere because the dog would be in a panic the whole time.
Poor thing. Don't you wonder what happened to cause that? Though we probably don't want to know. How can people be so mean? I'll never understand that.
Me either.
Dogs are all about unconditional love. All you have to do is love them and they'll be devoted to you. I sipped my cocoa. Did you ever have a dog?
No, but I always wanted one. The closest I ever came was playing with the animals you had on the farm. Remember when Paisley had puppies? They were the cutest things I'd ever seen. I begged my mom for weeks to let me have one, but she worked all the time and said I should just enjoy them when I visited the farm.
A rustling sound caught our attention on the opposite side of the yard from where Munch had disappeared. Munch, is that you, baby? I called out. A few seconds later, Munch slogged out of the woods, his tail drooping, but it perked up when he saw me. He still moved gingerly. I ran out to meet him, wrapping my arms around him. He whimpered. I stepped back to look him over. He was bleeding. Nash, he's hurt! My eyes scanned Munch's fur, trying to determine how badly his injuries were, but it was too dark to tell. I cupped his head in my hands. What happened to you, Munchie? Come inside. Let's get you cleaned up. Nash's calm voice soothed my nerves.
I have a first aid kit. We'll have him fixed up in no time.
My heart warmed at his attentiveness. What would I have done if I'd have been here by myself? Nash had comforted me when I'd needed it. He'd taken care of me, and now he was taking care of my injured dog. It was easy to imagine him taking care of us like this on a daily basis. He really was one of the good ones. Being around him like this was making it impossible to get over him. Did I still want to? There was a reason I resisted Nash so hard. Why being with him was a bad idea. But after watching him gently scoop my dog in his arms and carry him inside, for the life of me, I couldn't remember what that was.
Chapter 14. Nash. The first aid kit I kept in my toolbox came in handy for tending to Munch's wounds. He had cuts on his face and neck. None of them seemed deep, but they needed to be cleaned well since we didn't know what he tangled with. Hopefully the animal wasn't rabid. Raven held Munch's head still while I washed the blood from his fur and cleaned his wounds. We didn't have anything to bandage them, but the cuts were already clotting and at least weren't in areas where he could lick them. She spoke softly and stroked his back with one hand. Her soft, soothing tone made me want to curl up at her feet too. Being able to comfort and reassure Raven when she needed me was both a gift and punishment. But seeing the sad and worried look in her eyes and holding her hand to guide her down the path grabbed hold of my heart and wouldn't let go. What I wouldn't give to always be the one she turned to. When I was done doctoring Munch, I sat back and found Raven gazing at me with such open appreciation. My chest tightened, and my heart pounded so loudly, I'm surprised she couldn't hear it. Neither of us looked away for what felt like minutes. She broke the spell, bringing her attention back to Munch. I stood up to put the first aid kit back. Even though it was getting late, neither of us was tired. Adrenaline still pumped through my veins after being so worried about finding the dog. Well, now that our drama of the night is over, any ideas on what we can do to kill some time? I don't know about you, but I'm wide awake.
I'm definitely too revved up to sleep.
She looked around the dark room, as if there was something there we hadn't seen earlier.
Since I thought I'd be here alone, all I brought with me are books and art supplies.
She spied the stack of papers next to the bed.
I guess we could read another letter.
Yeah, all I brought was food and tools.
Food? Why didn't I think of that? I have some snacks and a bottle of wine or champagne. Want some?
I could go for some food. I'm not sure alcohol is a good idea. I hadn't forgotten what happened the last time we were alone after drinking.
Aw, come on. Neither of us has to drive anywhere. And who knows if we'll even get out of here tomorrow.
I sighed, unable to come up with a legitimate reason not to. I sure didn't want to tell her I was afraid of what I might do if my inhibitions came down. Only one glass. I had to keep myself under tight control, especially if she was drinking.
Okay, one glass. Coming right up.
She disappeared into the kitchen with the flashlight. A couple minutes later, she returned with 2 tall plastic cups of wine and a plate of something. She set the plate in the middle of the bed, since we didn't have a table, and then sat on the edge of the bed opposite of me. We weren't even close to touching, but we were still on a bed, together, alone. I swallowed awkwardly as my heart rate spiked. Rein it in, Porter. This is Rowan's little sister, remember? I forced myself to look at the food, hoping to distract myself and maintain my self-control. What's this?
Just some appetizers I threw together.
The plate held a collection of colorful skewers. Some had cherry tomatoes, mozzarella balls, and basil with balsamic vinegar drizzled over them, and the others had cherry tomatoes, cucumber chunks, feta, and Kalamata olives with olive oil. "This is what you just threw together?" I said, reaching for another skewer. "It looks delicious. I had no idea you were a gourmet cook. Do you always eat like this?"
I like to cook. It's fun to get creative with recipes and come up with something new and even better than the original. But most of the time I go for what's easy. This weekend I wanted to indulge in all the things I liked.
"Ah, I see. Is that why you brought flowers?" She blushed and choked on her wine. Why would she be embarrassed by that?
I saw them in the store and thought they were pretty, so I grabbed them.
She nervously rearranged the appetizers on the plate, avoiding my gaze. There had to be more to that story, but since we hadn't fought or argued in over an hour, I let it go. I picked up a skewer and held it up in front of me, studying it. "So how are we supposed to eat these?"
At home, I would pull the stick out and eat them with a fork like a salad. But here, I'll just eat them one piece at a time, right off the stick, like this.
She opened her mouth and pulled a tomato off it with her teeth. Watching her red lips as she chewed made my own mouth water, and not for the food. Then she licked the sauce from her fingers, and I almost slid off the bed. I was enjoying this too much, and I needed to remember that this, us, would only ever lead to heartbreak. She turned the skewer sideways and held it with both hands.
Or you can hold it like corn on the cob and take smaller bites of each thing. But that can get kind of messy. Do it however you want. All depends on what you like.
What I like. Pff. I tore my gaze away from what I liked and focused on the food in front of me. Following her example, I slid the tomato and mozzarella off with my teeth. A moan escaped my lips. Raven smiled proudly.
I take it you approve?
Beats the heck out of the peanut butter and jelly I made. It's crazy how good this is for something so simple.
Right? That's what I like. Simple but yummy.
Nothing simple about you, Tweet. She tipped her head and gave me a side-eye glance.
Why do you call me that anyway?
What, Tweet?
Yeah. All I know is that you've always called me that, but I don't remember when or how it started.
I chuckled. Stupid, really. At the time I thought I was so clever, coming up with a nickname of a bird that was small like you, Tweety Bird, and also the sound a bird makes, high-pitched, like you when you'd screech at us.
I don't screech!
Her voice elevated to an almost screech-like volume. My brow lifted in amusement. She laughed, warming my insides. It's silly, I know. I shook my head and shrugged. Just shows what a dork I was. You've been complaining about it all along, which is why I kept doing it. I'll try to start calling you by your real name, but it might take me a while to get used to it. It's just second nature to call you Tweet. She tugged at the frayed ends of her shorts.
The bird part is kind of cute. And well, I'm used to it now anyway. Call me whatever you want.
I wasn't sure how to handle this agreeable Raven, and she seemed so flustered all of a sudden. Maybe she wasn't as unaffected by me as I thought. I took a sip of wine and hoped it would help me settle down as well. You ready to read another letter?
Sure, but since I read the last one, you can do this one.
She picked up the lit candle that was on the floor and brought it to the bed. I picked a letter from the top of the stack. Is this the next one?
Yep, I put them all in order, so that should be right.
I moved to the top of the bed and leaned my back against the wall. Raven did the same. The soft mattress sank, pushing us together so our shoulders touched. My blood heated instantly. I tried to shift closer to the edge, but still slid back into the same place. I couldn't let her know how difficult it was to be this close to her. Besides, I needed her candlelight to read. I just had to get through this reading, and then I could move to another spot. Okay. I cleared my throat and began reading out loud. Ahem. Dearest G, thank you so much for your quick reply. Hearing about your little sister's antics always brightens my day. I can't believe she tried to hide a baby raccoon in her room to keep as a secret pet. Then, when it escaped and got into the laundry, I laughed out loud, imagining how it looked, running through the house with your mother's undergarments around its neck and flying like a flag. I hope you include another story in your next letter. I don't know what I'd do without you. You're the only one who understands what I'm going through. It's so hard not being able to talk to anyone about this, except you, of course. I just wish you were closer, so we could talk every day like we did in the summer. You advised me to try getting his attention, making it more obvious that I'm interested. It made me giggle when you said boys can be thick sometimes. So true. Anyway, I've tried everything you suggested, laughing at his jokes, offering to help, smiling when he looks at me, doing nice things for him. Nothing seems to work. Either he doesn't notice, or he isn't interested. I'm inclined to think it's the latter. Do I have to throw myself at him and plant a juicy kiss on him to make it clear? I don't know what else to do. Any other ideas you have would be appreciated. Your friend, T. I set the letter down and took a sip of my wine. If you ask me, G gave her terrible advice. Raven shifted her position to face me. The light of the candle gave her porcelain face a golden glow, but failed to soften her scowl.
What's so terrible about it? You don't think she should let him know she's interested?
No, that's not what I mean. That part was good. It's the things she told her to do that were all wrong. Just because she does all those things doesn't mean she likes him. He could just think she's the nicest girl he knows.
So what advice would you have given her, oh wise one? Because I'm inclined to believe that boys are just thick, like G told her.
Well, that's true, we are. Which is why subtle things like laughing at his jokes or being nice to him won't work. Guys need straightforward. She should either flat out tell him she likes him, or go with her plan B and plant one on him. She shook her head and mumbled under her breath into her glass.
And we already know that won't work.
She tipped her glass back and finished it off.
Give it up, T. He'll never figure it out. Men are clueless.
Hey now. She could be just as clueless about his feelings. Maybe he's teasing her, calling her silly names, and keeping an eye on her because he likes her. But she doesn't get it. And there's nothing he can do about it anyway. He's stuck, forever watching her from afar. The truth flew out of my mouth like a swarm of bees and lingered in the air, waiting to sting. Raven's head jerked up. Her eyes met mine, wide as saucers.
What?
I can't believe I said all that. Dang wine. I set my cup down and retreated to the window on the opposite side of the room to check the weather. Not that I could see anything in the dark, just my own reflection staring back at me. I just couldn't sit there in awkward silence after all, but admitting I'd had feelings for her all this time. And there we were, stuck in that tiny cabin together. I considered volunteering to take her dog out, but Munch was curled up on the floor and snoring loudly, clearly worn out after his ordeal. Maybe I could check the perimeter outside to make sure no trees had fallen since we were out searching for Munch. Any excuse to get out of here.
Nash?
If there was ever an opportune moment to make a move, this was it. Shadows from the flickering candle danced around the room like cheeky spirits mocking me and my lack of game. Thunder boomed and the rain crescendoed, urging me to do something, anything. I froze with indecision. Should I play it off and say that I didn't mean it that way? Or finally come clean? Continue the lie and the torment I've been living with for so long? Or should I open up and bare my heart, knowing she could crush it in an instant? It was a clutch moment, one I'd waited years for. My chest gripped and my throat squeezed. I looked out into the inky darkness outside, hoping the power of the storm could give me the extra boost of courage I needed.
Chapter 15. Raven. Did Nash just say what I thought he said? I must have heard him wrong. It sounded like he was saying that all the times he teased me, called me this goofy nickname, and wouldn't let me do anything was because he liked me. No, that can't be. But after the words escaped his mouth, he seemed almost vulnerable. Then he bolted. Granted, he couldn't go far in this small space, but I'd bet money. If there hadn't been a storm raging outside, he'd have been out the door. I set the candle on the cooler next to me, returned to my spot on the bed, and hugged my knees to my chest. Kind of hypocritical, don't you think, Nash? I blurted over the howling wind and driving rain. He whipped his head toward me, his expression hidden in the shadows.
What?
You say she should have been more obvious in letting him know she likes him, but then say that he's probably doing things to show he's interested. Things she wouldn't know meant anything either. He chuffed and ran his hand over his head.
I guess you're right.
He turned back to the window and spoke with his voice low.
I shouldn't be giving anyone advice.
I'm sure he was hoping I'd let it slide, but he should know me better than that, and I couldn't let him off the hook that easily. So, Nash, let me get this straight. I rested my elbow on my knee while my hand gestured for emphasis. If guys like everything to be direct, why would he not just come out and tell her he's interested? He shrugged and leaned against the window frame, keeping his gaze on the storm outside.
Probably because her family wouldn't approve. He'd rather keep it to himself and still be around her than say something and be pushed away.
Why does he think her family won't approve? He's already practically one of them.
Maybe it's because he didn't come from as good of a family as she did, or maybe he doesn't believe he's good enough for her.
He slowly turned away from the window and tentatively made his way back to the bed, perching on the opposite corner from where I sat. He faced me and rubbed his finger and thumb on his beard-like scruff.
There's also the issue of her brother. Guys have rules in their friendships. The bro code.
The bro code? Seriously?
Yeah, it's a big deal too. You don't break the bro code or your friendship is done. If his friendship with the brother is important to him, he'll likely set his feelings for the girl aside.
Was this what he truly believed? The tone of his voice and the way every word struck a chord in me told me this was his truth. Sitting alone together in near darkness seemed to be allowing us honesty that we'd never had between us. If he could admit it, maybe I should too. I took a deep breath to gather my courage. I let my voice rise with indignation and pointed a finger at him. If he were closer, I'd be poking him in the chest to make my point. What if she feels the same way? They can't be together because her family, might get upset. That's ridiculous.
Maybe so, but that's the way it is.
My heart was pounding in my throat, making it hard to swallow. I wondered if he could see it in my neck. My hand went to my throat to cover it. If I was understanding him right, he was basically saying that he liked me, but never said anything because he didn't think he was good enough, and my brother wouldn't approve. What a crock. I couldn't decide if I wanted to smack him or kiss him. Rowan might have been a roadblock for us in the past, but he wasn't standing with us in that cabin. Maybe this was our chance. We were stranded all alone, with nobody to interfere or try to keep us apart. What if I slid over to his side of the bed and snuggled up next to him? He'd put his arm around me and pull me close. Then he'd kiss me like his life depended on it. And I'd be breathless, but would ease onto his lap to continue kissing him. Record screech. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on there. Remember what happened the last time you kissed him? Of course, I remember. It was the best moment of my life, until it became the worst. The party hadn't been all that great. First, my date, Bryant, was all hands, and when I put a stop to that, he started flirting with other girls right there in front of me. I left him to go to the bathroom and came back to find him kissing Darcy. Cooling them both off with a full beer was probably not my best moment, but I definitely made my point. I left the party and walked up the beach to my favorite thinking spot. I'd never seen anyone else up here, so I was certain I'd be alone. Anger pulsed through me. Yeah, I was angry at Bryant for being such a moron, angry at myself for having such low standards, but I was also angry at Nash for not realizing and reciprocating my feelings. Why did things work out for other girls to date the guy they wanted, but not me? I let the soft whispers of the waves against the shore drown out the music and laughter in the distance and soothe my battered heart. I was so mesmerized by the waves that I was caught off guard when I heard a rustling through the leaves. I leaped to my feet in a defensive posture. When a tall figure emerged from the trees, I threw my empty beer bottle at it.
Ow, what the...
Nash, is that you?
Yeah, did you just throw a bottle at me? What were you thinking?
I didn't know it was you. I thought something was coming to attack me.
So you threw your only weapon at them? Not the best strategy, Tweet. You're lucky it was only me. What are you doing up here anyway? Where's Bryant?
I gave him a half-hearted shrug. Who knows? Based on what was happening when I left the party, it would be a pretty safe guess to say he's somewhere with his tongue down Darcy's throat. But I'm just speculating.
I'm sorry. You deserve so much better than that douchebag.
I returned to my spot on the ledge and swung my feet. Thanks. Funny thing is, I don't even care. I didn't even really like him. But it still makes me wonder what's wrong with me, you know?
There's nothing wrong with you. Any guy would be lucky to be with you.
I pulled a few blades of grass from the ground next to me, ripped them to bits, and tossed them over the edge. You're just saying that to make me feel better. But I appreciate your effort.
No, I mean it. You should know I'm not that nice.
Nash turned his head and gave me the most bone-melting smile I've ever seen. He moved closer and sat next to me on the ledge, his thigh touching mine. My leg tingled at the contact and heat flooded my body. My hand itched to touch him. A magnetic pull seemed to draw me to him, even as a part of me was flashing, warning, warning. Ever the rebel, I ignored the internal alarm bells going off in my head. I met his gaze. His eyes mirrored the desire I felt. Every nerve in my body seemed to short-circuit and melt on the spot. The overwhelming need to kiss him took over. I had daydreamed about this more times than I could count, but those imaginings hadn't even come close to the real thing. My hands rested against his hard chest, directly contrasting the warm softness of his lips on mine. I moaned and sank into him further, unable to get enough, and oblivious to the world around us. Suddenly, he pushed me away and wiped the kiss from his lips with the back of his hand. The look of disgust on his face shattered my heart into a million pieces. And that was before he spoke words that would reverberate through my mind for years to come.
I'm sorry, just so we're clear, nothing happened here. Rowan will kill us if he ever finds out.
Then he ran off to find my brother, taking what was left of my heart with him. Since that night, I'd been angry at Nash and at my brother, but most of all, I'd been mad at myself for being so vulnerable and giving someone else so much power over me. I vowed that would never happen again. And there I was, wanting to kiss the same man who destroyed my heart and also wrecked me for any other guy. This is why you swore off men, remember? Why you decided to date yourself. That's right. No men for me. I'm better off alone. If only I still believed that.
Chapter 16. Nash. Raven had gone still and turned away from me. If only I could see her face to get an idea of what she was thinking. With the energy sparking between us and the tension buzzing through my body, I wondered if she was remembering the last time we were alone on a dark night. How many times had I imagined ignoring Rowan's call and just continuing to kiss her? I'd also thought of a million ways I could have handled that better. Hindsight. But I couldn't change the past, no matter how much I wanted to. Raven, I whispered her name, hoping she would look at me and see how much I wanted to kiss her. She jolted at the sound and jumped off the bed.
I better clean up all this mess so nothing gets spilled when we're stumbling around in the dark.
She bustled through the cabin tidying up, putting food back into her cooler, and throwing away the paper plates. When she was finished, she walked over to the window on the other side of the cabin. The furthest she could get from me without going outside. Then she turned and sat on the floor in front of the window. The paneling on that wall had already been removed, and the bare stud dug into her back when she sat back, causing her to flinch. She crossed her legs and leaned forward, her elbows on her knees and her chin resting on her fists. The darkness between us seemed to thicken, cutting her off from me. Did I do something wrong? A moment passed before she answered.
You called me by my name. You never call me Raven.
And that's bad?
No, but it seems weird.
Okay, I'll try not to do it again. Is that why you're sitting on the floor as far away from me as possible? I picked at a loose thread on the old quilt beneath me.
I just needed some space. Is that so bad? I'm not used to being in such tight quarters with anyone.
Speaking of which, it's pretty late and I'm tired. What are we going to do about sleeping arrangements? She was quiet for a minute.
If there's a blanket, I can sleep on the floor with Munch. You can have the bed.
No way. I would not be able to sleep knowing you were sleeping on the splintery bare wood floor. I'll take the floor.
Why is it always the men who gets to have good manners and sacrifice for someone else?
You want to sacrifice for me? That's so sweet.
That's not what I meant, Sir Ludicrous, and you know it. It's just not fair that one is on the floor and the other isn't.
Okay, then there's only two options. Either we both sleep on the cold, hard floor, or we both sleep on the bed. I know what I'll be voting for. I tried to keep my voice level without any innuendo, but it was difficult. I could almost see Raven's feathers being ruffled, and a grin crossed my face.
I bet you do. Well, it's not going to work, buddy boy. If you don't want the bed, then find a blanket and get comfortable on the floor.
She took her duffel bag and set it against the wall. Then she called Munch to lie down by her. When he curled up next to her, she leaned over and rested her head on him like a pillow. I never would have thought I'd be jealous of a dog. There were blankets in the linen closet. I pulled one out for myself and another for Raven. I handed one to her. Seriously, Tweet. Take the bed. No sense both of us being uncomfortable when there's a perfectly good bed right here.
Forget it, Mr. Sandman. I'll be comfortable right here. Take the bed.
She yawned and pulled the blanket over her shoulder. I blew out the candle, leaving us in complete darkness. With it still raining outside, there was no light from the moon. Varying shades of gray streamed through the windows, but not enough to see clearly. My gaze shifted from the two dark lumps in the corner to the empty bed and back. Why do you have to be so stubborn?
You're a good one to talk.
She mumbled sleepily. I harumphed and settled myself onto the floor, which was bare wood and rough. I would never be comfortable laying there, and I shuddered to think how many slivers I'd have in my backside by morning, but I could not take the bed when she was on the floor. It just wasn't right. Sleeping in the same room with her wouldn't be comfortable, no matter what surface I was lying on. This was going to be a long night. Staring at the ceiling, I heard her every breath and movement. After a while, her breathing softened and it sounded like she was sleeping. I waited to make sure she was really asleep and wouldn't be easily awakened. At least, that was my hope. I slowly and quietly stood up and crept over to where she lay. Her breathing was steady and even, and her lips let out a gentle puff of air with each exhale. I squatted next to her and slipped my arm under her knees. She adjusted her position a little, but didn't wake up. Ever so slowly, I slid my other arm behind her shoulders. As I lifted her into my arms, she turned into me and nuzzled her head against my shoulder. I held my breath. The feel of her against me was heaven. I stood there frozen, not wanting to move, taking in the moment I dreamed of for so long. Her minty scent tickled my nose, and I breathed her in. As much as I'd have loved to hold her all night, I didn't want to push my luck. If she woke up with me holding her, she'd have a fit. Ever so slowly, I set her down on the bed and gently removed my arms from under her. She made a noise, and my heart stopped. Then she rolled onto her side and resumed her deep sleep. I let out the breath I'd been holding with a relieved sigh. I covered her with a blanket and returned to my spot on the floor. Now that my girl was comfortably asleep on the bed, I nodded off in no time. I'd deal with the inevitable consequences of that move in the morning.
Chapter 17. Raven. I rolled over and stretched with my eyes still closed. A peaceful rain continued tapping on the roof and windows. A wet slurp up the side of my cheek let me know Munch was awake as well. I rubbed my eyes, cracked them open, a little disoriented as the unfinished walls sharpened into view. It took me a moment to remember where I was. Oh yeah, Gladys's cabin. With my hands behind my head, I stretched my entire body and then swung my legs over the edge and sat up. I spied the blanket and duffel bag I'd been curled up on in the corner. I'd fallen asleep on the floor. How did I end up here on the bed? My gaze swept the room until I found Nash stretched out on the floor, with his sweatshirt folded up under his head for a pillow. A blanket covered him to his stomach, leaving his bare muscular chest and arms on display. As one who appreciated art in all forms, I couldn't help but study the perfection of the form in front of me. It was art appreciation, that's all.
Enjoying the view?
Nash had his arm draped over his forehead, but apparently could still see me gawking. Ignoring his question, I jumped into my own offensive. I told you I wanted to sleep on the floor. How did I get on the bed, Stealthy McSneakums, huh? He sat up, reached for his bag, and pulled a clean t-shirt over his head, sadly covering up his swoon-worthy six-pack.
Maybe you sleepwalked.
I do not sleepwalk. When I sleep, I'm out like the dead. There's no way I walked over here on my own. He continued getting ready for the day, as if I wasn't here. Fine. Two could play that game. I got up and made myself a yogurt parfait topped with granola. Then I walked over to my easel and settled in to get some work done. The lighting wasn't the best, with the rain and clouds darkening the space, but I had to get this done so I could get out of here. And away from Nash. The sooner the better. His actions perplexed me. I couldn't figure him out. Even though he knew I'd be upset that he gave me the bed after I specifically told him I'd take the floor, he moved me anyway. It angered me that he'd gone against my wishes like that, but I was touched he would do that for me. That he cared about my comfort enough to face the possible consequences of my wrath. He wouldn't do that if he didn't like me, would he? Maybe it's just his chivalrous nature. He was a genuinely good guy who would give up his own comfort for someone else's. That had to be it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nash strapping on his tool belt. A dreamy sigh escaped my lips. Nash looked over his shoulder at me. I coughed and turned my attention back to my work in progress, hoping he'd just go back to what he was doing and ignore me. But when he turned back, I swear he flexed his back. My mouth gaped. Muscles rippled under his t-shirt, and I bit my lip to keep from drooling. Snap out of it, Raven. You're here to work, remember? I'm also here to get over him, and see how well that's working out? Tilly and I are definitely going to have words. We both worked for a couple of hours on our separate projects. Then Nash set his tools down and grabbed a bottle of water.
It's break time,
he said, as he picked a bottle of water out of the cooler and held it up to me.
Want one?
Water would be great. Even though the windows are open, it's so humid in here, it's like working in a sauna. I have to be careful not to drip sweat onto the canvas.
I've heard of watercolors, but not sweat colors.
I'm sure it's been done, but certainly not by me. Gross.
Could be the next big thing in the art world. People pay lots of money for crazy stuff like that.
He took a swig of his water.
Like that coffee that comes from the poop of some jungle cat. People pay tons of money for that crap. Literally.
I burst out laughing. I heard some places charge up to $100 per cup for that stuff. I was going to say my sweat wouldn't be that valuable, but how ridiculous is that? Coffee from cat poop. Now that I think about it, sweat art doesn't sound so bad.
Right?
Every artist has to find their niche. Maybe that will be mine. I held my hands up like they were highlighting a marquee. Raven Rhodes, the Queen of Glistening, Perspiration Pioneer, Sweat Maestro Extraordinaire. Sorry, the heat must be getting to me. This is ridiculous, even for me.
If anyone could do it, it'd be you, Tweet.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just that you can make anything into a masterpiece, even a sweat-soaked page. People will want it just because you did it. Doesn't matter what it is or what it's made of.
My face flushed with heat. Did he really think that? I didn't know how to handle such praise from him or what it meant. Time to change the subject. I looked around the sparse room until I saw the stack of old letters. I was curious to hear how this turned out for T, whether it was Tilly or not. But I also dreaded it, and all it stirred up inside my own heart. Curiosity won. Hey, I said, striding for the pile. Should we read another letter?
Sure, go ahead and pull out the next one. It's your turn to read.
I picked the next letter from the stack and stood staring at it. The yellowed paper was thin and crisp in my hand. It was a simple piece of paper, and yet it beckoned to me, almost daring me to open it. All right, I'll read it. I took a deep breath and unfolded the page. In the misty light of day, there was no need for candles or flashlights. I turned away from Nash and allowed the faint glow from the window illuminate the page. Dearest G. Thanks for your suggestions about trying to get his attention by making him jealous. This week I've started flirting with other boys, hoping that would get him to do something. I even got a few dates out of it, but none of these boys hold a candle to him, not even close. So I go on these miserable dates and spend all my time comparing them to Jonah. I'm pathetic. And besides that, Jonah doesn't seem to notice. No reaction whatsoever. He obviously doesn't care at all. What am I going to do? This is making me absolutely crazy. Maybe I should just give up and join a convent, but I look hideous in black. I welcome any of your thoughts or ideas, my friend. I'm running out of options and time. Please help. Your desperate friend, T. Poor T, she's trying everything and nothing is working, I said, as I shook my head in commiseration. I folded up the letter and looked over at Nash. A muscle bulged in his cheek as he clenched his teeth.
Poor T? What about poor Jonah? She's playing games with him. I'm sure the poor guy doesn't know what to do. 1 minute she's nice to him and trying to get his attention, and the next thing he knows she's flirting and going out with someone else. He's gonna get whiplash from all her back and forth.
He stood up and started pacing the small room, his agitation seeming to rise with each step.
And if he really does like her and has to watch her dating other guys, that's torture. I feel for the guy.
If he likes her, why doesn't he fight for her? Show her he's better for her than those other boys. He shrugged and studied the floor.
Could be that he knows he's not good enough for her, or maybe he made a promise to stay away from her. A good man honors his promises, even if it kills him.
He looked up at me and the heat in his eyes seared a path straight to my soul. I wanted to ask what his reasons were, but I couldn't bear for him to admit that he didn't like me that way, that ours was a completely different scenario. I put the letter back on the pile and went back to work, more confused than ever.
Chapter 18. Nash. An hour later, the rain slowed. A ray of sun splintered through the clouds, and a band of light streamed across the floor. I stretched my back after working hunched over to remove the baseboard from the walls. Raven peeked her head into the room.
I'm going to take Munch out now, while the rain has lightened.
Good idea. I was thinking of taking a break myself and getting some fresh air. It'll feel good to stretch my legs a bit.
Yeah, I'm not used to being cooped up inside for so long. This cabin seems to be getting smaller by the minute.
I hear ya. We followed as Munch ran out the door.
Hey Munch, no running off this time.
Raven called after him. He excitedly sniffed around the cabin and grounds like it was a new adventure. I tipped my head toward the driveway and started walking in that direction. I'm going to walk down the road to see what the creek looks like after all this rain.
Good idea. If old Clive cooperates, I'm hoping to get out of here once I get a little farther on the painting.
Her proclamation stopped me cold. You're leaving? I thought you agreed to stay until you had it completed.
Yeah, but that was before all of this happened. You certainly don't want me and Munch in your way while you work.
A realization hit me square in the chest. I didn't want her to go. Yeah, it was probably for the best that she leave. I could get more work done, and we could both go back to the way it was. But I'd really enjoyed our time together. I'd gotten to know her better during this confinement than I had in all the years I'd known her, and it had only deepened my feelings for her. A little more time together might help us both to see whether we could be more, or not. You've actually been helpful. I was hoping I could put you to work again later. She bumped her shoulder against mine.
Don't push your luck. I think you used up all my good deeds for the month already.
As the driveway crested the top of a hill, I stopped and gazed out over the landscape. Raven gasped beside me. The stream had turned into a river and flooded well beyond its banks, covering the bridge with water as well. There were several trees that had fallen and uprooted after the ground softened beneath them. 2 of them were blocking the road.
What are we going to do?
Raven asked, her voice tentative. This stream flows into the lake. It shouldn't take long for it to go down. We'll have to wait to see what condition the bridge is in once it does. And there might be a chainsaw in the shed to cut up these trees. I patted her on the shoulder. It'll be okay. Don't worry.
I guess there's nothing we can do about it but make the best of it.
I'd been planning to stay here until I got the job done anyway, so I don't have anywhere to be. Do you? A hopeful thrill moved through me at the thought of spending more time alone with her, even as I tried to act like it was no big deal.
Nah, I was planning the same thing, so I guess there's that.
She kicked a rock and watched it splash into the water.
We can still get done what we came here to do. Hopefully we find a way out of here before we run out of food.
When I was here with Lainey, she said there were some raspberry bushes in the woods on the north side. I'd like to take a little walk to see if I can find them. It's the right time of year. They should be ripening. Raven's face lit up.
Oh, I love raspberries. I'll walk with you. I certainly wouldn't complain about finding some fresh berries to snack on. That'll help my food supply.
She whistled for Munch and he came running back to her side. The 3 of us walked back up the muddy drive toward the cabin. Munch navigated through the center of every puddle along the way. I'm happy to share my food with you, I offered, liking how we'd been sharing all of our meals so far. But what I brought won't come close to the standard you set. I'm definitely not a gourmet cook. She shrugged it off.
I don't always eat fancy like this, but I wanted to treat myself on this getaway.
I wanted to ask what the special occasion was. She did bring herself flowers that first day too. But since we were getting along for the moment, I decided to let it slide. Hopefully, we can find enough berries for both of us, I said, hoping we at least found some. I couldn't handle seeing her disappointed twice in one day. We trekked back up the driveway and into the woods on the back side of the lot. It looked completely different from when we had tromped through here looking for Munch last night. I took a deep breath and inhaled the fresh scent of pine and rain. Water dripped from the trees as the leaves rustled in the breeze. Thank goodness I'd put on my raincoat, or I would have been soaked by the branches that brushed me as we walked along the narrow path. The dense pine forest opened to an area of overgrown brush. I think this is it. Do you see any berries? Raven stepped closer to the bushes.
Over here. These bushes are loaded with berries. I wish I had a basket or bowl to put them in.
She popped one into her mouth.
Guess I'll have to eat them.
She giggled and plucked a few more off the branch. Save some for me. We ate our way around the bushes. Raven began holding her shirt out as a sling to hold more berries. Your shirt is gonna get stained pink, I warned.
I can just use it as a paint shirt, no big deal. I buy most of my everyday clothes from thrift stores anyway, for that very reason. It's impossible for me to keep clothes from getting ruined.
She plucked off more fruit and carefully placed them into her shirt.
If I don't pay much for them, then I don't feel bad about it.
Good strategy. I was just wearing an old concert t-shirt, nothing I was very attached to, so I did the same. If it got stained, it wouldn't matter. Raven moved to the other side of the bushes. A low growl sounded from near her. My heart jumped into my throat as I hurried to her side. The blood in my veins turned to ice. A big black bear rose on its haunches and stood in front of Raven. Munch barked and growled at her side with his hackles raised. I took a step forward, placing myself between them and the bear. Munch continued to bark, which did not intimidate the bear in the least. It was not backing down. I tossed the berries I'd collected toward the bear and held my arms out to the side, trying to protect Raven and Munch and ease us all backwards, away from the angry beast. There wasn't much I could do against such a huge animal if it decided to attack. My only hope was that it would realize we weren't worth it and run off. With Raven behind me, my attention was focused on the bear and getting us all away from it safely. At least the bear would have to get through me first. I couldn't let it get to Raven and would do anything to protect her. It didn't matter what happened to me, as long as she was safe. Leaves rustled behind me. I quickly glimpsed back to see what was going on, but I saw nothing. Then everything went black.
Chapter 19. Raven. Oh my God, what have I done? I dropped to my knees to check on Nash. His head was bleeding where the log hit him. Nash had dropped like a rock when the branch I was swinging around to scare the bear hit him right on the head. Only you, Raven, would knock out the man you love while trying to rescue him. I draped myself over Nash's limp form, as if I could keep a bear from mauling him with my body alone. I closed my eyes and trembled, waiting for the inevitable attack. When it didn't come, I peeked my head up. Relief rushed through me like the flooded stream. The bear was lumbering back through the woods, apparently having lost interest in us. Unsure if it was safe to move him or not, I tapped his cheek to try to wake him up. Nash, come on, Nash, wake up. Pressing my fingers to his neck, I felt his pulse. I exhaled with relief. Thank God I hadn't killed him. Wake up. I have to get you back to the cabin before that bear gets hungry again, or tells his friends where to find fresh meat. Come on, Nash. Wake up. My voice cracked with emotion as I blinked away tears. Munch sniffed at him and licked his face. Not even a flinch from Nash. Nice try, Munch. It's probably going to take more than a couple of kisses to wake this sleeping beauty. I looked at his lips and wondered. No, I couldn't kiss an unconscious man. Munch snorted. I know, I'm ridiculous, and I sure have messed things up this time. I wiped away a trickle of blood headed for Nash's eye. My hand trembled and my heart was about to jump out of my chest. I couldn't lose Nash, not like this. Especially not when it was all my fault. The tightness in my gut felt like I'd swallowed a bowling ball. I had to find a way to help him and get him to safety. What do we do now, Munch? Any ideas? My dog sat and tilted his head, like he was trying to puzzle it out. We need help. He needs a doctor. I reached for my phone, but realized it was still plugged in at the cabin. I could run back, get the phone, and then come back for Nash. But what if the bear returned, or some other wild animal smelled his fresh blood and came to feast on him? No, I couldn't leave him there unconscious and defenseless. All right, Nash, I have to get you back to the cabin. I pulled on his shoulders to bring him to sitting. His head flopped forward. It took almost all my strength to keep him upright. Man! You're heavier than you look! I studied him for a moment, trying to plan out the best way to move him. With one hand holding his shoulder, I positioned myself behind him. Crouching down, I placed my back against his and linked my arms through his. With all the strength in my legs and back, I tried to lift him. I grunted as I pulled him onto my back like a backpack, but his weight on my tiny frame sent me crashing to my knees. Oof, no more dessert for you, big guy. I took a moment to catch my breath and regather my strength. Though he was tall and muscular, without an ounce of fat on him, he was still twice my size. How am I ever going to move him all the way to the cabin? I tried one more time, and this time my boots slipped, and I landed flat on my face in the mud, with Nash still on my back. Spitting leaves and mud out of my mouth, I slid out from under him. Okay, time for Plan B. I looked over at Munch. We need a Plan B, buddy. Come on, help me out here. I scanned the area for anything I could use. Rope, cardboard, duct tape, anything. Of course, this deep in the woods, all I saw were sticks and leaves. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a vine growing up the side of a tree. I yanked it down. Maybe I could use it like a rope. I wrapped the vine around Nash's chest and under his arms, then from behind him, I wrapped it around my waist and tied it in a knot. Gripping onto the vine in front of me, I began to pull. His upper body rose off the ground, as his lower body dragged through the mud with each arduous inch forward. I felt like a sled dog, without the snow. Or a sled. Too bad I couldn't strap this to Munch and get him to pull. One labored step at a time, I heaved Nash through the woods the way we came. Munch led the way, frequently stopping to look back at me, wondering what was taking me so long. When we were about halfway there, the vine broke, and Nash fell to the ground again with a thud. I turned him over and tried carrying him on my back like a fireman would, but I was no fireman. I didn't even get fully on my feet before my legs buckled and we both tumbled to the side of the path. I'm so sorry, Nash. We probably should have just stayed where we were, but there's nobody out here to help us, and you need some first aid. Even more so after your rescue. I told my judgy self to back off. I was doing the best that I could. Okay, Plan C, or is this Plan D? I've lost track. I moved around to his feet, picked his boots up, and hooked them under my arms. With his rain jacket on and the hood pulled up, he slid along the muddy trail easier than I expected, but it still took all of my strength to move him. I tried to walk on the smoothest part of the trail, but in some places that wasn't possible, and his head bumped over the rocks and through puddles. You're lucky you're not awake for this, Nash. You'd be cursing me for sure, I grunted with a wince. And you're sure gonna have one heck of a headache when you wake up. One would think all this jostling would wake him up. The fact that he stayed out through all of this showed how bad his injury was. My stomach turned. What if he never woke up? No, I couldn't think like that. Positive thoughts. Everything would be okay. Once I got him to the cabin, he'd wake up and give me a hard time. I had to believe that. When I finally emerged from the woods and onto the grass with the cabin in sight, I breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know how long it took me to drag him back, but it seemed like days. At the steps of the cabin, I dropped his legs and moved to his upper body again. Gripping him under his arms, I grunted and hauled him inch by inch up the steps into the door. Then I propped him against the doorframe while I opened it. Inside the cabin, I shuffled him over to the mattress. He'd probably have slivers in his backside from the Ralph wood flooring. That will be the least of his worries. I removed his raincoat, which was fully caked with mud. Then I pulled him onto the mattress. Thankfully, it was low to the floor. Once he was situated, I flopped down next to him, exhausted. My wrist throbbed from the exertion, but that was nothing compared to the sharp pain stabbing my heart as I watched Nash. The gentle rise and fall of his chest gave me a glimmer of hope. Thank God. He was still breathing. I hadn't killed him. His head was sticky with dirty, dried blood and mud, and I couldn't tell if it was still bleeding or not. It needed to be cleaned and bandaged. Grabbing a roll of paper towels and my water bottle, I poured some water on a folded paper towel and began to gently dab away some of the blood and dirt from his face. A drop of water hit his cheek and slid down, creating a path through the dirt and crust. I hadn't even realized I was crying. Please let him be okay. Nash, don't die on me now. Now that we were safely inside the cabin and my adrenaline was wearing off, I realized how dire our situation was. Nash needed medical attention, and all he had was me. Guilt clawed at me, right along with shame, fear, and worry. This was all my fault. I did this to him. How could I live with myself if he didn't wake up? Or if he woke up but had brain damage? I pushed that horrible thought aside and continued the task of cleaning and bandaging him up. His scalp wound was crusted with blood and dirt. I dabbed it with the paper towel. Oof, that's gotta hurt. You're probably lucky you can't feel this, or you'd be giving me some choice words about now. Not that I don't deserve it. If it weren't for my clumsiness, you wouldn't be in this predicament in the first place. The wet paper towel could only do so much. I needed something else to keep it from getting infected and to stop the bleeding. I looked around the sparse and dimly lit cabin. Nash had used a first aid kit to Dr. Munch when he was injured. The kit was on the floor in the corner, where Nash left it. Inside, there was some antibiotic salve and gauze that I remember him using. The gash on his head was similar to Munch's, so I decided to do the same for Nash. Come on, you bull-headed baboon. If you're just doing this to get me riled up, it worked. That's enough now. Wake up. Fight with me. I poked him in the side, a place I remembered being ticklish when he was younger. Part of me hoped it would work the same now. Not the case. My eyes prickled, and a lump formed in my throat. I wiped some blood from his brow and let my fingers trail down his face. A face I knew so well, and yet had never studied at such close range. Shadowy stubble had grown on his jaw and chin and felt rough against my skin. His dark eyelashes curled as they rested above his cheekbones. I willed them to raise and look at me. You have to wake up, Nash. It'll be boring here with only Munch to argue with. I need you to open your eyes. Please, Nash, wake up. The intensity of my feelings overwhelmed me. I'd been in love with this man for most of my life, and always would be. I was deluding myself, thinking I could get over him. That would never happen. But what if I never got the chance to tell him how I felt about him? So much time wasted. I held his hand, praying for a chance to confess what was in my heart. I rested my head on his chest and listened to the steady rhythm of his heart, and even nodded off for a while. At one point, he said my name. I bolted upright, excited that he was finally coming to, but he continued to sleep. Out the window, the sun was starting to sink on the horizon. We were out longer than I'd realized, but Nash was still unconscious. I needed to find a way to wake him. Gentleness and soft touches weren't doing the trick. Neither was patiently waiting. It was time to try a different tactic. They say desperate times call for desperate measures. I was desperate.
Chapter 20. Nash. Raven was gently stroking my face, looking at me with such love in her eyes, my heart nearly exploded. A vision only, but I welcomed it. Her face glowed like an angel. My angel. I laughed to myself, imagining what she'd do if she heard me call her that. Smack! A sharp sting crossed my cheek.
Wake up, you stubborn ox.
My eyes fluttered open, and I found Raven crouched over me, her brows pinched with worry. Her hand was in the air, ready to hit me again. So much for my angel. Hey, what was that for? I mumbled, my voice dry and raspy. My head throbbed in pain, like it was ready to explode. She hadn't slapped me that hard. Why did my head feel like it was cleaved in two? She quickly lowered her hand.
Just trying to get your attention. You're harder to wake up than a dormant volcano.
She raised her shoulder to brush a tear from her cheek and pretended she was simply checking my head wound. But the streaks of dried tears on her cheeks told me how much she cared. Been waking up a lot of volcanoes, have you? I croaked.
Oh, shut up.
She snapped. She wore her usual attitude like armor to hide something I'd not seen from her before: concern. And the armor wasn't doing a very good job of hiding it.
How's your head feeling?
I brought my hand to my head to ease the pain and stop the spinning. A moan escaped my lips, and I had to close my eyes. Like I've gone 9 rounds with a prize fighter. Munch hopped up and began licking my face. I pushed him away and stroked the top of his head instead. His tail thumped against the floor with joy.
Not exactly a prize fighter, but that's about the way of it. How many fingers am I holding up?
She held up 3 fingers in front of my face.
What year is it? Who is the current president?
I answered every one of her questions correctly, knowing her only experience with head injuries was probably limited to what she'd seen in movies. I'm fine, Tweet. Really.
But you were unconscious for quite a while. We need to get you to a doctor.
Thunder boomed once again, and Munch cowered and rushed to her side. The sound of rain pounding on the roof once again made me grateful we were all safe inside. Going to a hospital is not really an option. Not in this weather. Tell me what happened. I remember a bear. Did the bear attack me? Raven's face scrunched.
Not exactly.
Then what happened exactly? I lifted my head to look at her, but the pain forced me to lie back down. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me.
Don't get up.
She placed a hand on my chest to keep me still.
Well, the bear was ready to attack, like you said, so I wanted to protect us both. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find to ward it off. That happened to be a long stick, more like a medium-sized tree. I was swinging it around toward the bear when you stepped in front of me and got hit in the head.
You knocked me out with a log?
It sounds so much worse when you say it like that.
I opened my mouth to argue, but closed it again and took a deep breath. If you knocked me out in the woods, how did I get here? She shrugged.
Well, I couldn't leave you there to become bear bait, so I brought you back to the cabin.
I appreciate that, but I outweigh you by probably 100 pounds. How did you manage to get me here? All that way? Through the woods? She shrugged and gave me a coy smile.
You really do need to lay off the cookies. I'm just saying.
You couldn't possibly have carried me.
I might be small, but I'm mighty, and stronger than I look.
She stood up and flexed her biceps with pride. When I didn't respond, she huffed and waved her hand at me, brushing me off.
It doesn't matter how I did it. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece, safe and sound.
She stretched her back and arms.
I don't know which one of us is in worse shape, though. I'm definitely going to need a massage when we get out of here.
Are you okay, Tweet? Did you get hurt? If she got hurt saving me, I'd never forgive myself.
I'm fine. Just some sore muscles. I haven't had this strenuous of a workout in I don't know how long.
She rubbed her upper arms and then rolled her shoulders. Thinking I could massage her shoulders for her, I tried to sit up and winced at the stab of pain in my head. The room started to spin, forcing me to lie back down. Are you sure the bear didn't beat me up? I feel like I'm bruised from head to toe.
If the bear had gotten to you, you'd have had more than a gash on your head and a few bruises.
So what happened to the bear?
I was so concerned with your injury that I kind of forgot about the bear until I looked up and saw it slowly walking away. It must have gotten bored. Once it was gone, I didn't want to wait around to see if it was coming back or bringing friends.
Looking at her, I saw what she tried to hide. Her face was streaked with dried tears, and her eyes revealed more than friendly concern. The emotions she usually covered up with jokes or snark were right there on the surface. How could I have been so blind? Well, Tweet, the way you're talking right now, if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you cared about me. I'm surprised you didn't feed me to the bear yourself.
Pfft, don't flatter yourself. He wouldn't want your tough old hide. Everyone knows bears prefer sweet things. He'd have left you in the dirt and come after me.
Oh, don't make me laugh. It hurts my head. I closed my eyes for a moment, waiting for the pain to dull. I can't believe you just called yourself sweet. Though, I have to admit, your concern for me is touching. Maybe there is sweetness under your salty exterior. I knew for a fact she was a lot softer than she let on. I still couldn't wrap my brain around the fact that Raven, at 5'2" and weighing about $120, somehow got me through those thick woods and back to the cabin, by herself. We had to have been over a half a mile away. I shifted my position on the mattress and felt the grittiness of mud chafing in unmentionable places. My kingdom for a shower. Raven held out her hand.
Here, take this. Your head must be killing you.
2 pain pills rested in the palm of her hand. She held a water bottle in her other hand. Oh, I could kiss you right now. We both froze with the words hanging in the air between us. Her eyes widened in shock, and then her gaze shifted to my lips. The heat in her eyes sent a surge of warmth through me that melted my resistance. The concern and tenderness I thought I saw when I woke up was nothing compared to the love I saw in her eyes then. A look I'd been dreaming about for years and would give anything to see for the rest of my life. I wanted to kiss her more than anything else in this world. But was that emotion real? Or the result of surviving a traumatic event? Could I take that chance? Afraid I'd gotten it wrong, I backpedaled. I mean, this is exactly what I needed. Thanks. Our fingers touched as I took the meds and water from her, causing a zap of electricity to zing up my arm. No mistaking that. And no denying what I wanted anymore. I wanted to kiss her, and I would. I leaned in, curving my hand around hers, pulling her gently closer, and Raven yanked her hand back, then abruptly turned and fled across the room to where Munch was curled up on the floor. She sat against the wall next to him, clearly trying to put some distance between us. She pulled out her sketchbook and began to draw. What was wrong with me? She saved my life, and instead of thanking her, I had to go and make it all weird between us. And now, she'll be back to the usual hostility and cold shoulder for the rest of our confinement. Even though I knew I should stay away from Raven and just let things go back to the way they were, I couldn't. She'd risked her life to save me, and God only knew what she'd gone through to get me back to the cabin. My previous feelings for her paled in comparison to what I experienced now. Ignoring or hiding my feelings from her was no longer an option. It was time to do something about it. I had to tell her the truth. If only I could figure out how.
Chapter 21. Raven. Even though I had my sketchbook on my lap and my pencil on the page, there was no way I could focus enough to draw anything. My hand still buzzed from handing Nash his pills. I put down the pencil and shook my hand to try to get the extra energy out. It had to be lactic acid from hauling his heavy body out of the woods, right? My entire body hummed, making it impossible to sit still. If only I could go outside and move around, but rain pounded on the roof again. And I really didn't want to deal with that. The rain was making me crazy. So was being stuck with Nash. Nash. Thank God he was okay. I was so afraid I'd killed him. But having him wake up and look at me like that, it was almost more than I could handle, not when my emotions were so close to the surface. Maybe I should text Cass. Nah, I already knew what she'd say. The same thing she was always pushing me to do. Confess my feelings and go for it. Part of me wishes I could. But the man had just regained consciousness from a head injury I caused. He probably wasn't thinking straight. Even though it looked like he wanted to kiss me, I couldn't let that happen. Not unless I knew it was real. I couldn't bear to have him tell me later that it was a terrible mistake. Or worse, he might not remember it at all. He did have a serious concussion. Distance. That's what I needed. If I had a little more space to myself, it would allow me to get my feelings back in the box where they belonged. I glanced around the tiny cabin. Distance was impossible in those close quarters, and I needed to keep an eye on him and his injury. How about distraction? Maybe if we found something to get our minds off our situation, it would help us both. Hey, Nash. How about we read another one of those letters? I think it's your turn.
I'm game, but you'll have to read. My head still hurts too much. I don't think I can focus my eyes enough to read.
I walked over and pulled the next letter from the stack. As I started to take it back to my corner, Nash grabbed my arm.
Can you sit here and read it? There's plenty of room on the bed.
He patted the space beside him. I hesitated. Being that close to him was the last thing I needed. But his eyes pleaded with me in a way I'd never seen before, and I was powerless to resist. So much for keeping my distance. I sat on the very edge of the bed, taking as little space as possible, and trying to maintain my boundaries the best that I could. Even from the opposite side of the mattress, I could feel the warmth of his body wrapping around me and tugging me closer. Nash propped a pillow against the wall next to him.
Here, lean back against this. It'll be much more comfortable for your aching back.
My groaning muscles agreed with him and spasmed in response. I tried to move the pillow over to my side, but Nash held on to it. I shot him a glare, but his gaze held firm and intense, at least until he closed his eyes and brought his hand to his head. Are you okay? I moved in to get a better look at him. His bandages appeared clean and in place. Guilt stabbed my heart along with images of all the times I'd banged his wounded head on the ground while trying to drag him.
I will be. Just sit here and read to me, please.
Fine. I slid over next to him and leaned back against the pillow. Even though we weren't touching, the potency of being this close to him made it hard to remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, the letter. Clearing my throat, I carefully unfolded the stationery, unable to see the words in the shadows. I had to angle my body to use the light from the window to read. Unfortunately, this also made me lean into Nash. I caught Nash peeking over at me through his nearly closed eye, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. I nudged his side with my foot. Knock it off. It's hard to read in this lighting.
Admit it. You just wanted an excuse to be closer to me.
You're so full of yourself.
Who knows, maybe that's why you knocked me out, so you'd have an excuse to touch me.
I smacked him on the shoulder. You wish. He closed his eyes and turned his head away. I swear I heard him mutter under his breath something that sounded a lot like,
Always have.
but I couldn't have heard him right. I stared at him, trying to figure him out, something I hadn't accomplished in all these years. When I didn't start reading, he cracked one eye open to peek at me.
Let's hear it, Tweet. Read the letter already.
I sighed dramatically. Fine. I shook the page straight, cleared my throat, and began reading. Dearest G, I can't believe your mom actually told you the only way you'd get a husband is if you mastered the art of cooking a perfect pot roast. Is that really an art form? I know they say the best way to a man's heart is through his stomach. But a pot roast? I worry about the kind of man you'll attract with that. Not that you need anything additional to attract one. Your beauty and kind heart will have them lining up. I promise you. My love life, on the other hand, is a dreadful wasteland. I really wonder if there is any hope for me. Maybe I should take your mom's advice and cook him a pot roast. With my abysmal skills in the kitchen, he'd take one bite and keel over. Then I'd have a whole new slew of problems. You said in your last letter that I should just kiss him. I'm not sure I can be that brazen. Just the thought of it sends me into a panic. And what if he pushes me away and wipes the kiss from his mouth in disgust? I'd be humiliated and would definitely have to run away and join a convent, never to show my face in town ever again. My gut clenched, as if I'd been punched. This letter could have been ripped out of my own diary. I quickly folded it and turned away, ready to leap off the bed. I stretched and faked a yawn. I'm actually too tired to read this now. Nash's hand reached back and latched onto my arm, preventing my escape. He turned over to look at me. I ducked my head, hoping to get my emotions back where they belong, before letting him see them all over my face. I tried to pull my arm away, but he held firm.
Where are you going? I want to hear the rest.
Then you read it. I'm done. I slammed the letter against his chest and escaped to the other side of the room to stare out at the rain gliding down the window. My eyes stung, but I refused to let the tears fall. I'd cried over that memory too many times. I heard a rustle on the bed as Nash shifted to catch the light from the window. Then his deep voice picked up where I left off.
I know I'm being dramatic, but revealing my true feelings and then finding out that he feels nothing would be worse than watching him marry someone else. At least I think it would be. Wouldn't it? The convent is sounding better all the time. Oh gee, I'm a mess. Why you stay friends with me, I'll never understand. I'm so grateful that you listen to my ramblings and offer such thoughtful advice and encouragement. It means the world to me. I'm happy to return the favor. I have a feeling you'll be meeting your Prince Charming sooner than you think. I bet he falls head over heels for you at first glance. Be sure to tell me all about it when he does. As ever, your crazy friend, T.
The soft rain falling outside helped to calm my breathing as I rested my head against the glass. Focusing on the steady sound, I tried to get control over my emotions, but with all that had happened since coming to this godforsaken place, they bounced around like squirrels. I jumped with a start when a hand gently touched the top of my shoulder. Apparently, I was so caught up in my own thoughts that I didn't even notice him approach. His dark eyes met mine with surprising tenderness.
Can we talk?
I shrugged, crossed my arms with a defiant attitude, and looked back out the window.
Come sit down with me, please.
I should probably get some more work done on Gladys's painting, so it's done when we're able to get out of here. He moved back in front of me to maintain eye contact, then winced in pain. You should be laying down. What are you doing out of bed? You have a concussion.
If you come sit with me, I'll lay down, but only if you come with me.
My need to take care of him overrode everything else, and I dragged him back to bed. Do you need any more pain pills or a bottle of water? I'll get it for you. He closed his eyes and held his head with one hand.
No, just sit here with me.
I sat down on the end of the bed as far from him as possible.
Come on, Tweet, work with me here.
He patted the pillow beside him, where I'd sat when reading the letter. I'm fine where I am.
Well, I'm not.
What's wrong? Is it your vision? Are you nauseous? What can I get you? A caretaker part of me that I never knew existed rushed over and started fussing with his pillow to try to make him more comfortable. In one unexpected move, he slid his hips over and pulled me to sit on the edge of the bed next to him and wrapped one arm around my waist to keep me from getting away. Hey, what are you doing? I tried to get away. Being that close to him was dangerous, to my heart anyway. But man, it felt good to have his arm around me. I couldn't let myself get caught up in what my heart wanted. It would only lead to misery. I tried once more to wiggle free of his hold, but I was no match for his iron biceps.
We need to talk, and you wouldn't cooperate. If dragging you here and holding you down is the only way to get you to sit still and talk to me, then so be it.
Talk. That's all he wanted to do. I could talk. But why did it feel like the conversation we were about to have would change everything?
Chapter 22, Nash. I'd waited years to have my arm around Raven, her warm and willing by my side, but only part of that dream was coming true. I was laying on my side, and she was sitting in front of me. She was warm. One of my arms possessed the curve of her waist, and the other crossed her chest. She wasn't exactly willing. She wriggled in my embrace and pushed against my arms. Her elbow jabbed my ribcage.
What are you doing? Let me go. You're hurt, remember? Are you just faking being in pain?
Raven scowled at me as I held her in place. Not exactly. You did hit me pretty hard, and my head is throbbing. But this talk is long overdue, and I'm not letting you avoid it any longer. Raven let out a sigh that seemed to release the air from her entire body. She slumped against me.
Fine. What did you want to talk about? The weather? When we'll be rescued? Your agenda for this remodel?
No, Raven, I want to talk about the letter we just read. I never called her by her given name, so she knew I was serious.
What about it? T seems like a desperate and silly girl to me. We can probably skip reading the rest, just teenage drama.
This isn't about T, it's about us, something we've never talked about.
Because there is no us, Nash.
Why did you stop reading the letter?
Because it's stupid and I have better things to do. I should get back to the painting.
She tried to stand up, but I held her firmly in place with my arms locked. Why have you been mad at me for so long?
Because you seem to be intent on pushing my buttons, like now. Can we please let this go?
She grumbled with her teeth gritted, still trying to pry my hands apart so she could get away. No, you've been angry at me since I kissed you. I'm sorry if I took advantage of you that night. I shouldn't have let my feelings get the better of me, but I'd been holding them back for so long that it just got to be too much. Can you forgive me?
What are you talking about? You didn't take advantage of me because I kissed you. It was just like in the letter. When I finally got up the courage to do something to show you how I felt, you pushed me away and ran off in disgust.
I let go of her and pushed myself to sit, leaning back against the wall so I could look her in the eye. Listen to me. That is not how it was. At least, not from my perspective. I took her hand and held it in mine. I'd had a crush on you for years but kept it hidden because of Rowan. But when I saw you sitting on that ledge alone, finally without that douchebag you were dating and looking so beautiful, it stole my breath. I couldn't stop myself. I had to let you know how I felt about you. But then Rowan interrupted us, and I realized I screwed everything up. I felt guilty for making a move when I swore to Rowan that I never would. Raven's eyes widened, and she pulled her hand away.
Wait, what? You had feelings for me?
I nodded but maintained eye contact with her. And you had feelings for me too? My heart and breathing stopped and held my emotions at bay, like a dam holding back a flood of excitement. I awaited her confirmation, ready to burst. She nodded. The floodgates opened. I wanted to jump up and swing her around the room. Raven burst out laughing.
What a couple of idiots we are. Could we be any more clueless?
All this time, I thought you hated me for giving you an unwanted kiss.
And I thought you were repulsed by me. You wiped it off your lips, swore my brother would never know about it, and ran off.
I only wiped it off to make sure I didn't have your shade of lipstick on me before seeing your brother. He's knocked guys out just for talking about you or your sisters. I didn't want to find out what he'd do if he caught me kissing you.
So this was all because of my brother?
She sidled up close to me on the bed. Our shoulders and thighs touched as her back leaned against the wall. I shrugged and picked up her hand, enjoying the warmth of it in mine. He's my best friend and closest thing to a brother I've ever had. He's always been there for me, and I swore I'd never do anything to break his trust. I had no idea what that vow would cost me. I turned my upper body to face her and pushed her dark hair away from her face, letting my fingers linger on her skin. Raven. She looked up at me with her big blue eyes, and all my restraint dissolved into almost nothing. Can I kiss you?
Only if you're not going to wipe it off and run away again.
Not a chance. I leaned in slowly, giving her plenty of time to change her mind.
And don't call me Raven.
It's your name, I whispered, my face just inches from hers.
Not to you.
All right, Tweet. Be quiet so I can kiss you. I closed the distance and paused just before our lips touched, leaving the decision up to her to kiss me or back away. She gripped my shirt and pulled me to her. Our lips touched, igniting an inferno of heat between us. We melted into each other, fusing and bonding like wires soldered together. With that connection, electricity moved through me, buzzing all the way down to my feet, more potent than a lightning strike. Ding! 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 Without breaking contact, Raven moaned.
You've got to be kidding me. They pick now of all times to message me. I'm not answering.
Her phone was still on the charger on the other side of the room. She ignored it and went right back to kissing me. I pulled away from her but rested my forehead against hers, not wanting to break contact. They're just worried about you.
Yeah, and that won't change whether I answer them now or not.
She pulled me in and kissed me again. Buzz. That was my phone. My hand twitched to reach for it.
It's not important. Don't even think about it.
She nibbled my ear and I melted into the pillow. Nothing existed in the world but us, and I wasn't about to let my phone change that. I kissed her again. Buzz. Buzz. Ugh. My sense of responsibility and obligation triggered, and guilt gnawed at me. What if something happened to someone we care about? We'd feel bad that we didn't respond. Raven brushed it off.
But we're isolated here, unable to do anything to help. Any news they have can wait until we're ready to deal with it.
She snuggled into my chest.
They don't know if we have a signal or if our phones are still working. At least they won't if we don't respond.
I tried to ignore it, focusing on the amazing woman in my arms. But I couldn't get past wondering if something happened that we should be aware of. Her lips found mine again, and my only thought was that this was a dream come true, one I didn't want to wake up from. After some time, we paused to catch our breath. I held her tightly to me and rested my head on top of hers. I breathed in the familiar scent of her hair and appreciated the way we seemed to fit together, like two interlocking pieces. Nothing had ever felt so right. We belonged together. Buzz! I groaned. As much as I wanted to deny that the rest of the world existed, it bothered me not knowing what the messages were about. I needed to be reassured that our loved ones were okay.
Go ahead and look. I can tell it's killing you not to know.
She said reluctantly.
Then once your curiosity is satisfied, you better get back to kissing me.
I kissed her again as a thank you, I pulled my phone out of my back pocket and brushed the mud off it. A bowling ball of guilt dropped into my gut. It was Rowan. Did he have some kind of special sense to know when I was betraying him and kissing his sister? I turned my phone off without responding. I needed to conserve the battery after all, and I slid it back into my pocket. I laid back down with my arm draped over my forehead and closed my eyes. How was I going to handle this? Raven snuggled up next to me and laid her head on my chest. I should be enjoying our new closeness and the feel of her in my arms, but Rowan had sufficiently killed the mood. What was I going to do? My thoughts whirled in search of a solution while my head throbbed in pain. My best friend, or the woman of my dreams. Only one thing was crystal clear to me. I didn't want to lose either one of them.
Chapter 23. Raven. Nash stiffened and pulled away from me after reading the message, then laid back down on the bed. My stomach churned while my mind conjured worst-case scenarios. What is it? Did something happen?
No, it was Rowan, checking to see if we were okay and hadn't killed each other yet.
My brother's name sufficiently dropped a wet blanket on us, effectively ruining our romantic moment. Dang it. Here we go again. Even with Rowan across the country, and us secluded here in this cabin, he still had the uncanny ability to stop us from getting together. If Tilly had a magical ability to bring soulmates together, Rowan seemed to be the opposite. He'd been successfully keeping us apart for years, even if he didn't realize it. A wedge of awkwardness slid between us. I coughed into my hand to break the tension, then got up and moved toward the kitchen. All right. I don't know about you, but I'm starved. Let's see what we have left to eat. I opened my cooler and food bag. I pulled a cutting board and crackers out from inside my bag. There were containers of cheese, smoked salmon, and fruit in the cooler. I'd planned ahead and pre-sliced and pre-cut everything. I spread it all out on the board, creating a lovely charcuterie board, then brought it to the bed and set it in the middle for us both to reach. He turned on his side with his head propped by his fist and elbow.
Wow, that looks amazing. I can't believe you brought all that with you.
He pointed to the kitchen.
You can take my bag of almonds and trail mix if you want to add to what you have. They should be on the counter in there.
While I was up fetching the nuts, I asked, "What do you want to drink? I have water or wine, but wine is probably not a good idea with a head injury."
Water is fine for me, but feel free to have wine if you want. You deserve it.
At first, I was just going to have water like Nash, but then considering the day I'd had, I went digging in my bag for my corkscrew. A glass of wine would taste really good right now, and God knew I'd earned it. Even with the distraction of food, I wondered how things would be between us now that Pandora's box had been opened. We'd both confessed our feelings. What now? That has to change things between us, doesn't it? Nash loaded his plate and popped a stack of cracker, meat, and cheese into his mouth.
You had all this in your cooler? This is better than a restaurant. And here I thought I'd be roughing it for a few days, eating nothing but PB&J sandwiches and power bars.
He was quiet for a moment. I could tell there was something he wanted to say. Did I really want to hear this? My body tensed. If he said this was a mistake, I'd smack him.
Hey, Tweet, what was the real reason you brought flowers and fancy food up here? Were you expecting company?
A bite of cracker went down the wrong pipe and I started coughing. Nash sat up and patted me on the back. That definitely was not the question I thought he would ask. Company? As if. I came here to get over him. What would he think if he knew I came here to date myself? I set the wine bottle aside and reached for my water bottle. I took a sip, patted my chest, and cleared my throat. Thanks. I think I'll live. Just need to remember to swallow.
Or answer my question. Were you planning on having a visitor up here if I wasn't here?
No, absolutely not. I can't believe you would ask that. Tossing the water bottle aside, I uncorked the wine and poured myself a cup.
It's a legitimate question. I've seen you go on lots of dates.
Lots of first dates. Horrible ones at that. I exhaled a loud sigh. If you must know, after my last scar me for life date, I decided I was done with men.
I had a front row seat to that date and many others before that. Had to grip the edge of the bar so hard I about broke my fingers to keep from going over there. I'm surprised my fingerprints aren't permanently embedded into it. You don't know how badly I wanted to take that dude outside and teach him a lesson.
Right? But I'm surprised you noticed with double D Daphne plastered all over you. He smirked and lifted a brow.
Oh, are you admitting you were jealous, Tweet?
Don't flatter yourself. She was putting on quite a display. Anyone would have been bothered by it. I slipped a cheese and cracker stack into my mouth and washed it down with wine. Anywho, after I got home from said date, I decided I was better off dating myself. I'd never get bored with the conversation, never have to fake interest or listen to some guy drone on about the importance of mutual funds or the sorry state of the Twins' bullpen. No more dealing with a date getting too handsy. And I certainly wouldn't have to worry about my date cheating on me or breaking my heart. Concerned about what he would think of all of this, I looked over at Nash. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if holding back a smile. My defenses started to go back up. What? Now I suppose you think I'm off my rocker. Contrary to what I expected, it wasn't condescension or criticism in his eyes, though. It was compassion and sincerity. He created another stack for himself and leaned onto his elbow again.
Not at all. I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
I wasn't sure I wanted to admit all this, but maybe the stress of the situation had taken its toll. Or maybe it was the wine. I threw my hands up. Oh, why not? This weekend was supposed to be a romantic getaway with myself to kick off my boycott of men. A man-cott, if you will. I brought things that make me happy, and things I'd like a date to do for me. A light bulb seemed to go off in Nash's head.
Ah, you like dates to bring you flowers, so you brought them for yourself.
Exactly. And I brought fancy foods and champagne to make it seem special. He nodded his understanding and didn't ask any more questions. Thankfully. Munch positioned himself between the two of us, perfectly aligned to beg from both of us. Nash, being the bigger softy, slipped him a piece of cheese.
That's all you get, bud, or your mom will have my hide. If you want more, you'll have to convince her.
I wasn't able to resist Munch's sad eyes any more than Nash. He gobbled up the smoked salmon I tossed to him without even chewing, then licked his chops for more. That's it, Munchie. Go lay down. Of course, he didn't listen. He sat there staring at the charcuterie board, as if willing the food to magically jump off the tray for him. Nash and I ate in silence, neither one of us wanting to address the elephant in the room. I was afraid if I asked, he'd admit that kissing me was a mistake, and that we should forget it ever happened. And my brother could never find out, just like last time. This time, however, it would be so much worse. Not only was there nowhere to go to escape and lick my wounds, but after making out with him like that, and hearing his confession, the lid that successfully contained my feelings for all those years had been completely blown off, and there was no putting it back on. And that bothered me more than I cared to admit. The food and wine did nothing to quell the doubts that were multiplying within me, making me want to scream. Nash was still eating when I got up and called Munch to come with me. Not that he'd listen when there was food to be had. Come on, Munch. I want to get some work done. Leave Nash alone.
He's not bothering me, he said, petting my traitorous mutt. Fine. I huffed and began banging my materials around to get set up to paint again. Anything to distract me from how badly I wanted to curl up next to him and forget the rest of the world even existed, but aware of how painful it would be when reality crashed in. Hey, Tweet.
What? I asked, my voice sharp with irritation.
Come here.
I need to get some painting done.
Come here first, please.
When I didn't budge, he attempted to get up, but winced in pain as he did. I rushed to his side once again. The man really needed a keeper. And unfortunately, as long as we were here, I was it. Don't be an idiot, Nash. You need to stay laying down. It's important that you rest your head. I gently pushed his shoulder and nudged him down.
Then stay here and talk to me.
I sat down on the edge of the bed, with my arms crossed in a defensive posture. My gaze took in the dim light filtering through the window, and the streaks of rain making trails down the glass. The rain seemed to have lightened, but was still pattering on the rooftop. We already talked. I don't know what else there is to say. Nash turned on his side and supported his head with his hand.
Seems like you're back to being mad at me. I thought we were past that.
I thought so too, until a text from my brother brought it all back. I admitted and turned to face him, Even though a part of me was afraid of the answer, I had to ask the questions that had been plaguing me. Do you honestly believe we can build a relationship when a simple message from him puts us in a tailspin? What if Rowan never approves? What will you do then?
I don't know, Tweet, but there's got to be a way. He cares about us both and wants us to be happy. And we're not teenagers anymore.
He ran his hand down my arm in a loving caress. His touch effectively deflated my upset, but I still had my doubts. Are you saying you don't care what Rowan thinks?
No, of course I care, but I'm sure we can convince him to let us decide what makes us happy.
And you're not going to freak out and bolt when Rowan becomes a knuckle-dragging Neanderthal the first time he sees us together? He lifted my hand and brushed his lips against my knuckles.
I'll do my best not to.
A swoony sensation traveled up my arm to my head, but I pushed it aside. I wasn't ready to concede. No more hiding and pretending you don't like me? He turned my hand over and kissed my palm.
Not if you can stop being mad at me for breathing.
I pulled my hand away and crossed my arms again. And here I thought we were making progress. He laughed and tugged my arm toward him, pulling me down for a gentle kiss. So, how are you going to respond to Rowan's text?
Not sure yet.
He was quiet for a moment.
I don't want to lie to him. I could tell him you're driving me crazy. He'd believe that. And it's true, just not the way he thinks.
He smiled and winked at me.
Or I could tell him we've called a truce and are working together.
He'd be less likely to believe that.
What if I told him I figured out I could shut you up by kissing you, and now we get along just fine?
He trailed kisses along my jaw. My entire body was melting into a puddle from the heat of his lips on me. I nearly swooned. Ooh, you like living dangerously, don't you? My hands moved up his chest to his collarbone and neck. He groaned and continued his journey to my mouth.
I never did before, but I'm starting to see the appeal.
Our lips seemed to be magnetically drawn to each other. If we were within a certain distance, the pull for them to come together was beyond our control. Kissing Nash was like opening the lid on a magical paint can and having all the colors of the universe pour out at once. The more I kissed him, the more the pigments swirled together and created more colors, shades, and hues. Ones I'd never seen or even imagined before. I wished there was a way to dip my brush into this vision to use for my art. Was this what the greats experienced with their muses? If so, I could get used to this kind of inspiration. The downside was that after experiencing what it was like to really be kissed by Nash Porter, and that new connection we had now that we were on the same page, there was no going back. When I imagined a life with him, it seemed vibrant and sparkly. Without him, my life existed in dull black and white, devoid of color and vitality. I was ruined. If things didn't work out with Nash, there was no way I could ever go on another date or let anyone else kiss me. Besides the fact that I'd already hit the murky bottom of the dating pool and swore off dating altogether. Not that those other guys ever had a chance, even if Nash and I hadn't gotten together. It was the reason I never got past the first date with anyone else. The truth is, no other man would ever match up to the standard he set. Because none of them were Nash.
Chapter 24. Nash. Fatigue set in, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. Raven patted me on the chest.
You need to rest. Take a nap while I work on my painting. I'll wake you in an hour or so to make sure you're okay. I've heard that's important with concussions.
I couldn't argue. My head was hurting again, and as tempting as it was to keep kissing her, I really just wanted to sleep. If you insist, I mumbled, closing my eyes. A soft kiss on my cheek followed by sweet memories of kissing her sent me off into a deep and dreamless sleep. An hour later, I woke up coughing. The cabin was filled with smoke. I bolted upright in bed. Is the cabin on fire? Raven? What's going on? The door was open, and she was attempting to fan the smoke out.
I thought it would be nice to sit by the fire tonight, so I found some dry wood out in the shed. I got it started, but then the cabin filled with smoke.
Did you open the flue?
Of course, I'm not completely incompetent.
The chimney must be clogged. We'll have to let the fire go out. Then I'll see if there's anything I can do to clear it. The words were just out of my mouth when a dark form leaped out of the fireplace, bounced off Raven's chest, and scurried around the room. Raven screamed, then scanned the room for her assailant.
What was that?
Looks like you just found the chimney clog, a squirrel's nest. Munch had been sleeping in the corner, but after hearing her scream, began sniffing the room following the squirrel's erratic trail. I turned on my phone's flashlight and didn't see it. It must have gone into one of the other rooms. Go stand in the far corner over there. I'll find it and try to shoo it out the door. Raven made it to the corner before I'd finished speaking. I felt like a cop trying to clear a building of bad guys as I slowly moved from room to room, flinging open doors and standing back against the wall in case the squirrel decided to take a shot at me. Munch remained glued to me like a faithful sidekick, sniffing the ground all the way. The last room was the one filled with boxes. My flashlight lit upon two beady eyes staring at me from the top of the stack. I stepped into the room, and it leapt from the box to cling to the bare studs of the wall, jumping from wall to wall, before lunging at me and racing down the hall. Munch barked and chased it out the door. My heart was racing, and a bass drum pounded in my skull, but at least the rodent was gone. Raven ran over and wrapped her arms around my neck.
My hero. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been here.
You'd have done the same thing I did. You just wouldn't have been happy about it. Besides, I think Munch deserves most of the credit.
If I'd been alone, that squirrel would have heard words not suitable for young ears, much less furry ones. But honestly, I'd have probably gone out and slept in my car. The squirrel would have had a party and invited all its friends. They'd have been swinging from the rafters, eating all my food, totally whooping it up that they defeated the stupid human and claimed the dwelling as their own.
I chuckled and held her close until both of our heartbeats and breathing settled down. I stepped back and surveyed the fireplace. Okay, we have two choices. We can forget about the fire and pretend none of this ever happened, spending the night in blissful denial. Or I can try to remove that nest. What do you vote for?
As the queen of denial, what would be wrong with leaving it alone? We don't really need a fire.
Well, there could be more in the nest. Who knows when they'll decide to come out?
You mean they could come down the chimney and into the cabin while we're sleeping?
She squealed and stepped away from the fireplace, looking at it with fear and disgust. I nodded. And the squirrel we just evacuated could go right back up there and return to the nest. Raven shook her head and waggled her hand at the fireplace.
Get it out of here, Nash. I won't be able to close my eyes imagining squirrels attacking me in my sleep.
All right. The fire had gone out, so I nudged the partially burned logs out of the way. Can you get the broom from the kitchen? I leaned in and peered up the chimney with my flashlight but couldn't see anything. Raven handed me the broom.
What's your plan?
Give me a second. I have an idea, but I'm not sure it will work. She clung to the back of my shirt like a dryer sheet and peeked around me at the chimney.
I'm sure it's better than anything I could come up with. What do you need?
A box with a lid that we can quickly slide over the box to close.
The plastic bin I have my art stuff in has a lid?
Raven pointed to her supplies in the corner.
Would that work?
That's perfect. Raven peeled herself off my back, rushed over and dumped the supplies onto the floor, then handed the empty bin to me. She immediately reattached herself to my shirt and peered out at the chimney, careful not to get too close.
Nash, do you really think there are more up there?
Nah, if there were, we'd have heard them making noises. That seemed to reassure her, and I hoped it was true. The last thing I wanted to do was chase a family of squirrels around the cabin in the dark. I took the bin and gave her the lid. Okay, I'm going to hold the box inside the fireplace while I use the broom handle to poke up the chimney to see if I can dislodge the nest. Hopefully, the nest will fall into the box. When it does, you slide the lid on it. Then I'll take it outside and empty it. I looked over at her. Think it'll work?
I sure hope so.
Pushing the broom up as high as I could, I finally hit some resistance. I poked around the edges of it. Bits of leaves fell into the box. I wedged the broomstick up the side of the nest and angled it to pull down whatever was up there. It fell into the box with a thud. Raven quickly covered the bin with the lid. I shone my flashlight up the chimney one more time, and this time saw only bits of leaves sticking to the sides. The chimney was clear. Raven cracked open the lid and peeked inside. She gasped.
There are babies in there.
She lifted the lid for me to see. Sure enough, 2 baby squirrels were curled up inside the nest.
I feel bad we wrecked their home. Poor things.
She looked up at me with her big, sad eyes, and I knew I had to find a way to save those squirrels. I think if I bring them outside and set their nest by a tree, the mom will be looking for them and will build them a new home. They'll be okay. I prayed that was true because I couldn't bear to have Raven look at me like I was a murderer.
She'll come back for them?
I'm sure she will. Don't worry, they'll be okay. Things like this happen all the time when nests fall out of trees in storms. This was better because the babies weren't hurt from the fall. I put the lid on the bin and carried it out the door.
Don't take them too far away. We want the mama to find them easily.
I nodded and carried the box to the nearest tree. It was a large tree and had many spots that would be perfect for building a new home. I just hoped the mama squirrel took the hint. As soon as I walked back inside the cabin, Raven flung herself into my arms. I held her, enjoying the moment and breathing her in. She stepped back and looked at the fireplace.
What if she comes back and tries to build a new nest in the chimney again?
If we build a fire, like you initially intended, she won't be able to. And if it stops raining, tomorrow I'll go up on the roof and fix the top of the chimney to keep them out. She seemed satisfied with this plan and helped me get the fire going again. This time, the smoke went out the chimney like it was supposed to. Thankfully. We spread a blanket on the floor in front of the fireplace and cuddled up together, talking the rest of the evening. Even with everything that had happened during our stay at this cabin, I felt a sense of peace I'd never experienced before. I could stay like this forever and never want for anything else. Maybe we didn't need to be rescued.
Chapter 25. Raven. Sitting by the fire with Nash was something I'd dreamed about for years but never imagined would happen in real life. We spread a quilt on the floor in front of the fireplace. I took a couple of pillows for Nash to lie on. His knees were bent, and I used them as my backrest. I angled my body so I could watch both Nash and the fire. Munch liked being near his people, but the fire was so warm, he sprawled out on the floor panting. How's your mom, Nash? I haven't seen her in years.
She's doing well. She loves it in South Carolina. Dan treats her really well. I'm happy that she found someone like him. He's a great guy.
It must have been hard for you to have her move so far away.
Yeah, it was hard, especially at first. It had always been Mom and me. But I was old enough to understand that she put her life on hold for so long to take care of me. I couldn't keep her from being with someone who loved her and made her happy. It would have been nice if they could have moved here after they got married, but his business is in South Carolina.
Nash gazed into the fire and was quiet for a moment.
Mom and I still talk once a week and text in between. I usually see them a couple times a year.
I can't imagine being that far from my family. Even though they drive me crazy most of the time, I still don't know what I'd do without them.
Funny thing, I feel the same way about your family. When your mom offered to let me stay at your house the year my mom left to live with Dan, it wasn't hard to say yes. I didn't want to miss my last year of high school, but more than that, your house already felt like home. I spent the majority of my time there. Anyway, I'll never forget how welcoming your family was and how they made me feel like I belonged. When I go south to visit Mom and Dan, that doesn't seem like home to me, not like it does at your farm.
Having you live at our house was both a blessing and a curse. I loved seeing you all the time, but I couldn't relax. This is going to sound weird and very Tilly-like, but it was like I could feel whenever you were in the house, like a supercharged buzz, which was cool at first, but when you were there every day, it got to be overwhelming. I was torn between wanting to be near you and needing to get away. He reached out for my hand and rubbed his thumb over the back of it.
How about now? We've been in the same space for days. Is it still overwhelming?
Kind of. But it's different now. I understand it better. And once you admitted you felt the same about me, it changed. It's still supercharged, but in a really good way.
I agree. It is different now.
He leaned over and brushed his lips across mine.
It was a special kind of hell for me being in the same house as you while keeping my attraction hidden from everyone all the time. I was afraid if they found out, they'd kick me out and I'd have nowhere to go.
I sucked in a breath. I had no idea.
I know, but even after I went to college and didn't live there anymore, I still felt indebted to them. Still do. And I vowed to never do anything to hurt your family.
This explained so much, but his belief was still a little skewed. Don't you think that since they already accepted you as one of the family, they'd be happy to see us together? He gave a little shrug and said in a soft, barely audible voice,
I knew already then that I wasn't good enough for you. You deserved better than a fatherless, homeless, unwanted guy who never fit in anywhere.
Under his breath and barely audible, he whispered,
Still do.
I sat up and turned to face him, my volume kicking up a couple notches. Are you kidding me right now? As the black sheep of my family, who never fit with the rest of the bunch, how could you ever think you wouldn't be good enough for me?
You're not a...
I held a hand up to stop him from talking. Don't try to correct what I believe. I've been ridiculed, teased, and rejected my entire life for being different from everyone else. My family is great, but even they tease me about my rebellious ways and how I march to my own drum. Which is true. I won't deny it. But secretly, I always wished I could be more like my siblings. Rowan, the perfect dutiful son. Sky, perfect with her beauty and her overachieving brilliance. Storm, the brainiac lawyer. And Jasper is like a playful puppy. Even when he misbehaves, he's so cute and funny, he gets away with it. Then there's Junie, everyone's sweetheart. No, I'm not like any of them. So I figured I might as well be the rebel they all think I am.
I've always loved how comfortable you are just being yourself, not caring what everyone else thinks. I wish I could be more like that. I didn't realize how different I was from everyone else until I moved here and the bullying started. I did whatever I could to fit in, to be like everyone else, and to be accepted.
I leaned over and pressed my lips to his. Apparently, we're more alike than we realized. Maybe that's why we're such a good match. We may not fit with anyone else, but together, we're home. Goosebumps appeared on my skin.
That's exactly how it feels when I'm with you, like I've finally found my home.
He held me tight and nestled his head in the crook of my neck. Then he kissed the side of my neck to my ear and trailed kisses along my jaw until he found his way to my mouth. I moaned with pleasure as this man hit all my buttons. I'd never been turned so inside out by simple kissing, but Nash's kisses were a whole new thing. They should come with a warning label. Dangerous but addicting. Do they have rehab for this kind of addiction? Not that I want to stop this indulgence anytime soon. Ding! 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 Ugh, not again. They seriously must have some kind of crazy ESP or something that tells them exactly when to interrupt. Even though I didn't want to, I picked up my phone to see what the notifications were all about. Texts appeared in the family group chat. Mom, how are you holding up, honey? Everything going okay? Dad, I contacted the county and explained your situation. They have it on their list to inspect that bridge near the cabin, but they couldn't tell me when that would be. We'll find a way to get you out of there ASAP. I promise. Sky, enjoy it while it lasts. I told Dad to let the county handle it, but he doesn't listen. Dad, it could take the county a month to get to that little bridge. They needed to know people were stranded up there, and the power company has so many outages to fix that they couldn't give an estimate on when they'd get to that area. Sky, like I said, leave it to Sky. She's never been much for subtlety. It would be nice if Dad let us be for a little while longer. I sure wouldn't mind more time alone with Nash. Dad, we'll get you home as soon as we can. Me, I'm fine, really. Don't worry about me. Still have food and water, fire in the fireplace, working on the painting Gladys commissioned, but not done yet. No hurry, Dad. Sky, smiley face emoji. Hopefully that will pacify my dad for a while. I turned my phone off, hoping to keep reality at bay a little longer. I wasn't ready to go home and leave this idyllic hideaway just yet. Yeah, eventually we'd have to return to the real world, but the longer we could delay the inevitable, the better. Hearing Nash explain how much he perceived was at stake if anyone found out how he felt about me gave me a whole new perspective and understanding. Even though it was different now than it was back then, it made me wonder if he'd really be able to go through with his plans to tell Rowan and my family about us. His loyalty ran deep, Which was deeper, his feelings for me or his feelings for my family? Enjoy this time alone with him, Raven. It might be all that you get. Even with the progress we'd made in admitting our feelings and the closeness we shared, a nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach kept warning me it wouldn't last. Our relationship existed inside a bubble, and soon that bubble would pop. It was only a matter of time.
Chapter 26. Nash. Raven and I fell asleep on the floor by the fire. She snuggled in with her back to my chest, my arms encircling her and holding her tight. Having her in my arms all night reaffirmed what I already knew. I wanted this every night. Nothing would make me happier than to have her by my side every day. I meant it when I said she felt like home to me. The one place I truly felt I belonged. The texts she received from her family made me realize our time here could be coming to an end. I still had a lot of work to do on this cabin. I wouldn't be going anywhere until it was done, but Raven would be out the door as soon as possible. And what would happen then? Would things be different between us when we were back to our real lives? Would we return to the way we were before? God, I hoped not. Now that I had experienced what it was like to be this close to Raven, I'd never be satisfied with less. I wanted everything with her. What would Rowan do if he saw us together like this? He'd beat me to a bloody pulp, that's what. Since I turned my phone off, I had no idea if he'd sent any more messages. Denial could be my crutch just a little bit longer. I'd have to face him and tell him the truth as soon as we got out of here. But I didn't need him ruining the time I had remaining with Raven. Are you sure this relationship is worth sacrificing your friendship? Raven sighed in her sleep and nestled closer to my chest, her hair tickling my nose. I breathed in her minty scent, and any doubts I had were vanquished. The next morning, sunbeams lit the floor where we slept. The rain had stopped. The storm was over. My heart squeezed in my chest. Raven stretched and sat up. She brought her hand over her eyes to shield them from the bright sun.
What is that blinding light? Can't you turn it off? I wasn't ready to get up.
Munch came over and gave us both slurps up the sides of our faces. His tail wagged happily. Munch disagrees. I kissed her forehead. I'll let him out. You can take your time.
Are you sure? How are you feeling today?
Stiff and sore all over, like I got hit by a truck, but otherwise good. Just need to move around a bit, get my body loosened up, you know. Okay if I take him out?
Sure thing. I owe you one.
I'll remember that. I winked and opened the door. Munch ran into the yard to do his business. The air was much cooler this morning. It would be a good day to make some progress inside and have the windows open while I work. Raven should be able to work outside too. Even though it was nice having her work with me, I couldn't keep her from what she was here to do. The bin with the squirrel's nest was sitting by the tree where I left it last night. I peered inside and saw the nest was empty. Mama Squirrel must have been busy last night, building a new nest and moving her family in already. I dumped the old nest into the woods and carried the bin back to the cabin for Raven. Now that the rain had stopped, I would be able to get the lumber from the garage so I could finish the walls. No, scratch that. I needed electricity to use my saw, which I'd need for the walls and floors. If only I'd brought my generator. I could go home and get it once the road is open. Munch, let's go back inside and get some food. The dog heard the magic word and raced inside. Raven was looking out the window at the lake.
This really is a perfect spot. It faces south, so it has a perfect view of both the sunrise and sunset from the tip of this hill.
Now that the weather's better, we might actually be able to see the sunset tonight. She stretched up onto her tiptoes and kissed me.
That's a date.
The three of us ate a light breakfast together. We still had enough food, but our supplies were getting low. Raven groaned.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for a large coffee right now.
I know what you mean. We could probably heat up some water over the fire, but I'd rather not have that heating up the cabin during the day.
I'll take my stuff outside to get some more done on this painting. What are you going to do?
First, I need to go up on the roof to patch up whatever hole that squirrel was getting in through. Then I'll bring in materials from the garage, so I'm ready once the power comes back on. She nodded and moved to her art corner. It seemed like there was more she wanted to say, but she held back. Her armor was already going back up, and I didn't like it one bit. Tweet? She turned and looked at me over her shoulder.
Yeah?
This isn't the end for us, it's the beginning. You know that, right?
I hope so. A part of me wishes we could stay stranded here, that we never have to go back.
We'll go back to our lives, but not back to the way things were between us. We'll move forward, not back.
I like the sound of that.
She gave me a peck on the lips and smiled.
Hey, we still have one more letter to read, don't we?
I think you're right. We need to find out what happened with T and her guy.
Let's read it now before we start working.
She took my hand and led me back to the mattress. We sat side by side against the wall. I put my arm around her, holding her tight against me, where she belonged. She picked up the last letter and handed it to me.
Why don't you read it this time, Nash? I love the sound of your voice when you read.
How could I argue with that? Okay, here we go. Dearest G, I'm sorry it's been so long since my last letter. So much has happened that I don't even know where to start. You said something in your last letter about living my life without regrets. And that reminded me of something my grandmother used to say. We only regret the chances we didn't take, the relationships we were afraid to have, and the decisions we waited too long to make. I'm not sure if those were her words or something she read somewhere, but it always stuck with me. Bolstered by the wisdom of both of you, I pretended to be bold, like the lead actress in a play. I pulled Jonah aside one day and told him how I felt. I confessed my undying love and told him that if he felt the same way, we would find a way to be together. Then I kissed him. It was a kiss I will remember to my dying day. Then he admitted he loved me. I thought I'd died and gone to heaven, but then he went on to tell me that it didn't matter how he felt about me, because he had to do his duty and marry the woman his parents had chosen for him. He told me I needed to move on as well, that there were plenty of good men out there that would be lucky to have me as a wife. It has taken me a few months to collect myself enough to be able to write this letter. My heart was shattered in that moment, and I'm sure I will never recover. My true love marries another next month, and I'm not sure how I will survive it. Of course, my family was invited to the wedding. How can I watch him marry someone else? If only I could come stay with you for the next year. I'm certain you're the only one who could lighten my spirits. I apologize for this depressing letter. My usual humor has all dried up. I pass the torch to you, my friend. Please write back and tell me who is catching your eye, or the ever-amusing tales of your younger siblings. Hearing from you is the one thing that brightens my dreary days. Your friend, T. Raven was unusually silent as I folded the letter back up and stuffed it back into the envelope. She turned her head and wiped her cheek on her shoulder. Hey, look at me. She turned and put her arms around me, her head on my chest. Just because it didn't work out for them doesn't mean it will be that way for us. We're already much further ahead of T. We've both admitted our feelings. We're not teenagers, and we have control over our own lives.
Yes, but look how long we let the opinions of others get between us. It might not be the same situation as in the letters, but the truth is, the opinion of my brother and family has kept us apart all this time. Can you honestly promise it won't happen again?
Absolutely. You are the most important person in my life. I love you, and I'm not going to let anyone get in the way of that. Not even your brother. Her eyes met mine, lit up as if I'd given her the moon.
You mean that?
I nodded. Every word. I kissed her and poured all the love in my heart into that kiss. She needed to know how serious I was. The depth of my feelings for her was hard to fathom, much less express. Stronger than anything I'd ever experienced. They consumed me, and I knew there was no going back. Raven was everything to me. The potency of this kiss left us both breathless.
I love you too, Nash.
I moved us to sit on the bed, with her in my lap. Our kisses slowed and softened as I let my lips tenderly worship and adore her. From the mole on her neck to the curve of her brow and the softness of her skin, everything about her set me on fire. How did I ever get so lucky as to win the love of a woman like her? Realizing I had better rein it in before I let things get out of control, I tore my lips away from her but continued to hold her tight. She sighed and slid off my lap.
I suppose we should get some work done, now that we finally got a nice day to do it.
Let's work for 2 hours and then take a walk down the road to check out the bridge.
Sounds like a plan.
She gathered her supplies and put them back in her plastic bin. Then she brought her easel, chair, and supplies out to the same spot as the first day. By the time I'd fixed the chimney and hauled all my materials inside, I was ready for some more time with Raven. I realize it hasn't been 2 hours yet, but would you by any chance be ready for a break?
I actually got a lot done already. I could take a break and stretch my legs a bit.
With her hand in mine, and Munch leading the way, we walked along the driveway toward the bridge. Munch took off after something, but luckily stayed where we could see him. We both called him, but he didn't stop. We ran after him, frantically calling his name. We were almost to the bridge when we caught up with him. He and a fawn were frolicking in some standing water like best buds. With Munch occupied, we walked to the edge of the bank. The water was still high and the bridge submerged. It was hard to tell the integrity of the structure just by looking at it.
It doesn't look that bad. Does it?
I wouldn't want to drive a car on it, not until it's inspected. Hope swelled in my chest. Maybe we could stay here together a little longer.
Chapter 27. Raven. Maybe we won't be rescued today after all. My voice lifted with a hopeful tone. I stepped closer to the bridge and slipped in the mud, falling flat on my butt. That's me, graceful to the end. Nash chuckled and reached for my hand.
Are you okay?
Fine, I said, spitting out dirt from my mouth. I took his hand and gave it a yank with all my might, pulling him into the mud right next to me.
Hey, what did you do that for?
Sometimes you have to take a chance and have a little fun. You know, life is short and all that. I reached into the water and flung a glob of mud at him, hitting him in the chest. He tried to keep his face serious, but his eyes sparkled with laughter.
You did it now, woman. This is war.
He picked up a handful of mud and splattered it on the side of my head. Ah, I think you got it in my ear. I tipped my head to the side to try to shake it out.
That's not the only place.
He ran his thumb across my mouth to wipe mud off my face. We froze as our eyes met. The heat between us wasn't cooled by the water we were sitting in, which could have been steaming for all I knew. Our lips found each other with an undeniable force. I slid my hand up his neck and into his hair as our mouths glided together. Nash held my face in his hands, mud smearing between us. I faintly heard Munch barking in the distance, but my attention was completely on Nash. I would never get enough of this man. And after hearing him say he loved me, I was never letting him out of my sight. I would just weld myself to him like,
What the heck is going on here?
was that my brother bellowing? I didn't care. Let him holler. But Nash pushed away from me and jumped up so fast it seemed like he'd been stung. I landed flat on my back in the mud. Nash rushed off to talk to Rowan, who was standing on the other side of the river with his hands fisted on his hips.
Hey, Rowan, what are you doing here?
Nash asked, as if to say what a nice surprise. Huh? As if. Rowan yelled.
I came to rescue you, you sniveling snake. But after what I just witnessed, you're gonna need a different kind of rescue when I get over there.
Nash's mouth opened and closed like a fish.
You're supposed to be in New York.
I'm just home for the week. Lucky for my sister that I am.
Rowan clenched and unclenched his fists. The tension in his jaw and the redness of his face were visible all the way across the river.
But you won't be so lucky when I get a hold of you.
Hold on, man. It's not what you think.
Are you telling me I didn't just see you kissing my sister?
Nash stuttered.
We slipped and fell in the mud.
My mouth dropped open. He had the perfect opportunity to tell Rowan we were in love and to mind his own business. But did he take it? No. It was just like the last time. He would just pretend it never happened, and he would never tell Rowan the truth out of fear of his wrath. Well, I wasn't going to take it anymore. I was done. Nash could jump in the river for all I cared. I called Munch to come with me, and we ran back to the cabin. By the time I got there, my tears had dried and were replaced by my usual anger. I gathered my belongings, hastily stuffing my bags and bin, and brought everything outside. I'd find a way to get everything across the river today, if I had to build a boat myself. With all my stuff piled on the lawn, I wasn't quite sure how I was going to drag all of it down the road to the bridge, and even if I did manage it, how would I get it across without getting any of it wet? It was a lot to carry, and I didn't want to make 2 trips or have Nash help. No way. I could have just taken what I absolutely needed and got the rest later. But, as irrational as it might have seemed, I didn't want to leave any part of me behind. Not my belongings, and certainly not my heart. The garage must have something I could use. I pushed open the door to find it filled with treasures. Old furniture, a lawnmower, a canoe, inner tubes, a bicycle, sleds. Surely something there could transport my belongings down the road. The canoe would have been great if it weren't so far to the bridge. I'd never be able to carry or drag a canoe full of stuff all that way. The sled or the inner tube would probably be my best options. The sled would hold it all and had a rope I could pull. The inner tube did as well, but would also float. I might be able to use that to get everything across the river. As long as it didn't fall through the hole in the middle, I'd be home free. A combination of both was the winning strategy. I wedged the bin into the center of the tube, then piled the rest of the stuff onto the sled. I pulled both ropes as I trudged down the muddy driveway. Come on, Munch. Let's go home. When I got to the bridge, my dad stood next to Rowan on the other side of the bridge, brainstorming what to do. Nash stood on this side of the bank, hands tucked in his pockets and shoulders sagging. I focused on my rescuers on the other side of the river. Dad grinned brightly.
Hey, there's my little problem solver. We've been talking through some strategies, and here you have it all figured out.
Hi, Dad. Do you happen to have another rope you can toss over? I was thinking, if we each have a rope, we can pull everything back and forth across the water with the inner tube. It'll take several trips, but I think it'll work. My smarty pants brother hollered.
Or you could just jump in and swim over, since you're already full of mud.
My intense glower told him I was a woman on the edge, and not to be messed with, which shut him right up. Dad called out,
Brilliant plan, Raven. I have a rope in my truck, but are you sure you need all this stuff now? You could just...
I held my hand up to stop him, knowing exactly what he was going to say. Nope. I'm taking all this now. Don't bother arguing with me, Dad. I'm not in the mood. He gave a short nod and retrieved his rope. He tied a stick to the end of it to give it weight. Keeping hold of one end, he tossed the stick across the stream, where it landed next to me. I tied the rope around the tube, wedged the bin into the center tightly, and made sure the lid was secure. I paused a moment before placing Gladys's painting on top of the bin. It was a risky move. If it fell off, it would be ruined. Since it was still wet, I couldn't tie it down or set anything on top of it. All I could do was pray it would make it across safely.
Hey, Tweet, why don't you leave the painting here with me and I'll bring it to you in a couple of days. I'll keep it safe, I promise.
Nash took a step toward me, but stopped as if he'd reached an invisible force field and could go no further. I leveled him with my most lethal glare. As if, and don't call me that. I returned my focus to securing my treasures. Okay, Dad, pull it over. Nice and easy. Don't let that painting fall. The inner tube slowly glided over to the other side of the bridge. I held my breath until it reached the bank. Rowan lifted it out, and I called out to him. Rowan, set the bin aside, but don't touch the painting. It's still wet. Then toss the tube in the water again, and I'll pull it back. A few more trips, one almost upset by a muskrat, and my belongings were safely on the other side. Nash tried to help twice, and I would have ignored him had his advice not been sound. Unfortunately, common sense won out over the silent treatment sometimes. Then it was time for me and Munch to go across. Come on, Munch, let's go for a ride. I sat down on the inner tube with my butt in the hole. I slapped my lap to coax Munch to join me. He was hesitant to come on, but I didn't know if he would swim where we wanted him to go if he was on his own. The current was pretty strong, too. Come on, Munch, let's go get some lunch. His tail was wagging, but he wasn't sure he wanted to do this. Nash picked him up and set him in my lap.
Got him.
Yeah. My arms were wrapped around Munch, not allowing him to move an inch. My gaze focused on my rescuers on the other side. My salvation.
Hey, Tweet.
I looked up at Nash, and the sadness and heartbreak I saw on his face mirrored my own.
I'm sorry,
was all he said. I'm actively practicing the art of not caring right now. I held my head high as I turned away, then gave Munch an extra tight squeeze, trying to keep my tears at bay, at least until I got home. I nodded to my dad. "Pull us across." Munch sat pretty still most of the way, but I could tell he wanted to jump out and swim. I held him tight and managed to keep him in the tube with me. The span of that little river felt like miles as it separated me from Nash. And separated me from the best days of my life.
Chapter 28. Nash. I watched as Raven and Munch made it to the other side safely and were pulled to shore by Rowan and Rob, Rowan and Raven's dad. They loaded Raven's belongings into Rob's truck. Munch jumped into the back, and Raven climbed into the passenger side without so much as a glance back. My stomach turned, making me nauseous. Rob turned to me and hollered,
"You sure you don't want to come with us, Nash?"
I shook him off. "Nah, I'm fine. I still have work to do here. Take care of Raven." Rob gave me a nod and hopped in behind the wheel and shut the door. Rowan pointed at me and yelled,
"You're lucky I can't get to you now, Porter, but this isn't over. I promise you."
He climbed into the passenger side next to Raven. Soon they were driving off, with my heart chained to the truck, yanking it right out of my chest to drag behind in the dirt. There I stood, staring at the water as it washed over the bridge, wondering how everything could have fallen apart so quickly. The walk up the drive to the cabin seemed interminable. My body felt like it was moving through quicksand. Part of me wished Rowan could have beaten me senseless because then, at least I'd have felt something. As it was, I just felt numb, like I wasn't really here. Besides that, I knew I deserved whatever he dished out to me, not only for betraying him, but for hurting Raven. I deserved to be beaten for being such a stinking coward. All I would have had to do was tell Rowan the truth about me and Raven. Yeah, he still might have punched me, but at least it would have shown them all that I was serious about her, and Raven would have known that I meant everything I said to her. But no, I balked. The moment I heard Rowan's voice yelling at me, I became that weak little kid again, the one who couldn't stand up for himself, who didn't have a voice. My heart was screaming to be heard, but the words just wouldn't come out. And now they all think I was just messing with Raven, essentially betraying them all. And the pain on Raven's face when I pushed her away is an image that will be etched in my memory for the rest of my days. It cut me to my core. I don't know what was wrong with me, but when they caught us kissing like that, I panicked. I felt like a little boy who got caught stealing something he knew he wasn't supposed to have. The worthless boy who didn't deserve to have any of it, and all I could think to do was pretend it didn't happen. The classic, "it wasn't me," move. It wasn't easy for her to give me a second chance after thinking I rejected her all those years ago, but she did. And now I'd actually done what she'd feared I would. I'd rejected her in front of her family, without any explanation. There would be no third chance. I blew it. Big time. And Rowan and the rest of the family probably hated me as well. So much for trying to protect the friendship. In one fell swoop, I lost my best friend, my found family, and the love of my life. I looked around the cabin at all the work that needed to be done, but all I could see was Raven, taking her anger out on the walls, her face aglow in front of the fire, the worried look on her face as she tended my wounds, the peacefulness of her snuggled up against my chest as she slept. I even caught a whiff of her minty scent every so often and stopped what I was doing to breathe it in. The power came back on, so I could at least get some work done and try to distract myself from thoughts of Raven. Not that it did any good, but anything was better than sitting around feeling sorry for myself. I worked all day and into the night until I could barely see straight. The next morning, I looked around at the cabin. I'd almost finished everything Gladys and Lainey wanted done before listing it. The walls were a combination of rustic barn siding in varying shades of gray to match the gray stone of the fireplace. I'd finished the sheetrock and white walls in the kitchen and bathroom and painted the cabinets white as well. The vinyl plank flooring had a similar barn siding look, but of a lighter gray color. I had to admit, it was like a completely new place and looked fantastic. If only Raven were here to see it. Another pang to my chest. I needed to do something about Raven, but where to start? She probably wanted nothing to do with me. I doubted she'd even answer my calls or messages, and if I showed up on her doorstep, she'd be more likely to shoot me than talk to me, and I'd deserve whatever she dished out. Maybe I should start with Rowan, let him take his shot with me before his sister finished me off. I walked out to the stream. It had receded, and most of the bridge was above water. I walked out onto it, and it held my weight, even when I bounced up and down. I didn't see any obvious damage, but that didn't mean it was structurally sound. It really shouldn't be driven on until it was inspected, but who knew when that would be? I had more important things to do than wait around for the county to get here. I ran back up to the cabin and packed up my tools, materials, and belongings. Then I loaded everything into my truck. As much as I dreaded what was coming, it was what I needed to do. I had to make things right. The bridge creaked and groaned as my truck creeped across it. I let out a big, relieved exhale when I was once again on firm ground on the other side. Pulling up in front of the farmhouse at Willowbrook Farm, the place that had been my second home for most of my life, my gut twisted. Was I still welcome here? Rob stepped out of the barn and lifted a hand to greet me.
Nash, you made it back.
Yeah, the water had receded enough. I took a chance and made it across. I scanned the yard between the house and the barn. Is Rowan here?
Yeah, he's in the barn. Go on in. I was just headed into the house.
Hey Rob, I'm sorry for... He held a hand up to stop me.
I'm not the one you need to apologize to, son. Save it for those who need to hear it. We're good.
He cuffed me on the shoulder and walked away. I took a fortifying breath and stepped into the barn. Rowan was right there, waiting for me.
You have a lot of nerve, Porter.
He wiped his hands off on a rag and tossed it angrily onto the bench.
Or a death wish.
I'm sorry, Rowan. I never meant for any of this to happen. He faced me with his arms across his chest and his legs in a solid, wide stance.
You never meant to kiss my sister? Or you never meant for me to find out?
My head dropped. I deserved his wrath. I never meant to hurt anyone.
But you knew the rule about my friends never touching my sisters, and yet you did it anyway.
I met his gaze in a solid stance of my own. It's not like that.
Don't lie to me. I saw it with my own eyes, you bastard.
His left hook caught me by surprise, leaving my face throbbing with pain. I ran the back of my hand across my lip and wiped away blood. I'll give you that one, but any more, and I'm fighting back. I swear I'm not lying. You can fight me all you want, but it won't change the way I feel. My voice rose in volume with each word, knowing I was finally speaking my truth. I'm in love with Raven, always have been, but I kept it to myself out of respect for you and your family.
Then why'd you act on it now?
Because being sequestered together for so long, it became apparent that we both felt the same way. I promise you, Rowan, this isn't some conquest or casual fling. You know that's not me. And you know I wouldn't risk our friendship for anything less than the real deal, and this is it.
Seriously? All these years of you two fighting? Are you really telling me that's love?
I shrugged my shoulders and threw my hands up. That was apparently the result of lots of miscommunication and hurt feelings, on both sides.
Well, shoot.
He scrubbed his hand over his face as he mulled over this new information. I swear, I'd never do anything to hurt Raven or anyone in your family.
Yet you did. After she ripped me a new one on the way home, I saw how miserable she was. Like her light had gone out. I've never seen her like that. If I didn't feel so guilty for my part in this, I'd rip you to shreds.
Part of me wishes you would. I'd rather cut off my arm than hurt her. My heart bled for the pain I caused her. Look, this isn't an excuse, but I was just so caught off guard seeing you there. I panicked. What are you doing back anyway? I thought you were in New York with Elle.
Dad needed help interviewing my replacement, and I thought I'd pack up another load of stuff to bring back to New York. If you'd have answered my texts, I'd have told you.
Sorry, I turned my phone off to save the battery since we didn't have power to recharge.
All right. That's a plausible excuse, but that doesn't explain why you rejected my sister when I caught you two.
Like I said, I panicked. I knew I needed to talk to you about it, but I thought I'd have more time to figure out how to do it and what to say. I leaned against the wall and let my head fall back with an exhale. All right, I admit it. I screwed up and handled this completely wrong. I realize that. The question is, how do I make this right? I don't want to lose her, Rowan, but I doubt she'll ever forgive me. What should I do? Rowan's eyebrows raised.
You're asking me for advice?
You got the love of your life back. I'm hoping you can help me get mine. He tipped his head, as if he hadn't heard me right.
Raven is the love of your life? You're really serious about this?
100%. He sighed and shook his head slowly.
All right. There's honestly nobody I trust more than you, Nash. If you two make each other happy, I'd love to have you in the family, for real. But if you hurt her again, I promise I will tear you apart.
He wrapped his arm across my shoulders and gave it a squeeze.
You may have won me over, but I hope you realize you're going to need a lot more than an apology to win her back. Raven's even more stubborn than I am, and that's saying a lot. You're gonna have to go big, man. Really big.
I know, I have an idea, but I'm gonna need some help. Rowan smiled, and with his arm draped around my shoulders, he led me toward the farmhouse.
Well then, you came to the right place.
Chapter 29. Raven. Ah! Dirty paint water spilled all over my table and floor. I reached for paper towels to prevent further damage. Normally, a spill like this would be no big deal. Wipe it up and move on. But today, it was the last straw. I plopped down on the floor with my wet paper towels and sobbed. Munch climbed into my lap and licked my face, clearing away the tears I'd tried so hard to hold in, but now gushed out like the dam had broken. Ever since Dad dropped me off after rescuing me from the cabin, I'd poured myself into finishing Gladys's painting. Usually, that was enough of a distraction to keep me from dwelling on the pathetic state of my love life or indulging in a lengthy pity party. Not this time. Every time I looked at the painting or thought about the cabin, I was right back there with Nash, reliving each moment, the feel of his arms holding me, the look in his eyes before he kissed me, working together side by side on the remodel, even taking care of him when he was hurt. Each memory stabbed me in the chest and made it hard to breathe. I wanted to curl up, go to sleep, and pretend it was all a vivid dream. But instead, I was drowning in this sea of pain, and there was no shore in sight. If only I'd have been strong enough to resist him. I've always known he would break my heart and would never really be mine. My armor had been firmly in place to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. But being alone with him for so long was too much. The fortress around my heart couldn't hold up against all that. Honestly, I never had a chance of escaping that experience unscathed, but that didn't make it any easier to accept. Better to be mad than sad, that was my motto. I cursed his name and tore up my preliminary sketches, ripping them to bits, all the while mumbling things that would make a sailor blush. Munch stretched out on the floor and covered his ears with his paws. Yeah, you got the right idea, Munch. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me rant. Especially after how many hours I've been going on about this. The door opened and Cass burst in with her luggage. Munch announced her presence, then pounced on her, almost knocking her over while smothering her with welcome home slurps.
Hey, it's good to see you too, Munchie. Now let me get in the door, all right?
She took one look at me and dropped her suitcase.
What in the world happened to you? Did someone die?
No, but I really don't want to talk about it. How are things with your grandma? Did you get her to change her mind and move to a safer place? She shook her head.
Not yet, but don't you dare try to distract me. Tell me what's going on. You look like the Walking Dead.
Gee, thanks, Cass. Exactly what I needed to hear. She came over and wrapped her arms around me.
Whatever it was, it must have been bad. When did you get back from the cabin?
Yesterday. I walked into the kitchen and got a glass from the cupboard, slamming the door before filling it with water and taking a drink. Cass followed me into the kitchen and stood at the counter with her arms folded across her chest.
I'm not going anywhere until you spill. I can be just as stubborn as you when I need to be.
Fine. I had a magical few days with Nash while we were stranded together. Both of us finally admitted our feelings. It was better than I ever imagined.
That's great. It's about time. Did you write it all down in the journal I gave you?
Possibly, but if I did, it's for my eyes only. T&G probably thought that about their letter, too. What if I hid my journal in the wall of our apartment? 100 years from now, someone could be reading my sad life story. I cringed and pushed that horrifying thought aside.
Humph. So if it was all so magical, what happened?
We got rescued, that's what. We were down by the river kissing yesterday, when Rowan showed up to rescue us. Predictably, my overprotective big brother went ballistic, and Nash pushed me away so fast I literally landed on my butt in the mud. I took another drink to keep my emotions in check enough to finish the story. It was my biggest fear come to life, Cass. Pretty much a repeat of last time, only this time it was even more blatant. And he rejected me in front of Rowan and Dad. I've never felt so angry and humiliated at the same time. Cass reached out and placed her hand on my arm.
I'm so sorry, Rave. I don't even know what to say.
I shook her off. Nothing to say. It's done. And now I can move on without question or regret.
Still going forward with your plan to date yourself?
Absolutely. What happened with Nash just reinforced that decision. I'm definitely better off alone than with a man who gives me nothing but heartache. I stood tall and tried to portray confidence I definitely didn't feel. And I'm never trusting Tilly or Gladys again. This is all they're doing. How dare they try to matchmake us?
I hardly think you can credit them for the storm of the century that stranded you two together.
I wouldn't put anything past Tilly. Regardless, it's their fault we were there at the same time. They made sure of that. Cass leaned her backside against the counter with her hands gripping the edge as she studied me.
You know, if Nash had manned up and told Rowan to back off, you'd be singing a very different tune.
Yeah, but he didn't. And I can't wait to give Tilly a piece of my mind.
Hey, you want to come with me? I need to stop at Tilly's to get some more of her special bath salts. My mom tried mine and loved it so much she wouldn't give it back.
Thanks, but I'm not in the mood to go anywhere right now. Maybe another day.
Oh, come on, enough wallowing. You're not going to let the stupidity of some man keep you down, are you? Go take a quick shower and change your clothes. Then I'm dragging you out of here, kicking and screaming if I have to.
I looked at my roommate through narrowed eyes. I could take her. She might talk tough, but I was definitely the scrappier of the two of us. But she did have a point. If I became a hermit, that swaggering swine would win. And I didn't want that.
You know, going back to your normal routine will show him you're unaffected.
She had me there. I had to show him and everyone else that I was fine. Raven Roads would not be broken by a man. All right, I'm in. Give me 20 minutes. As I walked into Tilly's store, the woman herself stood right inside the door, arranging bottles of oils and tonics on the shelves. The knowing smile on her face told me she'd been expecting me.
Cassidy, Raven, I'm so happy you stopped by.
Cass looked around the store with a hopeful expression.
Hey, Tilly. I need some more of those heavenly bath salts you gave me last time. Please tell me you have some.
Just made a fresh batch. It's right over there, and check out the rest of that collection. I think you might find more goodies to pamper yourself with.
Tilly pointed to a table on the other side of the store. While Cass rushed over to check it out, Tilly turned to me with a twinkle in her eyes.
Raven, it's good to see you, my dear. How'd you fare through the storm?
I stomped my foot and jammed my fists on my hips. Don't act all sweet with me, Tilly. I have a bone to pick with you. She brought her hand to her chest as her eyes widened.
Me?
Yeah, you. How dare you play matchmaker with me and Nash? She casually walked to the next shelf and began straightening up the soaps.
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
You and Gladys arranged for Nash to do the renovations of the cabin at the same time I was painting Gladys's picture.
Well, Gladys needs to sell that cabin as soon as possible. I'm sure she arranged that so it could all be done efficiently. Not even I could predict that a storm would keep you there for days.
She clucked and slowly shook her head.
Poor Gladys. Having to sell that place just to pay the taxes. She's been just sick with worry about the entire thing. But at least it sold quickly. Hopefully she can move on now that it's all over with.
What? It's sold already? I was hoping I'd be able to see what it looked like when I coughed to cover up my curiosity. I mean when it was ready to sell. Tilly placed her hands on my shoulders, her intense gaze looking into my soul.
Don't give up, my dear. Love will find a way. I have a sense it'll all work out. Most likely when you least expect it to. Life, and especially love, doesn't always follow the way we planned, but how boring it would be if it did.
Sorry, Tilly. Not this time. I believe in second chances, but not thirds. This isn't baseball. Listen, I gave it a try, got burned, learned my lesson. Now it's time for me to move on.
Whatever you say, dear.
But Tilly, there is something I'd like to know. How did I ask this without seeming like a snoop? We were reading private letters, after all. But we weren't looking for them. They were discovered by accident, like ancient artifacts that get dug up by farmers. Tilly, when we were tearing down walls in the cabin, we found something interesting.
Really? What did you find? Was it treasure? I've always thought it would be fun to unearth a hidden treasure.
Not exactly. It was some old letters.
Letters? Oh, how fun. Did you read them?
We did. They were written in 1945 and were addressed to G from a girl named T. I tipped my head and raised my brow, waiting for her to fess up. She chuckled.
Oh, you thought they must have been mine. Oh, that's funny. Thanks for making my day.
But Tilly,
What were the letters about, if I may ask?
apparently T was in love with her brother's best friend, Jonah.
Ah, that would have been Thelma. She was best friends with Gladys's sister, Georgie.
Whatever happened to her? Did she ever convince Jonah they were meant for each other?
No, it's a dreadful tale, really. Come sit down and I'll tell you what I know.
Cass and I both sat at the table across from Tilly.
The story goes that Thelma showed up at Jonah's house a week before his wedding and begged him to run away with her. He turned her down, saying he couldn't go against his family's wishes, no matter how much he wanted to. He couldn't bear to be cut off and exiled for the rest of his life. Thelma got in her car and drove away.
Tilly sighed and looked at me before continuing. I motioned for her to go on, needing to know how it all turned out.
Well, on her way home, she decided to comfort herself with ice cream. Although her vision was blurry with tears, she drove to the local ice cream parlor. Unfortunately, in her extreme emotional state, she hit the gas instead of the brakes and plowed right into it. They say she died under a mountain of her favorite rocky road. Not a bad way to go, if you ask me.
I felt like the air had been sucked right out of my lungs. After reading all of T's letters, I'd hoped she'd found her happily ever after, even if it wasn't with Jonah. But this was not what I'd expected. At all. That's awful. I feel so bad for her. Tilly nodded, with her lips turned down, her movement as slow as molasses.
It was a tragedy for sure. The entire town was rocked by it.
Whatever happened to Jonah? Do you know?
He was devastated by Thelma's death, but married his betrothed. The woman his family wanted him to marry, did everything he was supposed to. He lived to be a crotchety and unhappy old man. The one who always chased kids off his lawn with his garden hose. I don't think anyone ever saw him smile.
A realization hit me like a brick to the head. That could be me. I might be fun and carefree now, but someday I'd be the mean old spinster yelling and spraying innocent kids. Not the life I wanted. At all. That's sad, too. Neither of them got a happy ending. Tilly shook her head and reached out to cover my hand with her wrinkled one. She squeezed my hand and looked right at me.
They had love and they let it get away.
So the saying isn't true. Love doesn't always find a way.
That's a good point.
Tilly placed her wrinkled hand on top of mine.
All the more reason not to turn your back on it.
I looked to Cass for backup, but she tilted her head and nodded. Figures she'd side with Tilly and not me. I pulled my hand away from Tilly's and crossed my arms, my voice raised in defense. I didn't turn my back on it, or let it get away. It was yanked from my very hands. Tilly's wise eyes penetrated my soul, making me squirm.
Maybe so, but the question is, if love returns to your hands, what will you do with it? Will you push it away or hold on to it?
I honestly didn't know the answer to that. Chapter 30. Raven. Saturday was cleaning day in our apartment. We weren't slobs, but Cass and I were both busiest during the week and preferred to leave the majority of the cleaning for the weekend. Since both of us were gone last weekend, we had even more to do. I drew the short straw and had to clean the refrigerator while Cass did the dishes. Kneeling on the floor in front of the open fridge, I pulled out moldy and gross food and tossed it into the trash. A fitting metaphor for my love life. "Are you sure you won't come with me, Cass?" I begged, hoping I could change her mind or at least elicit her support. I really don't want to face my entire family and have everyone commenting on what may or may not have happened with me and Nash.
Sorry, no can do. I'm meeting Mom, Aunt Cheryl, and my cousin Andy for drinks and dinner before the concert. And you know I've been looking forward to this show for months. If I had an extra ticket, I'd offer to bring you along, but you know we have very different tastes in music.
That might be true, but tonight I'd rather listen to your music than face my family. Besides, we'd have fun together, no matter who is playing. I gave Cass my most pathetic puppy dog eyes. If you really cared about me, you'd give me an excuse to avoid this inquisition. She tossed a wet dish towel at me, and it hit me on the side of my head. You.
Oh, come on, Rave, stop your whining. Your family is the best. Yeah, they'll ask questions, or will most likely give you a hard time, but it's all because they care. Besides, you're a master at handling them. You'll make a joke or a snide comment, and they'll move on.
I let out a dramatic sigh. You're right, I might as well get it over with. I gave her a hug. Have fun tonight, if that's possible. I do have earplugs if you need them.
See, there's my snarky roommate, you got this.
She gave me a fist bump before putting the clean dishes away. We completed our cleaning tasks just in time to get ready for our evening events. Mom had called the other day to inform me that she was putting together a family dinner at the Moonstruck Steakhouse so we could all be together before Rowan returns to New York. It was not an invitation. It was an order. I knew better than to argue with her. If I said I was sick, she'd be right over to take care of me. Nope. Better to go and make the best of it. I took one last look in the mirror. My makeup covered the bags under my eyes and made me look almost alive. More alive than I felt, that's for sure. My gray shirt, favorite black skirt and boots helped boost my confidence. My armor was firmly in place. Munch, be good while I'm gone. I ruffled his head as I slipped out the door. Moments later, I entered the restaurant. The hostess guided me to a private room for our sizable group. "Surprise!" they all shouted when I walked in. "What? It's not my birthday for another month."
"We wanted to surprise you, silly. And we thought since Rowan was home, it was the perfect time to do it."
Mom held me in a warm embrace and kissed my cheek. I guess it's a good thing I decided to show up then. I looked around the packed room at my parents and my siblings. Cass was even there. "Hey, you're supposed to be going to a concert."
I am, so I can only stay for a little while. I do have to meet my group in a few minutes. Didn't want to miss your surprise, Raven.
She gave me a big hug and winked.
Happy birthday, my friend.
Tilly came over next and wrapped me in a tight squeeze.
Look around, my dear. This room is filled with people who love you.
She pinched my cheek like she did when I was small. Everyone was here. Friends, family, everyone I loved. And as my gaze roamed over the crowd, my eyes welled, and my heart seemed to expand in my chest. And then it stopped altogether. There he was, Nash. My traitorous heart flipped at the sight of him in a crisp button-down shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to display his muscular forearms. Why did he have to look so good when I wanted so badly to hate him? I pulled my gaze away and pretended not to care that he was here. My dad, Rowan, and Jasper were deep in a conversation. I snuck in between my brothers. Jasper's hands moved dramatically to make a point.
"I'm telling you, this is a huge opportunity for us. It would provide security for the farm and bring in steady income for all of us. I've been doing a ton of research, and the timing of this kind of expansion couldn't be more perfect. Farm-to-table restaurants are popping up all over and killing it. We have the farm. All we need is the table."
It's a great idea, Jasper, but I have all I can handle with the farm right now.
"But I'll handle this expansion. It won't add anything else to your workload, other than giving you a built-in outlet for your products. It might actually make things easier for you, if you wanted to let go of some of your outside contracts."
Dad's face scrunched.
How can you promise you'll manage all that, Jasper? You already work 100 hours a week at your regular job.
Jasper patted Dad on the back.
Don't worry about that. I wouldn't offer to do this if I couldn't handle it. Just think about it, okay?
Dad grunted and walked away. What was that all about? I asked. Tension and frustration radiated off Jasper. Rowan leaned over and explained in a hushed tone.
Jasper wants to open a farm-to-table restaurant in town that would use our organic meats and produce.
Jasper's feathers were apparently still ruffled.
It's a brilliant idea, and you know it, Rowan. Would it kill you to admit it?
Yeah, it might be a great idea. But we're just hiring a new farm manager to take my place. Dad has to train that person and run the business end, not to mention keeping an eye on Becky's replacement.
Rowan looked over at Dad, talking to Sky and Storm on the other side of the room.
Dad says he's fine, but I worry that it's put too much stress on him.
Jasper's hands flew up and his voice rose in frustration.
I said I could handle helping more, and I will, if he'll let me.
I'll talk to him about it. I'm sure he'd appreciate your help, but don't keep pushing the restaurant idea, not until things are a bit more settled, okay?
Rowan was the leader in the family, and usually the one to get the others to fall in line.
Fine. But when the time is right, you better back me up, Rowan. He listens to you.
Jasper negotiated, always the businessman. Rowan agreed with a sigh.
Deal.
I put my arms around them. Hey, this is a party, not a board meeting. No more talk about work, all right? This is supposed to be fun.
You're a good one to talk. It's your party, and you walked in like you were facing the firing squad. What gives?
Jasper teased, bumping my shoulder. It's nothing, just surprised is all, I said, hoping we could move on to something else.
If you say so. But I see someone else who looks just as miserable as you do.
Rowan tilted his head toward Nash.
Go talk to him.
I scrutinized Rowan. You want me to go to Nash? Who are you, and what have you done with my overprotective big brother? I stroked my chin, as if trying to figure something out. Maybe my memory deceives me, but weren't you the one who yelled at Nash to get away from me, and threatened him with bodily harm if he ever touched me again?
I'm sorry about that, Rave. I was just looking out for you.
Rowan's eyes were soft with sincerity, begging for forgiveness. As often as we fought, I could never stay mad at him for long. I hate to tell you this, but I do a much better job looking out for myself. Thank you very much. I picked up my glass and saluted him before moving on. We spent the next hour eating and talking. The food was set up as a buffet exclusive to our group. Everything was delicious and gourmet. Apparently, the new chef knew their way around the kitchen. For years, the food at Moonstruck Steakhouse had been lacking, but as the only place in town for a proper sit-down dinner and a banquet room big enough for our crew, we came here anyway. We'd surely come more often for this food. To my great surprise, nobody asked me what happened between me and Nash, which I didn't mind one bit. It was bad enough I couldn't keep myself from tracking wherever he was in the room. Nash stood at the opposite end of the room from me and clinked his beer bottle with a butter knife.
Excuse me, everyone. I hate to interrupt the party, but there's something I need to say.
As he set the bottle down on the table, his hands visibly shook. I'd never seen him nervous about anything, especially not around my family. What was going on?
As you know, Raven and I were stranded at Gladys's cabin during the storm. I want you all to know nothing happened, except that I finally admitted being in love with her most of my life. I was stupid and thought my friendship with Rowan was more important to me than her, but I was wrong. No offense, Rowan.
Rowan lifted his glass to show his approval.
I will regret that mistake for the rest of my life.
As Nash spoke, he wove his way through the crowd toward me. He didn't need to look where he was going. They parted for him, and he held my gaze fast until he stood right before me, looking directly into my eyes.
Raven, I'm so sorry I hurt you. If you give me another chance, I swear I'll make it up to you.
I was moved by his declaration, which I know wasn't easy for him to do in front of everyone. But I couldn't let him get off that easy. How? Nash's head jerked, clearly caught off guard by my question.
What?
He tugged at his collar and sweat moistened his brow. I should feel bad for him in his obvious discomfort. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but after the pain he'd caused me, I was actually enjoying seeing him squirm. I stood with my hands on my hips and my hip cocked. How will you make it up to me? You need to be more specific. He cleared his throat.
Well, how about this for starters?
He reached behind the table for a basket. Inside the basket was a bouquet just like the one I had brought to the cabin. It also held a bottle of champagne and a long tube wrapped in paper and tied with a purple bow. I pulled the mysterious tube out and looked it over. No idea what it could be.
Open it!
Sky hollered from across the room, practically bouncing with excitement. I untied the bow and tore off the paper. I tipped the tube and a key fell into my hand. What's this for?
There's more.
I pulled out a rolled paper from the tube. It was a blueprint. I still don't understand. What is all this? He pushed away dishes, unrolled the blueprint, and spread it out on the table.
Can you tell what it is now?
It looks like a small house, a cabin. Gladys's cabin? Is that what this is? He nodded and looked back at the paper. I followed his gaze and saw a building added that wasn't a part of the property now. What's that? There isn't a building on that part of the property.
It's a studio.
You're building a studio on Gladys's property. I thought she just wanted a quick sale. Wait, a minute. I heard she already sold it. Did the new owners hire you? Jasper elbowed me and mumbled,
For a smart woman, you can be kind of dense sometimes.
Nash chuckled.
I bought the cabin and I hired Sky to design an art studio on the property. For you.
My mouth opened and closed like a bass out of water. I was completely stunned, speechless. Nash turned to face me and grasped my hands in his.
Tweet, spending time with you in that cabin. Those were the best days of my life.
Even though I gave you a concussion? I asked, my voice quivering. He chuckled.
Even then.
He gazed deep into my eyes and I saw love glowing out at me. My breath caught.
I want a lot more days like that with you, hopefully without the head trauma. Give me another chance, and I promise to dedicate the rest of my life to making you happy.
A collective awe sounded around us. Nash continued.
And I'm not afraid to tell the world and Rowan exactly how I feel about you. I love you, Raven.
Hold on. You said that wrong. Try it again, but say it right this time. At first his brows pinched in confusion, but when the awareness hit him, he gave me his softest, tenderest smile and pulled me in closer.
I love you, Tweet, and I always will.
That's more like it. I slid my arms around his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. I love you too. This time, as we kissed, I envisioned a paintbrush designing the scenes of our life. All of these people gathered around us to celebrate our wedding and the birth of our children, sitting on the dock with his arm around me, watching the sunset, holding hands as we walked through the woods, and each of those images was vibrantly colored and highlighted with magical sparkles. Creating a life with Nash would be the greatest masterpiece of all. Between kisses, I whispered against his lips. It's about time, Mr. Tweet.
Epilogue, Tilly. The next morning, the door of my shop flew open and in burst Gladys. I knew it wouldn't take long for her to catch wind of last night's excitement, and apparently I was right.
Tilly, I was so excited to hear the news I rushed over as soon as I could. Tell me everything.
Gladys could hardly catch her breath. I led her to the back of my shop and made us both a cup of tea. Well, Gladys, you know I'm not one for gossip.
It's not gossip if it's true. Just tell me how it all happened last night. Did Raven cry? I can't imagine it, but with a man like Nash offering you the world. Well, that could break the toughest of women.
I sighed blissfully as the scene replayed in my mind. It was incredibly romantic, and more than one of us was moved to tears watching. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm so happy those two finally got out of their own way and realized what was right in front of them all along. I knew they'd need a nudge, but that almost wasn't enough.
You are a master matchmaker, Tilly. When you told me you were trying to get those two together, I thought you'd lost your marbles. They've been fighting like cats and dogs for years.
It took seeing what was behind the anger and frustration to understand what was really going on. It was plain as day, but most people didn't take the time to look. I handed Gladys her steaming cup. It wouldn't have worked without your help. Those letters you found when you were cleaning the cabin were exactly the nudge they needed.
Even that wouldn't have worked if they hadn't been stranded there alone all that time. You can't take credit for making it rain, Tilly.
Let me put it to you this way, Gladys. We weren't the only ones working to get those two together. I winked and took a sip of my tea. It all worked out as it was meant to, and that makes me happy.
So, who are you setting your matchmaking eye on next?
I tapped my finger on my lip as I thought. I'm not sure. Let's pick a card to find out. I shuffled my oracle cards and asked for guidance on the next match. A card jumped out while I was mid-shuffle and landed on the table. I turned it over. A golden retriever. I paused as I looked at the card, then brought my hands to my heart in joy. Jasper, of course.
What? That's a dog. How can that be your answer?
Look at the happy dog on that card and tell me you don't see Jasper smiling back at you. It's him, no doubt in my mind.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Tilly.
Like a playful pup, Jasper is easy to be around, and oh, so lovable. But I have a sense this isn't going to be a walk in the park. He can be just as stubborn as the rest of them. I expect he'll need a bit of a push.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. Let me know if you need any help.
Gladys looked back at the card and a wide grin lit up her face.
You know, Tilly, watching your matches come together is better than Netflix. Just need some popcorn. I can't wait to see what happens in this next season.
We both giggled like schoolgirls. The thought of another love match filled me with such joy. Oh, how I love a challenge, especially when they end with true love. The end.
You have just listened to Nudged, Moonlit Lake Matchmaker Series, Book 2. Written by Kristeen Groth. Narrated by male and female simulated voices. Copyright 2024 by Kristeen Groth. Production copyright 2024 by Kristeen Groth.